Chapter 1, Zhangsheng. Jingle bell. Jingle bell. The phone kept ringing in the bright bedroom, but no one answered. The quilt on the bed is very neat, and there is a set of neatly folded suits on it, and the mobile phone next to the suit keeps ringing at this time. Zhangsheng was naked, rubbing his head with one hand, and walked to the bed. Zhangsheng looked at the caller on the phone, and his hand covered with thick fists picked up the phone and connected it. "Hey, Uncle Cheng. Shanko, come to live, see you in the same place." Zhangsheng listened to the blind tone in the phone, threw the phone on the bed, and turned back to the bathroom. After a while, Zhangsheng, who was in his suit, stroked his collar, looked at himself in the mirror, cleaned up the bulge that protruded from his waist, opened the door and walked out of his room. "As soon as I go out, there is a spacious corridor, large windows and bright ceilings, so that the light in this corridor is very good, and it is not as dark as in other communities. There are only 2 residents on the whole floor. Zhangsheng lives on one side, and on the other side is a mistress who is kept by others. Few people live, the mistress will come only when the boss who is supporting her is coming. Usually, the mistress obviously also has a life of her own. These things can be regarded as one of the few things in Zhangsheng's life that can entertain himself. This is not a quirk of Zhangsheng, but a way for Zhangsheng to relieve work pressure." Looking at the mechanism that had been moved in front of the door, Zhangsheng smiled and pressed the elevator. Zhangsheng knew that the mistress in the opposite room was looking at herself behind the door at this time, but Zhangsheng was too lazy to open it. It was not once or twice. This mistress is kept by someone. From a psychological point of view, the woman's psychology is a bit abnormal, always thinking that she is keeping a man. Zhangsheng knows this well, but unfortunately this mistress is not his type. Zhangsheng may have a unique taste, or maybe it's a certain age, so he can't take any interest in this kind of yellow-haired girl in her early 20s. But it is different for young women of 27 and 89. As the saying goes, young women are crazy about teenagers. Zhangsheng smiled and shook his head, interrupting his thoughts, living in this peaceful era, although there are still many dirty things. But for many people, they are inaccessible. Perhaps they will never see the dirty things in those corners of society until they are old. Is at most worrying about tea, rice, oil and salt, or work pressure. Ding! The elevator has arrived. When Zhangsheng walked into the elevator, he looked back at the door on the opposite side, and a faint gasp came into his ears. Zhangsheng had a weird look on his face. This woman is really talented. Walking into the elevator, looking at the elevator that can sit 15 people at the same time, Zhangsheng once again lamented the beauty of life and the benefits of social development. The rich is the uncle. Zhangsheng has been struggling for 10 years, and he will be established at 30 this year, but he has already lived in one of the best luxury communities in Beijing. As for the villa, I'm sorry, this is not something someone like Zhangsheng without background can consider in the capital. Being able to live in this luxurious community, one of the best in Beijing, is already the limit that Zhangsheng can reach. Classes exist in every corner of this society, and even higher. It may take Zhangsheng to struggle for a few years. Got out of the elevator and came to the courtyard of the community. The green belts that can be seen everywhere are extremely delicate and refined by the people of the property. There are also entertainment facilities, forest roads for walking, and so on. Zhangsheng came to his private car and looked at the car that had been driving for 2 or 3 years. The car was not a high-end car, but a Volvo worth hundreds of thousands. One advantage of this car is that it is resistant to grass. Zhangsheng opened the door and started the car. One of Zhangsheng's 2 favorite songs, Li Xianglan, was automatically played in the car. As for the other one, naturally, The Love of a Lifetime. Listening to the soothing music, Zhangsheng kicked the accelerator and walked towards the gate of the community. Out of the door, Zhangsheng's car mixed into the traffic and disappeared. Zhangsheng in the car looked at the street outside the window of the car. The place he was going was crowded with heavy traffic and the speed of the car could not be increased. He could only slowly watch the cool beauties wearing the street because of the hot summer. I don't like that type, but it's always good to be pleasing to the eye. Stopping all the way, Zhang Shang finally reached his destination. Family Huan Tea House. As a product from the last dynasty, this tea house can be said to be one of the few places in the capital that can be called a time-honored brand. Society is developing rapidly now, and many things from the past are gone. Zhang Shang parked the car and walked in. Welcome to Family Fun. There are 2 rows of courtesy ladies at the door, each of which is slim and good-looking. Obviously, this boss is also advancing with the times. Although the people who come here are all rich and wealthy, it is human nature to appreciate beautiful things. Sir, how many are you? Zhang Shang looked at the lady of etiquette coming to ask, smiled at the lady of etiquette and nodded, and said, Tianzi number 9, people have already come. The lady of manners looked at Zhang Shang's tough face and the upright figure set off by the suit, her face was reddish, and she whispered to Zhang Shang. Guest, come with me. Zhang Shang followed the hostess all the way upstairs, looking at the few people on each floor. Because the time has come in the afternoon, there are not many people in the tea house. This tea house has the most talents only at night. Walking on the wooden stairs, looking at the lady of etiquette who unintentionally showed her slim figure because she was wearing a cheongsam in front, you read www.yuyuganshu.com. Zhang Shang smiled heartily. Everyone is using their own methods to get what they want. All the way to the top floor, Zhang Shang saw that there were no people on the whole floor. I don't know where the gahan sound and the smell of incense. The courtesy lady led Zhang Shang through the lobby, came to a row of elegant seats aside, and turned to Zhang Shang. Guest, Tianzi number 9 is here. Well, thank you. After that, Zhang Shang ignored the etiquette lady, opened the door of the elegant room, and walked in. As soon as entered the door, there was a square table made of mahogany with an incense burner and tea set on the table. Sitting at the table was an old man in his 50s, wearing a black gown, with black and white hair combed into a big back. Looks very energetic. Zhang Shang walked in, clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice, Uncle Cheng. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Shang, his old face spread out with a smile, and he pointed to the opposite seat. Sayako is here, sit down. Okay. Zhang Shang took the seat, picked up the tea set on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Uncle Cheng asked me to come, live. Shangzi, I know you no longer take those small jobs, but this time a big man asked someone to find me, and he wants you to do something, and count it after it's done. Zhang Shang looked at the fingers of Uncle Cheng's gestures, and fell into deep thought. 500,000. 5 million. Uncle Cheng shook his head and denied Zhang Shang's conjecture. The victim said, first give 5 million, and then give 5 million after the work is done. So high? Uncle Cheng talked about it in detail. Chapter 2, The Daily Life of a Scavenger. After Zhang Shang said that, he made a look of listening respectfully, waiting for Uncle Cheng to explain clearly this lucrative job. Uncle Cheng obviously also knows Zhang Shang's habits, and he didn't waste time, so he talked from beginning to end. A few days ago, a big man in the capital found me, so that we can deal with 2 people quietly and get back one thing. What? A hard drive? Where are people? Men and women. Female, 1 big and 1 small. Understood, do you have information? Yes, the big man has already found someone, but it is not convenient for him to take action, so this matter will fall into our hands. Understood, you will transfer the information to my computer later. I need 3 days to plan. Once I get it, I will notify you immediately. Okay. Uncle Cheng looked at Zhang Shang without asking the reason, with a smile on his face. Their work as a scavenger lasted from thousands of years ago to the present, because they uphold the principle of taking people's money and eliminating disasters without asking the reason. Shangzi, you are almost 30, do you want to introduce a good girl to you? When Zhang Shang heard what Uncle Cheng said, his tough face raised a smile, and he laughed loudly. Uncle Cheng, you are old. Uncle Cheng patted his forehead, as if thinking of something because of Zhang Shang's words. He changed the subject with a smile. Don't say it, don't say it, Uncle is really old, it's not good for people not to accept the old. Uncle Cheng, drink first, I'll go back first. Zhang Shang finished the tea in the teacup, got up and gave a punch to Uncle Cheng, and said. It's done, contact after that. Okay. Zhang Shang responded, and then he left the elegant room and went downstairs. Came to the entrance of the tea house, watching the hot sun, Zhang Shang got in the car and headed towards the industrial street. The capital was rebuilt 3 times and 5 times. For the sake of environmental security, the court classified all industries into categories and grouped them into divisions like Industrial Street and Antique Street. Let the bigger and bigger capital cities seem to be decorated extremely exquisitely. Zhang Shang drove all the way to the industrial street. Seeing that there were not many people on the street, he came to the shop opened by the scavenger organization. Scavengers can last for thousands of years. The natural volume is very large, and it has a lot of energy in the court. Everyone in the scavenger organization knows that the senior officials of the organization must be high officials of the court, but no one will investigate. There are some things, even if everyone knows it well, they will maintain a certain degree. Zhang Shang walked into the door, looked at the empty shop, no matter what, he came to the inner room by himself. There are no hardware or industrial appliances in the inner room, only a few tables and a one-person safe in the corner. Zhang Shang came to the front of the safe, took out a card from his arms, and inserted it into the slot of the safe. With an electronic sound, the safe door opened. The door of the safe is open, but there is a cave inside. This safe is actually a door. Zhang Shang walked into the safe, the door closed automatically, and the wall behind Zhang Shang slowly opened after the door was closed. The bright light illuminates this secret room transparently. The secret room is hundreds of square meters in total, and the walls are covered with guns and special team combat equipment. From pistols to heavy anti-material sniper rifles, night vision goggles, infrared detectors, a whole room can be equipped with a small team of special equipment. This is the arsenal of the scavenger organization belonging to Zhang Shang. As a figure who joined the organization since he was a teenager, he has been fighting for more than 10 years. Zhang Shang's authority within the organization is not small. From the house to the weapon arsenal, to the private information team, these all reflect Zhang Shang's right to organize from the side. Zhang Shang came to the table in the middle of the secret room, turned on the computer on the table, and clicked on an encrypted communication software that belonged only to him. There are only 2 dialog boxes on the very brief page. One is from Uncle Cheng. It is flashing at this time. Zhang Shang clicks in and accepts the information sent by Uncle Cheng. Clicking on the information, Zhang Shang pulled over the chair next to him, sat down, and took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator at his feet. Zhang Yuepia and Zhang Yueru, under the names of the 2 people is a photo. The second daughter in the photo is Zhang Yuepia, mature and generous, wearing a capable uniform. As for Zhang Yueru, she is not more than a dozen years old. Zhang Shang looked at the 2 in the photo and continued to scroll down. The information marked the location where the 2 were hiding at this time with thick black letters. Looking at the information on the computer, Zhang Shang clicked on another dialog box on the communication software. Chiang. Yes, the boss is alive. Well, I'll give you the information. You have hacked into the network, and checked the surroundings of the address and the situation in the house. Okay. Zhang Shang sent the information sent by Uncle Cheng to Chiang, got up and walked to the wall, and took off the gun he had modified. Zhang Shang picked up a pistol specially modified to fit him. The rate of fire and power of this gun have been modified. Even the material of the gun itself was specially made by Zhang Shang at a high price. As for why this is the case, I have to start with Zhang Shang's learning of martial arts since he was a child. Although Zhang Shang has learned some martial arts that lack important points, it may be that Zhang Shang's talent in martial arts is extraordinary. Perseverance, or practiced some unthinkable skills in the eyes of ordinary people. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is far beyond the physical fitness of ordinary people, so that he can withstand faster and greater firearm recoil. Moreover, Zhang Shang combined the weapon technique and the boxing technique he trained to form a set of martial arts of hot weapons. For people like Zhang Shang, there is obviously no word for martial arts. They only pursue what they think in their hearts. As for right and wrong, what is right or wrong in this world is just a different position. Zhang Shang pulled out the bullets in the guns, checked them one by one, reloaded them, and then took out the silenced pistol used for self-defense from the behind his waist. These pistols are all specially processed, and the bullet models are not traceable. It is the scavengers like Zhang Shang and others who use them to deal with emergencies. The modified gun in his hand was loaded into the butt. Zhang Shang returned to the table and looked at the computer. Aqiang had not sent a message back. Zhang Shang came to the other wall of the secret room, looked at the whole row of special team uniforms on the hangers on the wall, and began to change clothes. Took off his suit and put on a combat uniform made of special fibers. Wearing a special multifunctional helmet, the entire face is covered by a black mask, leaving only one eye. The upper body is a body armor, gloves, and a special steel wire arm guard, the lower body is a multifunctional special pants, and the feet are non-slip silence shoes. Adjusted the combat uniform on his lower body, Zhang Shang turned around and went to the wall where cold weapons were stored. Removed the matte-coated dagger from the wall. The black blade had only the blade reflecting a hint of chill. One on each waist and one on the right thigh. Seeing that it was almost the same, Zhang Shang returned to the table, took the from the table, and buckled the around his waist. Began to check the information passed by Aqiang on the computer. Chapter 3, There is nowhere to be found after breaking through the iron shoes. Boss, I have checked. This place belongs to a safe house set up by an organization, but which organization it belongs to has not been found. Also, I hacked all the cameras around, and I integrated all the things I sorted out into the data. As for the cameras in the house, they were physically isolated and could not be invaded, but the videos I picked out from the surrounding cameras were okay. It is confirmed that no more than 5 people will be added to the house. Zhang Shang read the message sent by Aqiang and accepted the folder sent by Aqiang. Opened the folder and looked at the videos organized in it. Zhang Shang looked at the watch on his wrist. 3:30 in the afternoon. There is no time in time. After reading these materials, I should be able to do it tonight if it goes well. Time went by 1 minute after another while Zhang Shang was viewing the video. Zhang Shang watched the video, and from time to time, his right hand recorded the points that needed attention in the notebook next to him. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. After watching a full 6 hours of video, Zhang Shang turned off the computer and leaned back on the chair completely relaxed. Picked up the notebook on the table and looked at the place marked by him. The topographic map around the target person in Zhang Shang's mind slowly formed, and his retreat route was divided into 4. Zhang Shang repeatedly combined the points recorded in the notes to make sure that he hadn't missed important things. He closed the notebook and looked at the watch on his wrist. 9:30. It's too early. Zhang Shang leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes to rest up his mind. The internal energy from martial arts in his body kept flowing. Time passed by 1 minute after another, and soon it came to 1 midnight. As a capital city, this time period is still overcrowded in some prosperous areas, but the industrial streets are already deserted. Zhang Shang left the secret room. The store door was closed. There was a key and a piece of paper on the table in the inner room. Boss, the car is ready, white Chevrolet in the back alley. Zhang Shang picked up the key and entered the small alley through the back door of the shop. Looking at the dark alley, the night vision on the helmet automatically activated. Although Zhang Shang could barely see things in the darkness, he had the equipment and didn't use it, so he could barely do what he did. This alley was completely set aside by the scavenger organization when it was built. Although it is small and dark, it is not very dirty. Obviously, it is cleaned frequently. Zhang Shang came to the entrance of the alley, looked at the empty street outside, avoided the broken camera, and came to the white Chevrolet parked on the corner. Opened the door and jumped in, lit a fire, and drove towards the target. The vehicles moved further and further along the way, and soon came outside the 6th Ring Road of Beijing. There is a big gap between the outside of the 6th Ring Road and the inside of the 6th Ring Road. It was already 2 o'clock at midnight, and even the shops on the street were closed. There were no lights in the surrounding residential buildings. Zhang Shang drove the car to a place 100 meters away from the safe house where the target was. Seeing the darkness inside the target house, Zhang Shang started the car and turned into the alley opposite him. Stopped the car. After Zhang Shang got out of the car, he carefully checked his equipment and confirmed that it was correct. Then touched on the roof of the house next to him. The specially treated non-slip silencer shoes made Zhang Shang fall on the roof with his skill, without making any sound. Tossed around on the roof and came to the house where the target was. Looking at the cameras in the hidden corners around the house, Zhang Shang knew that with this arrangement, the surrounding cameras would have no dead ends at all. This makes Zhang Shang feel a little bit unable to start. After all, the other party is in a safe house of a certain organization, not in an ordinary house, which is a bit difficult. Zhang Shang looked unable to enter from the roof and the front, and looked at the house next to the safe house under his feet. Zhang Shang landed in the yard, looked at the closed window, took out the dagger around his waist, and gently slashed through the gap in the window. This kind of old-fashioned window is not a composite window. The dagger can directly cut the buckle of the window through the gap. It's just that there is an anti-theft window made of stainless steel. Perhaps this anti-theft window is a bit difficult for others, but for Zhang Shang, this is where he doesn't have to worry about it. Zhang Shang inserted the dagger back to his waist, holding the sliver of the stainless steel anti-theft window with both hands. His body sank, his internal energy aroused, his muscles became tight for an instant, and the sliver of the stainless steel anti-theft window was broken by Zhang Shang's instantaneous force. As for whether he was heard by the owner of the house, Zhang Shang didn't manage to do anything. He pressed his feet and entered the house through the window. As soon as he landed, Zhang Shang held the dagger on his thigh in his hand. There were only 2 people in the house in the night vision goggles, one large and one small. Both slept in the same room. Looking at the changes in the body heat of the 2 in the night vision goggles, Zhang Shang already understood that the 2 of them were probably awake, but he seemed to think that the room was a thief, and there was no sound. Zhang Shang stepped lightly, came to the door, gently twisted the door lock. The door was unlocked. However, as soon as I entered the door, the light in the room was suddenly turned on, and the night vision device was suddenly exposed. Fortunately, in order to prevent this, the automatic switch of the night vision device was separately used with a very sensitive chip. But, the person in the room is obviously a practicing family, and has taken the lead. Before Zhang Shang's eyes recovered, the sound of whip kicking came from his ears. Zhang Shang slammed his feet, rammed straight back, and hit the hallway from the room. Zhang Shang tore off the night vision device on his head, his flashed eyes had recovered. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Zhang Shang, with his back against the wall, looked at the woman in the house, and the other little the bed looking at him. Had a look a little ugly because of being tricked. After seeing the 2 people in the room, Zhang Shang laughed. You can't find a place to step through the iron shoes. It takes no effort to get it. Zhang Yuepyi, Zhang Yueru. The pretty face of Zhang Yuepyi in the room was extremely cold. Looking at the heavily armed Zhang Shang, he knew that he would never escape today. sweeper. That's right, look at your skills, practice your family. The running dog of the court, bah! Hey, my mouth is still stubborn when I die. Zhang Shang looked at Zhang Yuepi with cold eyes, and slowly took out another dagger from his waist with his left hand, holding a hand in each hand, staggering his feet, squatting slightly, and his whole body aggressively. Zhang Yuepi looked at Zhang Shang, who was ready to go, stepping inexplicably under his feet, like a vigorous cheetah, taking the lead in attacking. Zhang Shang looked at Zhang Yuepi, who came out of the door and headed straight for him. His two-handed daggers hit one place, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, forcing back the whip leg that hit him. Inside the small room, Zhang Yuepi looked at the wound on his left leg, and a tingling sensation came. You actually use poison? Hey! Zhang Shang made a mocking sentence, and suddenly threw the dagger in his right hand, and went straight to Zhang Yueru's door. Zhang Yuepi looked at the dagger that was attacking his sister. He threw himself at him and caught the dagger thrown by Zhang Shang with his back. Zhang Shang looked at the good timing, and pulled out the modified firearm with his right hand directly from the of his waist, and instantly emptied the 30 rounds of ammunition in the magazine. Chapter 4, It End Number 039, All Effortless. The loud and deafening gunfire blasted across this block instantly. Zhang Shang looked at the two people who had been beaten into flesh, took out the detector from his waist, and began to look for the location of the signal blocker. Looking at the picture on the detector, Zhang Shang went to the living room, looked at the black box on the corner table, and smashed the signal blocker with one shot. Took out the phone and dialed A Qiang's number. A Qiang, hurry up and locate the location of the hard drive, time is running out. I know the boss, a few minutes. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Shangyan went into the darkness, looking at the picture in the infrared detector. 7 or 8 people had gathered around the house. Zhang Yuepi and the others are very good at changing their shapes, but they can't stand Zhang Shang's blind cat and kill the mouse. If Zhang Shang doesn't care about the people in the house, he will naturally miss it. But who made Zhang Shang to reduce future troubles, thinking of killing the owner of the house? Zhang Shang controls his inner strength to minimize the possibility of himself being found in the infrared device. Killing is never a big problem, finding the hard drive is the main thing. Feeling the vibration from the phone around his waist, Zhang Shang took out the phone and looked at the location of the signal sent by A Qiang. The signal blocker was broken by Zhang Shang, and the locator in the hard disk started to work again. Zhang Shang looked at the location on the screen of the phone and returned to the bedroom where Zhang Yuepi and Zhang Yuepi were killed in the dark. Took out the hard drive from under the bed, looked at the hard drive box covered in blood. Zhang Shang put it in his pants, and quietly touched the window. Looking at the position of the 8 persons in the infrared detector, 3 persons are in front, 2 persons are behind, and the remaining 3 persons are on both sides. Zhang Shang looked at the position of the 8 men, and understood that these 8 men were not ordinary gunmen. The 3 people on both sides have formed a firepower intersection with the 5 people before and after. As long as Zhang Shang in the room breaks through, what is waiting for him is the firepower output of the 5 people. This made Zhang Shang a bit difficult. He had to kill the 2 people in front of him in an instant, and then he could get a chance to breathe after hiding behind the bunker. If he made a mistake, he would definitely die here tonight. Looking at the 2 people standing on the front of the infrared detector, the internal energy in Zhang Shang's body is flowing extremely fast, driving the blood to surge to the brain. A large amount of oxygen is supplied to the brain, which makes the tips of Zhang Shang's fingers feel like being pricked by needles. Everything around Zhang Shang's ears became clear, and the slight breathing of the 3 people on the roof was vaguely felt by Zhang Shang. Time was stretched extremely long at this moment. Zhang Shang put his right hand on the modified gun on his waist, and his breathing gradually became steady. In an instant, Zhang Shang took the shot, drew his gun, shot, and did it all in one go. With 2 shots because the firing speed was too fast, the mixed gunfire sounded. The gunman hiding behind the yard fence was instantly punched through the bricks and stones by Zhang Shang and exploded. Head beaten to death. At the moment the gunshot sounded, Zhang Shang did not pay attention to the two positive people anymore. Regarding his self-confidence for many years, Zhang Shang knew that there was absolutely no possibility that these two would survive. Zhang Shang jumped out from the window that he broke when he came in. The man is in the air, and the muzzle in his hand is pointed at the roof, and the gunman in this position can be seen. Boom 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 boom. 4 shots in a row, the gunman on the roof was instantly shot 3 times in the body, and 1 shot in the neck. The whole person's neck was broken and his head fell from the roof. The violent gunfire concealed Zhang Shang's landing sound. Zhang Shang rolled over, hiding himself in the shadow of the room, and heard the footsteps of the gunman on the opposite side. Zhang Shang directly raised the gun and aimed it at the side roof. The remaining 24 bullets in the pistol were poured out. All the bullets were shot in one position. The special bullets, accompanied by huge kinetic energy, penetrated the eaves. The gunman who moved to the side roof instantly knocked down the roof. The other gunman remaining on the roof did not dare to make any more moves, but only looked at the location of a large area of the backyard to prevent Zhang Shang from escaping directly. I need support, and number 5 and number 7 are also killed. No 8's right hand holding the pistol was already wet with cold sweat at this time. He never thought that his team would be killed by one person head-on to kill 4 people. Was killed without seeing anyone. Heavy pressure, the 8th under pressure now only feels that he will be killed at any time. The shadow of death is so intense at this moment, even if the 8th has determined Zhang Shang's position, he is still not sure that he can deal with Zhang Shang alone. The scene in which number 7 was shot through the cement eaves just now remained in front of number 8. Pay attention to concealment. Listening to the voice in the headset, number 8 breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this time, a slightly hot muzzle reached the head of number 8. The 8th body became stiff, the pistol in his hand was thrown to his feet, and his hands were raised. Zhang Shang looked at No 8's wit, and with the number 8 modified gun, he shot No 8's head directly. The whole person is like a ghost, moving from the roof to the road, rushing on the uneven roof along the way. Zhang Shang tried his best to control the twitching muscles and entered the safe house set up by the scavengers on the 6th ring. After closing the door, Zhang Shang could no longer bear the intense pain all over his body, and he fell to the ground. A large number of police cars patrolled the streets back and forth. When Zhang Shang woke up again, it was already noon. Barely supported his body, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was sore, as if Zhang Shang did a lot of intense exercise yesterday. The entire body of the special combat uniform was wet with sweat, and Zhang Shang's entire body was as uncomfortable as fire. Dragging his heavy body, Zhang Shang came to the bedroom, looked at the tall safe, and took out the card that was placed next to his body from under the body armor. With the door closed, Zhang Shang came to the weapon arsenal inside the safe house, a few steps to the refrigerator where the high-energy food was stored, and drank 3 bottles of water in one breath and ate 3 bags of compressed energy biscuits. Strength. The whole person sat on the chair and completely relaxed. After lying down for a while, Zhang Shang stood up and took off his special combat uniform. Went to the refrigerator naked, took out a few more beef jerky, ate it, and then dried 2 bottles of water to be full. Walked out of the secret room naked and came to the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of splashing water, hot water of 50 or 60 degrees, hot from the top of Zhang Shang's head. Zhang Shang completely relaxed. After washing for half an hour, Zhang Shang finished, wiped his head out of the bathroom, returned to the secret room, turned on the computer on the table, logged into his account, and looked at the 2 flashing dialog boxes above. Li Sheng clicked on Cheng Shu's dialog box. Naoko, the task is completed. See you in the old place tomorrow. Zhang Shang replied. He closed the dialog box and opened Akyong's dialog box. Boss, I have taken care of your traces yesterday. Zhang Shang closed the dialogue, got up out of the secret room, and went to the bedroom. He threw himself directly on the bed and fell asleep. The police car outside the street remained the same, and Zhang Shang in the safe house was sleeping dimly on the bed. Chapter 5 Severe Internal Injury. In the dimly lit room, Zhang Shang on the bed opened his eyes. The bloodshot eyes and the soreness of his muscles and bones all showed that the rest of the day and night did not completely relieve the sequelae caused by the extreme limit the day before. Zhang Shang sensed the situation of his whole body, and the internal energy in his body slowly flowed through his body, but it brought a faint tingling sensation. Sure enough, the hidden dangers of this method in the limit method are too great, it's careless. When Zhang Shang broke through the siege of the gunman the day before yesterday, it was like a descending to the earth, but it was because Zhang Shang used the secret technique of the limit method in the organization to behave like this. Now the sequelae of this secret technique makes Zhang Shang a little regretful. The martial artists of this world pay attention to internal and external training, and the body is in one spirit, while the secret technique used by Zhang Shangqian is the secret technique that has been integrated into the modern era. The organization relies on a large number of incomplete martial arts secrets. The secret technique is called the limit method in the organization. As the name suggests, is to break through the restrictions on the original basis and reach an unthinkable point. The human body limiter is mentioned in this secret technique, and the function of the secret technique is to break this limiter, thereby gaining a momentary powerful ability, just like Zhang Shang's performance when he broke through the siege the day before yesterday. Can crush professional gunman encirclement. However, even if Zhang Shang regrets using the secret technique to break through the encirclement at this time, there is no way. Even if he has been practicing martial arts for more than 10 years, he is only a warrior, not a cultivator. People will be injured and they will die. In the face of professional gunmen, in the era of hot weapons crushing warriors, if Zhang Shang does not use it, he will inevitably die. As Zhang Shang wakes up, a strong sense of hunger strikes again, the acid in the stomach and intestines rolls, making Zhang Shang, who is already sore in his muscles and bones, unbearable, can only drag his heavy body into the living room. In the dimness, Zhang Shang came to the refrigerator and turned out a lot of eggs and milk. Sitting on the spot, Zhang Shang gobbled it up, eating about 20 raw eggs before 5 cans of milk. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was only 5 o'clock in the morning at this time, and the agreement with Uncle Cheng was still 6 hours. He must have been unable to fall asleep when he slept. Zhang Shang returned to the bedroom bed, sat cross-legged, and the air slowly flowed through his body. The whole body is nourishing the muscles and bones of the whole body. Entering concentration is a skill that every martial artist who has achieved success in martial arts will know. In this state, the whole person's mind and body are relaxed, and the flow of qi will also become faster. For the martial artist who is physically injured and eager to heal himself, this state is the best. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from injuries and bones, and it takes 100 days for ordinary people to recover. If a warrior is seriously injured, it will take too long to heal by natural time. My mind was empty, and the sound of electrical appliances and clocks in the house gradually disappeared. Zhang Shang was caught in a vague induction. All external sounds were shielded and weakened. The induction inside the body was infinitely amplified, the sound of blood flowing, the friction between the bones, and the movement of the stomach. Let Zhang Shang, who has become accustomed to the state of meditation, quickly use the induction of meditation to check the degree of his body injury, so as to repair the damage with the help of qi. At the time of Zhang Shangra, the court officials had been searched for 2 days outside. Under the public opinion of the outside world, they had been investigating overnight for 2 consecutive days. Ma Chao had red eyes, lit a cigarette in his right hand, and looked at the photos presented by the people below in the smoke. Among the large number of photos on the table are the scene shots, or the restored photos from various angles, all of which were captured by the arresters in the 6 doors of the imperial court to restore the scene. Ma Chao looked at the pictures on the table for 2 days and 2 nights. The 2 people in the bedroom who were beaten into flesh and blood, and the 2 who died by headshots directly through the bricks and stones on the side of the wall, the left and right sides of the roof are very close. The 2 miserable people were finally shot by a gunman who shot a headshot at close range. The use of the gun to the assailant can be said to have reached the top ranks of the gunner. The most terrifying thing is the gunner who died on the roof on the right. He was killed by a blind vision through the concrete eaves. This makes Ma Chao have little hope for whether he can find the assailant this time, and this kind of powerful weapon is not something that everyone can have. Even if he has doubts, he is just skeptical. If those people really did it, 6 doors would have to keep one eye open. But Ma Chao, who has a sense of justice, has a sense of disgust from the bottom of his heart for those who are active outside the laws and regulations. As a loyal catcher, Ma Chao is righteous and upright. It can be said that he is hateful, but since Ma Chao can sit on the 6-door catcher, he is not a fool. If you don't catch it, you will naturally open one eye and close one eye. But if you are really touched, then supernatural Ma will learn the methods of those people. Look at whether his 6 doors are strong, or their methods are strong. Koyanagi, let me know and let the brethren come back. This case should be done by those people. Tomorrow we will find a scapegoat and let this end here. The thin and tall man sitting opposite Ma Chao was not surprised by what Ma Chao said. For people who stayed in 6 doors long enough, this method is the safest, and it is not that no one will follow it up. It is a pity that his family is ruined and his wife is dead. In the end, he was dismissed and investigated and dealt with, and spent his entire life in jail. On the surface, it seems that the court is becoming more and more prosperous, but underground is darkness that ordinary people can't imagine. The responsibilities of the 6 doors are more for checks and balances, not for targeting. The huge and bloated system creates a layered network. So Ma Chao can only bow his head in this network no matter what. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ma Chao finished smoking the cigarette in his hand for several consecutive puffs and pressed it firmly in the ashtray. Ma Chao's actions were not as understatement as he said. Looking at the thin and tall man who was leaving, Ma Chao lit another cigarette, and his whole body was covered by smoke. Even if he was a caring person, he would hide himself and get involved in it because of the environment. Those who are close to Zhu are red and those who are close to ink are black, nothing more than that. Time passed. When Zhang Shang woke up again, it was 11 o'clock. Zhang Shang got off the bed and slowly began to make gestures in the bedroom. The whole person walks in a small area with his feet on gossip. There is no sound under his feet when he walks, his hands are raised falsely, and his waist is hanging down, seemingly weak, but in fact he is ready to go. This trick was learned by Zhang Shang from an ancient book named 1/2 and 3. Is a move that combines movement and static, defensive and counterattack. As for why the moves in ancient books are named like this, Zhang Shang doesn't know. With the slow movements of Zhang Shang's hands, his muscles and bones slapped, faintly like the sound of thunder. That was when Zhang Shang's muscles tightened and made a sound with the exercise of martial arts. It's a pity that during Zhang Shang's rehearsal, although there was a lot of water, there was still a slight pause between the connection of moves. This kind of problem that shouldn't happen to the warrior appeared to Zhang Shang at this time. The reason is that Zhang Shang may have developed martial arts through his talents, but they are all made up of pieces, and there is no real integrated martial arts. After the establishment of the imperial court, there were many catastrophes in the martial arts, and then to the rise of thermal weapons. Most of the martial arts passed down lacked important points. Perhaps it was supplemented by later generations, but this martial arts is obviously not Zhang Shang. This kind of scavenger can get it. Chapter 6, Meet. Hey! With a heavy spit, Zhang Shang's rehearsal movement also slowly stopped. Zhang Shang closed his eyes and stood in the middle of the bedroom, and his body and mind fell into silence with that heavy vomit. The problem is getting more and more serious. With the deepening of martial arts, these things that I lack have more and more impact on me. Zhang Shang has been aware of his lack of exercise for a long time, but all Zhang Shang can come into contact with is these incomplete martial arts. Even if he wants to change his training, it is a luxury. Perhaps this is a kind of checks and balances on the scavengers by the organization, and they do not check and balance on martial arts. After the martial arts of the post-scavengers reaches an unbelievable state, it is completely impossible to imagine what people like them can do to society once they are free from the shackles. What a terrible destruction! Forget it, after this mission is over, you can apply for retirement. Then I will look for the follow-up of martial arts, hoping to find a follow-up of martial arts. Interrupting his thoughts, Zhang Shang returned to the secret room, chose a suit, and looked at himself in the mirror, with a yellow face and bloodshot eyes. This sign of a large loss of essence and energy made Zhang Shang once think that the secret technique in the limit method consumes his life. After coming out of the safe house, the police cars on the street have all been evacuated, and the surrounding neighborhoods have restored their former calm. Office workers and students coming home from get-off work at noon suddenly increased the traffic on the street. Looking at the hustle and bustle of the crowd, Zhang Shang looked around, then he drove into a car and headed towards the Hejiawan tea house. The vehicle was galloping on the highway around the city. The driver of the vehicle looked at Zhang Shang, who had a withered face in the rear-view mirror, with an expression that his brother wanted to be restrained. When the vehicle was driving halfway, the driver finally couldn't help himself and started talking to Zhang Shang. "Man, how long have you not seen your girlfriend like this?" Zhang Shang closed his eyes and rested, accompanied by the driver's nagging, and finally arrived at the door of Hejiawan Tea House at 1 noon. "Welcome to Hejiawan Tea House, please come to the guests." "Okay." Zhang Shang replied, rejecting the idea of the lady of etiquette wanting to lead the way, and went straight upstairs. Looking at the Tianzi number 9 as always, Zhang Shang pushed the door and walked in. "Don't worry, it's done, don't worry." Uncle Cheng heard Zhang Shang pushing the door and entering, hung up the phone, and looked at Zhang Shang who was coming in. Looking at Zhang Shang, whose face was yellow, Uncle Cheng stood up and walked over. "Naoko, why did you become like this?" "A little problem, it's okay to become an uncle." "Sit down," the victim called just now. "After listening to your task so fast, the victim called to see you." "Uncle Cheng, is this not in compliance with the rules?" "Hey, the rules are set by people, this matter has been approved above, and I will come with me later." Looking at Uncle Cheng, Zhang Shang knew what he was talking about, it was probably useless. As the organizer, Uncle Cheng has more authority than Zhang Shang and is equivalent to Zhang Shang's boss. Only the two have a long time of cooperation. As the relationship gets closer, the two people's name and other behaviors become friends. More than the boss. "Let's do it, then I will listen to you as an uncle." "Well, haven't you eaten it yet? It's rare to have time to come here, try the signature dishes here." "Okay, Uncle Cheng, you can figure it out." The waiter orders. Zhang Shang knows that although he and Uncle Cheng are both members of the organization, he is more like a weapon, and the person who operates this weapon is Uncle Cheng. So no matter how much Zhang Shang has in his heart, he can only live like this in order to live as before. Everyone is like this, it seems that life is bright and beautiful, but they have their own difficulties, but the source of the difficulties is different. Zhang Shang is a murder weapon that has been trained since childhood. With the increase in authority over the past few years, he has gained freedom that other weapons cannot. When there is no task, he can live like a normal person, and he can also refuse some small tasks. In Zhang Shang's view, this is already in heaven. Beauty and money are all at your fingertips. For ordinary people, this should be the long-awaited life. The dishes were ready soon. The owner of this restaurant obviously knows what to order. For the customers who have fixed Tianzi number 9, the service is more attentive. "Shanko, eat more, it's true that you look like this." Zhang Shang, who was immersed in eating wildly, didn't take care of his uncle. He just gobbled it up. The eggs that he ate in the morning were already completely digested. The restaurant's signature dishes are also famous in Beijing. In less than 10 minutes, all 7 or 8 dishes on the table were dried. Zhang Shang picked up the teacup and drank it clean. Next. Naoko, go down and drive the car over. Zhang Shang grabbed the car key thrown by Uncle Cheng. Row. Uncle Cheng watched Zhang Shang come out of the private room, and then heard the sound of going downstairs before he took out his mobile phone to make a call. Hey young man, Zhang Shang has already met with me, and I have indeed got the things. Where can I come over to see you this afternoon? The sea and the sky are a line of sky. There was a low voice on the other end of the phone, and he hung up. Uncle Cheng listened to the blind tone on the phone, got up and tidied his clothes, and went downstairs. Zhang Shang waited for Uncle Cheng to get into the car, and asked Cheng Xiao who was sitting in the back row. Uncle Cheng, where are you going? The sea and the sky are a line of sky. Uncle Cheng finished speaking, and began to close his eyes and rest. Zhang Shang looked at Uncle Cheng in the rear-view mirror, started the car, and headed towards the coastal road. Stop and go all the way. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I got there. Looking at the Hadian Yuxiantian where the front parking lot was full of luxury cars, Zhang Shang found a parking space and parked the car. As the most luxurious consumer place in the entire capital, the people who come here are the children of wealthy families in the entire capital. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Anyone is not a child of an official family, or a wealthy businessman who is well known throughout the Central Plains. Uncle Cheng, who got out of the car, didn't say much, but led Zhang Shang all the way into the sea and sky. Although it is only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there is no time division in this 24-hour gold cave. At the door, a young man in a black suit stopped the two Zhang Shang. Uncle Cheng, you are here. I have been waiting for you for a long time, come with me. This person obviously also knew Uncle Cheng. After greeted Uncle Cheng, he led them to the innermost second floor. Zhang Shang looked at the secluded hall, dim lights, soft saxophone music, and each deck was lit with a small lamp, men and women, some whispering and whispering. Drunk life and dreams of death, but so. Came to the stairs on the second floor, and 4 bodyguards in black suits blocked the 3 of them. Everyone, check routine, cooperate. Regarding the bodyguards' inspection, the 3 of them didn't show up, but raised their hands and waited for the bodyguard to complete the inspection. Zhang Shang looked at the bodyguard who was looking from the collar with a blank face, and as the bodyguard touched his waist, his hand suddenly stopped. Friend, cooperate, you can't enter with weapons inside. The bodyguard watched Zhang Shang put his hand on his neck, and said softly. Uncle Cheng looked back and saw Zhang Shang moving, so he drank softly. Sakako, just follow the rules. Uncle Cheng, you should know that I never leave my body. There are big people in the organization, it's okay. Zhang Shang heard Uncle Cheng say that the hand placed on the main artery of the bodyguard slowly withdrew, allowing the bodyguard to take out the modified gun. Chapter 7, Mysterious Space. Zhang Shang looked at the modified gun that was put away by the bodyguard, and then at Uncle Cheng who was walking in front, his eyes cold. Uncle Cheng knows the rules of organizing scavengers. Followed the young man all the way to the second floor. The entire second floor was divided into private rooms of different sizes with glass. The 2 are here, young and old are waiting for you inside, please. The young man led Zhang Shang to the door of the innermost luxurious private room on the second floor, and said, pointing inside. Thank you, brother. Uncle Cheng said, and took the lead into the private room. As soon as he entered, there was no smog. Under the dim lights, a young man in a fitted white suit sat on the innermost sofa in the private room. He had short, swift, broken hair and the young man's tough face. It was very decent. On the sofa next to, there were a few girls sitting on their faces, but they were less than 20. All of them can be called Warong Uma, and they are also women of wealth and wealth. While Zhang Shang was looking at the situation in the private room, the line of sight from a corner fell on Zhang Shang. Made Zhang Shang's instinct, which he had trained in martial arts for many years, suddenly felt a sense of lethality. Okay. Zhang Shang followed his gaze and saw an expressionless middle-aged man standing in the shadow of the corner, with his hands around his chest, a pair of dead eyes staring at Zhang Shang. Young master, this is Zhang Shang behind me, the most effective scavenger in the past 10 years. Uncle Cheng changed his normal, and said to the young man sitting on the sofa in the main seat with a charming look. Oh! The young man leaned forward, and with a perfunctory response, he looked at Zhang Shang. Did you bring things here? Zhang Shang looked at the aura that appeared during the movement and quietness of the young man, and he knew it in his heart. None of the two people in this private room is a fuel-efficient lamp. Let alone the middle-aged person, just this young and old gives Zhang Shang a feeling of a hunter ready to go. Once he takes the shot, it is bound to be unimaginable. A blow to life. And that middle-aged person can give Zhang Shang a sense of lethality, let alone, Zhang Shang is definitely not his opponent. Those who practice martial arts are most concerned about their eyes. Only by relying on the lethal sense of martial arts achievements, can he not directly hit the master when facing the enemy. If you don't even know this, then naturally you will die as fast as you can. This kind of lack of vision can never live long. Well, this is the hard drive obtained from those two women. Zhang Shang took out the hard drive from the chest pocket of the suit and threw it directly to the big young man. Snapped. The young man grabbed the hard drive and threw it to the middle-aged man behind him. Yang, you let people go and see if it's our hard drive. I know the age. The middle-aged man responded and left the room, not knowing where he went, but he was back in a few minutes. Came to the young man and said something in his ear. The young man sitting on the sofa listened to the middle-aged man's words, and his eyes gradually darkened as he watched Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang looked at the two people who were not right, his muscles and bones slowly trembled, and his internal energy began to vigorously. Uncle Cheng watched the atmosphere in the room slowly change, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on the neatly combed door of the big back. Master, is there any misunderstanding? The young man did not answer Cheng uncle. Waved at the middle-aged man. Kill him. Zhang Shang wanted to jump forward and seize the opportunity before the young man spoke. It's a pity that the middle-aged man next to the young man is more skilled, and he is directly stuck between Zhang Shang and the young man. Hearing the words of the young man behind him, the eyes of the middle-aged man finally changed, changing the eyes of the dead man before. His eyes became fierce, and a slight noise surrounded the middle-aged man. That is a kind of orthodox martial arts that can only be practiced after mastery. Zhang Shang looked at the middle-aged man with solemn eyes, staggered slightly, and stepped together. The whole person was refreshed, and his yellow face began to gradually become ruddy. The momentum between the two was soaring. After all, Zhang Shang was not as powerful as the middle-aged man, so he could only seize the opportunity before he fell into a disadvantage. The breath that Zhang Shang had cultivated in his body exploded fiercely in his body and dispersed throughout his body, causing Zhang Shang's body to tremble, and his whole body instantly attacked the middle-aged man. Collapse. A short drink blurted out from Zhang Shang's mouth, shocking. Zhang Shang's waist and hips sank, his feet pierced the ground, his tyrannical force was launched from his waist, his right fist rushed straight forward, and his fierce blow went directly towards the middle-aged man. Boom! Zhang Shang's powerful blow was taken by the middle-aged man, and Zhang Shang, who was already uneasy, sank to the bottom. Is not an opponent, I have already expected it. But I didn't expect the gap to be so big. Zhang Shang looked at the middle-aged man who took his fierce blow with one hand, clenched a fist with his left hand, and directly used the force of the two to fight back with his own strength. There are 3 in 1/2. 1 + 1 = 3. At this moment, Zhang Shang's punch was equivalent to 2 blows from himself and the middle-aged man. Is a brutal blow that Zhang Shang will never achieve in his life. With a lightning-fast strike, at a distance of no more than 1 meter between the two, Zhang Shang felt like no one could escape. But is this really the case? The middle-aged man's left hand was equally plain and flat, and he easily received Zhang Shang. This was the most powerful blow. The middle-aged man's eyes were fierce, and he held Zhang Shang's fists in both hands, like a vice. How could Zhang Shang struggle, but he couldn't get rid of the middle-aged man's palm. Are you finished? It's me. After that, the middle-aged man directly hit Zhang Shang's forehead. The hammer approached, and Zhang Shang was hit with golden flowers in front of him for an instant, his eyes turned black for an instant, and he couldn't see anything. A stream of heat slowly stayed in his ears and nose, but the middle-aged man didn't mean to stop there, hitting his head 9 times. At the last moment, Zhang Shang was knocked out directly and hit the wall. Zhang Shang, who was lying on the ground with his back against the wall, finally opened his eyes covered in blood and saw the middle-aged man walking over. Is the newcomer of the organization already so wasteful? It's getting worse and worse. Zhang still didn't know if he said this to himself or to Uncle Cheng, but he knew that Uncle Cheng's bad rules were first, so that half of his work was confiscated, which would lead to this. Otherwise, even if it has been rumored that the gun is fast outside 7 paces, the fist is fast within 7 paces. He wants to make this middle-aged person feel bad today, but unfortunately, these are all delusions. Zhang Shang was hammered 10 times by the middle-aged man and was about to die. After all, the martial artist is only an individual. Under such a powerful attack, the concussion and massive brain hemorrhage made Zhang Shang already helpless. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Shang, whose back was leaning against the wall. At this time, the thick blood in the 7 orifices poured out frantically, and his head slowly dropped. This kind of vulnerable opponents, middle-aged people no longer know how many they have encountered. I thought it was the best newcomer of the organization in the past 10 years to give myself a little surprise. It's a pity, but it's just a fancy, all martial arts are all made up. The young man looked at the dead body of Zhang Shang, and ordered the middle-aged man. Quickly deal with it, can you not be so disgusting next time you kill, the brains are out. The middle-aged man mentioned Zhang Shang's body silently and went out. Uncle Cheng sat on the sofa expressionlessly and looked at him. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and waited for the middle-aged man to go out before speaking slowly. Master, you violated the rules of the organization like this. Oh, rules are set by people. The young man replied like a mockery, leaving Uncle Cheng speechless for a while, so he could only take a sip from the wine glass on the table. In the darkness, Zhang Shang's entire consciousness fell into chaos. The weakness of power, the helplessness of life and death, do you want to gain strong power? The weakness of power, the helplessness of life and death, do you want to gain strong power? An infinitely repeated inquiring sound echoed in the sea of Zhang Shang's consciousness. Made Zhang Shang's consciousness, who had fallen into chaos, slowly recovered. What means? The pressure from the darkness makes Zhang Shang so weak to ask. The weakness of power, the helplessness of life and death, do you want to gain strong power? Wealth, power is at your fingertips, are you willing? That unknown and powerful existence, every question he asks reaches the deepest desire in Zhang Shang's heart. Strength, wealth. Zhang Shang has been carrying out tasks like a day for more than 10 years, isn't it just for strength and wealth? Everyone knows that Fu practice martial arts. Strength and wealth are always linked. Without wealth, the pursuit of strength is nothing but empty talk. Therefore, strength and wealth are the meaning of his life for Zhang Shang. For the unknown and powerful existence, Zhang Shang chose the answer he most desired. Willing. Following Zhang Shang's response, boundless might spread from infinite time and space. Swept Zhang Shang's consciousness, not knowing where he went. Chapter 8, Main Space. Zhang still doesn't know how long it has passed, maybe a moment, maybe 1,000 years, but he only knows that he has been in the dark for a long, long time. A sour smell passed into his nose, which made Zhang Sheng, who was a little confused, wake up. The narrow house, at a glance, the whole room is only 20 square meters, and the mess is full of places where the whole house can reach people. Zhang Sheng looked at the dilapidated house in the 1980s and 1990s, and put his left hand on his forehead and rubbed it to make himself feel better when he was dizzy. Zhang Sheng, rubbing his temples, instantly smashed through the wall separated by 3 plywood like a cheetah, and pinched the woman in the next room. Who are you? Where is this? Woo woo. Zhang Sheng looked at the woman who was out of breath, pinched the woman's neck, his hand loosened. Brother, cough cough. Are you up? I just woke up too. Zhang Sheng listened to half-hanging Cantonese and looked at the woman wearing a miniskirt and dragging a child. With a light throw on her hand, she threw the woman back on the wooden board that was more like a wooden board than a bed. I ask, you answer. Understand? Understand, understand. You say it, big brother. Lu Jian looked at Zhang Sheng, who was like a social guy. Even if she greeted the 18th generation of Zhang Sheng's ancestors, she looked like a well-behaved. Are you also sent in by a voice after you died? What? Lu Jian looked at Zhang Sheng inexplicably. Boss, I am a local? It's just that I heard a voice when I fell asleep last night. When Zhang Sheng heard Lu Jian's words, a light flashed in his mind. The main task has been released, please check it in time. A light screen appeared directly in front of Zhang Sheng. Name, Zhang Sheng. Reincarnation number, XY80576. Title, None. Occupation, None. Physique, 15. The average number of ordinary people is 5. Physique includes all physical qualities and resistance attributes. Spirit, 10. The average number of ordinary people is 5, and the spirit includes all astral qualities and resistance attributes. Talent, Wu Ji, you have an extraordinary ability to learn martial arts. Skill, extreme method comes from the martial arts of a certain organization in the Dakin world, which can temporarily break through the human body limiter, and suffers a lot from incompleteness. 1/2 of 3 comes from the supreme martial arts incompleteness of the Dakin world. Main mission. The withered martial arts, the development of the times has completely turned the glorious martial arts in the early years into a joke. As one of the last martial arts geniuses of martial arts, he intervened in Feng Yuxiu's pursuit of the world's #1 path. In the last martial arts, there can only be one winner. There can only be one in the world. Goal, kill Feng Yuxiu and Xiaohu, reward 200 points. Note, if the mission fails, it will be directly obliterated. The last hope of the tester, as a newcomer, you must complete tasks and show your potential. The main space does not need waste. This thing. Is it a gift from that unknown strong man? Zhang Sheng looked at the light screen that appeared in front of him, and said in deep thought. Hey, can you see this thing? Zhang Sheng pointed to the light screen in front of him and asked Lu Jian. Hey? Is that light screen? Yes, there are a lot of my own things written on it. Can't you see other people's? Zhang Sheng understood that this light screen should only be visible to him. Zhang Sheng looked at the requirements of the mission. This mission required the killing of Feng Yuxiu and Xiaohu. If they could not be completed, they would be obliterated. Thinking of this, Zhang Sheng's eyes on Lu Jian changed. Since this task requires the killing of Feng Yuxiu and Xiaohu, does it mean that only one person can complete it, and the other person cannot complete it? When I first arrived, Zhang Sheng knew nothing about many things in this place, so he could only guess from the task. What is your mission? Looking at Lu Jian with her eyes focused, Zhang Sheng asked softly. Big brother, my task is to kill 2 people, called Feng Yuxiu and Xiaohu. And the boss, I don't call him, my name is Lu Jian. What is your name, boss? Lu Jian on the wooden board rubbed her with one hand, and said to Zhang Shang dissatisfied. Is that so? It's too late to say, it's fast then. Zhang Shang shot in an instant, strode forward, pinched Lu Jian's neck, and lifted Lu Jian who was sitting on the wooden board. Lu Jian, who was only 1.5 meters tall, was lifted into the air. Zhang Shang looked at Lu Jian who was struggling. As the strength of his hands increased, Lu Jian's face became flushed, her eyes widened, and with a click, Lu Jian's struggle disappeared. Zhang Shang threw Lu Jian, who was incontinent, into the garbage in the room. Hearing the voice from the Lord God in his ear, he returned to the room where he woke up expressionlessly. Lu Jian, the reincarnation, died. Since this task is uncertain whether only one person can complete it, then deal with the unstable factors. Zhang Shang returned to the room, sitting on the bed and watching the task on the light screen. This world should be the movie world he had watched. But when is it now? When the plot reaches that point, it needs to be confirmed before a conclusion can be reached. In this case, this place is not a place to stay for long. Zhang Shang got up and checked himself in the room. There was nothing usable. There was nothing on him, only a suit, and everything in his pocket that did not belong to this world was gone. At present, the most important thing is to determine the plot time, so that I can have more plans. Zhang Shang made up his mind and left this small room directly. Came to the street and looked at the overcrowded street. Xiangjiang, this place, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, there are few places and many people. Zhang Shang looked around, and countless noisy sounds from all directions came into his ears, the sound of cars, and the sound of pedestrians. If you want to confirm the time, you should check if Xia Haowu is still in the police force. I have forgotten about the exact time of the movie. This should be the easiest way to confirm. Zhang Shang, who was standing on the side of the street, thought about it, not wasting time, and walked towards the street vendor selling newspapers. Looking at the newspaper on the stall, there was no report about the police force. Instead, Zhang Shang saw news about the robbing of several banks in Tsim Sha Sui and Mongkok in recent days. I seem to be too anxious. If you want to be well informed, you should find those clubs instead of the newspaper. A fictitious place appeared, which made Zhang Shang a little unacceptable. This Xiangjiang belonged to Zhang Shang's fictional place in the world and could only be seen in the movie. A series of movies let Zhang Shang also know more or less that this place is very chaotic and various organizations are rampant. If you want to get any news, you should start from these organizations. Otherwise, relying on newspapers, you will probably miss a lot of things. The specific division that I should do now is to confirm the plot time first, and secondly to find Feng Yuxiu. But there is an important issue, and that is money. As a scavenger, Zhang Shang can be regarded as a good man in this respect, whether it is the fictitious place where he is now in Xiangjiang or his original world. Money is an inevitable thing to do things efficiently. Money, what should I do? While thinking, Zhang Shang glanced at the report in the newspaper in his hand. A way came to mind immediately. Chapter 9, A Clear Stream in the Club. With the passage of time, Zhang Shang, who has been wandering the streets for almost a few hours, finally found the person he was looking for. I have to say that with the development of society in this world, there are very few so-called social organizations, unlike those in the early 1980s and 1990s. In other words, the society has become a form of another scale, and it is no longer visible in the eyes of others as before, and Zhang Shang relied on the hundreds of dollars found in the room, and it took several hours to finally find a society organization. The member of. As the night was approaching, Zhang Shang looked at the young man in front of him who had been observing for a few hours. He was dressed in a suit, just like a man sitting in an office. But what kind of occupation a person is engaged in, after a long time, the whole person's temperament will be more or less there will be changes in the few, unless, like Zhang Shang, deliberately learns the method of converging this temperament, otherwise every professional who has a long-term career will have changes. This is a means for the scavenger organization to identify targets. In Zhang Shang's career, there are various targets, so to confirm whether the target is true or not, other auxiliary means are needed. Zhang Shang followed the young man in front to go around and change several places. Every time this young man went to a place, he would not stay for long. The longest was only half an hour, and at least 10 minutes. So Zhang Shang estimated that this person should be there. You have to inform yourself about important things, otherwise, in this age of world development, mobile phones are not uncommon, and you can just make a call directly. After the young man came out of a shop, Zhang Shang looked at him and didn't seem to have the idea of going to the next one. Instead, he walked towards the food stall next to him. It should be the end of the announcement. Zhang Shang saw that the time was about to come, and quickly stepped forward, and made a noise in his mouth, retaining the young man. The eldest brother in front, "Wait, I'm traveling from the mainland, so please ask a place." Zhang Shang's smile, his already tough face, matched with this sunny smile, made Zhang Shang look exactly like a good old man with a cheerful personality. The young man heard someone yelling behind him, turned his head with a look of confusion, and looked at Zhang Shang pointing to himself. Yes, eldest brother, I came to travel alone. I have been shopping for a day today. I don't know where the food in Xiangjiang is the best. I am grateful if you can point me to a place." Zhang Shang said with a smile on his face. After hearing Zhang Shang's words, the young man paused and spoke randomly. "Compatriots in mainland China, it's okay. My brothers in Yulian insist on going out and relying on friends. Everyone is compatriots. Come. I'll treat you to this dinner tonight." This young man looked like a fellow villager seeing a fellow villager, and he was extremely enthusiastic towards Zhang Shang. "Thank you, how is this embarrassing, don't know what your buddy's name is." Regardless of the purpose of this person, Zhang Shang needs to contact them and get what he wants from them, otherwise he will search aimlessly. This promised Xiangjiang, Zhang Shang alone wants to get what he wants. The required information is nothing but wishful thinking. This era is not the era of Zhang Shang's own world, and the application of the internet has not reached the point of exaggeration. "Good brother, my name is Gao Zhupeng and I work at Yulian. I am going to have a meal. Let's go to eat together. I know there is a very good store here, a long-established store. Then it's better to be respectful than fate. Punch your mother, it's an old saying, ha 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 ha, walk around." Looking at Gao Zhupeng who was so kind and difficult, Zhang Shang smiled knowingly, and could only reluctantly agree. Followed Gao Zhupeng all the way to a remote food stall. On the stairs, several food stalls opened the stove together, making this remote place lively. Gao Zhupeng led Zhang Shang to sit on the bench and called out loudly. "Master Chen, here are some good guys, I will invite friends from mainland China to dinner today." "Hey, great!" Hearing the sound, Zhang Shang turned his head and looked at him. In an instant, Zhang Shang's pupil shrank. This person should be the so-called king of weapons, or the king of weapons of the older generation, but Zhang Shang looked at this person's incongruity. It is also clear in my heart, this person should have been in a car accident. When I was watching a movie, Zhang Shang was the most regrettable about this. As a master of weapons, this man had a car accident and destroyed his arm, making all of his learning vanish. As a martial artist, Zhang Shang can understand how many martial arts students make their learning useless because of external factors. This kind of psychological blow is beyond ordinary people. But this person is not ashamed to be a master of weapons, his temperament is also top-notch, what he has learned has been abolished, and he can settle down to make a food stall. Zhang Shang took down the position without changing his expression. When he found Feng Yuxiu, the martial arts of these famous masters had a great effect on him. Perhaps Zhang Shang could get a few martial arts that he could use. Many Zhang is still unable to do anything, but since he came to this world and knew that this world has orthodox martial arts, Zhang Shang naturally wanted to see if he could get useful martial arts. And in the inheritance of martial arts in this world, it can be found from the movie that there is no chronology, and it is passed down completely. This makes Zhang Shang, who is a piece of martial arts all put together, is especially concerned. Brother from the mainland, what do you think? Gao Zhupeng looked at Zhang Shang, who was distracted, and asked aloud. Nothing, thinking about where to go tomorrow. Hey, Xiangjiang Fort is a bit bigger, there is no good place to play. Gao Zhupeng looked disapproving, but Gao Zhupeng was right. For the locals living in Xiangjiang, there is really no fun in this place. The dishes are here, brothers from the mainland try Master Chen's craftsmanship. Zhang Shang looked at Master Chen, who came over with the dishes, his left arm's incongruity was very obvious. Master Chen, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, ask you something. Master Chen, who put down the dishes and wanted to go back, stopped when he heard Zhang Shang's words and looked back at Zhang Shang. You said my little brother. I think Master Chen's arm is unnatural. Was it a car accident? Yes, I came out a year ago, and now my left arm is covered with steel plates. What does the little brother do at home? Master Chen, please don't be offended, my family has been a traditional Chinese medicine doctor for generations, so. That's it, it's okay. It's all good and bad. Then bother Master Chen. Ha 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 ha, it's okay, you guys eat well, it's not enough to tell me. Zhang Shang looked at the leaving Master Chen, his eyes darkened, and he was thinking. Since the old king of weapons was in a car accident a year ago, that is to say, Xia Hao has been in jail for 2 years since he missed the murder, so I should be at the beginning of the plot a year ago. In this way, I will be sealed. It seems that you can think of a way to fix the secret book in your hand. When he first watched the movie, Zhang Shang had a doubt, why Feng Yuxiu could be proficient in the 5 schools of martial arts. The most likely reason is that Feng Yuxiu got the secrets of these 5 schools of martial arts from somewhere, and it is not a common secret. Otherwise, no matter how genius Feng Yuxiu was, it would be impossible for the 5 to be proficient in defeating the representatives of these 5. There is a high probability that there is a secret book that records 5 martial arts in the hands of Xiu, which is a fatal temptation for Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang has one shortcoming, and that is greed. Greed everything he needs, for the sake of wealth. Zhang Shang can ignore the old, young, and treat all the goals of the organization equally. For the purpose of martial arts, this is naturally the same. As long as he lacks, Zhang Shang is greedy. Chapter 10, Money Above All. Now that Zhang Shang knew what he wanted to know, he had no more feelings to go chatting with Gao Zhupeng. After a few mouthfuls, he said that he wanted to go back to rest. After asking for Gao Zhupeng's phone call, he drove off. Walking on the street, Zhang Shang looked at the bustling night scene. To be honest, Xiangjiang is a small place, but the nightlife is very rich. At this time, it was only at 8 or 9 in the evening when young men and women came out to go shopping on the street. Zhang Shang looked at the lone men and widows entering and exiting the entertainment venues on the street, leaning on the telephone poles on the side of the road, and thinking about the next plan in his heart. The time has been set, and now we need a lot of money. Feng Yuxiu's whereabouts can be paid to these local communities to pay attention to them, or they can go to Foshan to find them by themselves. Feng Yuxiu should still be there at this time. But the smuggling used to require money, which is an expense. As time passed, it became a landscape. Pretty boy, do you want to go play together? The 3 pretty girls came over and asked Zhang Shang, who was thinking about the follow-up. Zhang Shang, whose thoughts were interrupted, turned away from the 3 women standing in front of him. No time. Cut. Zhang still didn't care about the 3 daughters who left because of boringness, and several feasible ideas emerged from the bottom of his heart. Even if you go to Foshan to find it, you still need money, and if you want to get the secrets that may exist in Feng Yuxiu's hands, the most possible way to get it is to help his wife treat the illness in exchange for the secrets that are in Feng Yuxiu's hands. This method should be the safest one. As for grabbing, let's not say that this cheat is still there. Whether you can play it is also a question. After all, this is a real world. Zhang Sheng thought for a long time, and all the questions came back to one point, that is money. Zhang Sheng gave bonuses to these local communities to make them pay attention to certain things, which also cost money. And smuggling shouldn't be cheap in the past. Zhang Sheng knows very well that these smugglers are darker than the other. Although the world is different, it won't be cheap if you think about it. And the subsequent method of wanting to trade with Feng Yuxiu requires a lot of money to be successful. Zhang Sheng has no impression of what illness Feng Yuxiu's wife has, so the money must be prepared for the same amount, otherwise something went wrong. Zhang Sheng spent so much energy preparing for something, once he hit water drift, this is something Zhang Sheng cannot accept. Money, money. The way to get a large sum of money at once should be the same way. Zhang Sheng had an idea in his heart, and he didn't hesitate to make up his mind immediately. That's a big deal. During this time, several banks in Xiangjiang were robbed. Zhang Sheng thought that he could use the influence of these people to directly find a bank to grab a fortune. The black pot will most likely fall directly above this group of people. In that case, take a good rest tonight and step on it tomorrow to see if you can find a good bank. After thinking about it, Zhang Sheng glanced around and disappeared into the crowd. Went all the way back to the small house where he appeared, and did not see the police, which means that Lu Jian's body has not been found, and he can rest here tonight. In the dark, Zhang Sheng walked through the corridor and came to the door of the room. In silence, Zhang Sheng stood at the door holding his breath, and his hearing was instantly magnified. Heard in the ears, except for the moans in the next few rooms, no extra sound was heard. Zhang Sheng gently opened the door and walked in. The qi in his body circulated to his eyes, and the darkness suddenly became clear. There was no trace of movement in the room. Lu Jian's body was still like that. It's just that because of the hot weather, the body has begun to swell, and the surrounding area is full of bugs. Zhang Sheng looked at him blankly, and came to the bed calmly, and lay down directly with his clothes. Disgusting? Ordinary people must be disgusting, but for Zhang Sheng, this kind of scene is too pediatric. In his career, it is commonplace to be in the same room with the corpse. The airflow in the body turned around, calming the body tissues, and Zhang Sheng quickly entered a deep sleep within 1 minute. No words for a night. The sky was just being able to recognize things, and Zhang Sheng immediately woke up. There is nothing to confirm the time, but Zhang Sheng's instinctive biological clock tells him that it is about 5 o'clock at most now. After a night of sultry heat, Lu Jian's body has begun to smell. Zhang Sheng carefully checked his bed, and after packing up everything that could lead him out, he hurriedly left the house. Zhang Sheng will never come back here. Go straight to the red light street, which is separated by 2 streets. The so-called red light street is naturally not the same as before. It is just that all entertainment venues are gathered on this street, and the people around them just call it this way in private. Zhang Sheng is here naturally not for other things, Zhang Sheng is here to pick up corpses. No matter which world it is in, the act of picking up corpses should occur. Even in Zhang Sheng's own world, this kind of thing is common. The development of society has made people extremely empty in spirit, and the openness of the atmosphere has made most young people like to find excitement. This gives people like Zhang Sheng a chance. Of course, it is not a matter of desire for Zhang Sheng to pick up the corpse. He needs a mobile phone and money. After 1 day's observation yesterday, mobile phones in this world have not developed very well, and there is no need for messy passwords or the like. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. And Zhang Sheng is now penniless. How could he buy a new mobile phone by himself, so he would naturally come here to pick up corpses, or give those young people a good lesson, and collect some mobile phones and wallets as compensation. Zhang Shang walked all the way from the street to the inside, looking at the pedestrians leaning on their shoulders. Zhang Shang looked at a man and a woman who walked in front of him. The man was holding the woman, hesitantly and warmly, as if the two are a couple. As for whether Zhang Shang is in charge, he just needs a goal. As the man passed by, he grabbed the man by the back of his neck, took the drunk and unconscious woman, caught the two of them, and walked towards the side alley. Came to the alley and threw the two on the ground. Do you know something by yourself, or should I do it? The man wears a pair of glasses, but because he was pinched by Zhang Shang's cervical nerve, he was still weak at this time, he could only half crawl on the ground, and hurriedly pleaded with Zhang Shang. Brother, if you have something to discuss, I will pick up dead bodies once in a while. You have a lot of them, let me go. Zhang Shang saw that this person was so on the road, he seemed to be a person who often came into contact with the grey area, and then he spoke with a calm face. Don't talk nonsense, take out all your wallet and mobile phone. Okay, big brother. When the eye-eyed man heard that Zhang Shang was robbed, he immediately took out the cell phone and wallet from his trouser pocket, and also took out the cell phone of the woman's wallet beside him. Zhang Shang looked at the man with eyes on the road, and couldn't help but amused. You are also a talented person. When you go back and apply for a new card, you will call your current card and I will bring you a fortune. After finishing speaking, Zhang Shang walked directly into the depths of the alley and stepped on it. Chapter 11, Quick and Accurate, Smooth and Smooth. It's over, who is going to eat Zhang Ji's noon tea at noon? A 6-person patrol uniform, the leader looked at the watch on his wrist and asked several people beside him. Does the boss treat a guest? Let's go if we invite. Lin Kong pushed his glasses and smiled at the leader. Ha 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 ha, yes, let's go if the boss treats us. The other 4 people also spoke together. Asshole, walk around, don't you just have lunch for tea? Zhang Shang is now across the street looking at the 6 leaving patrol team, took out the notebook in his arms and began to record. From morning to noon, Zhang Shang recorded no less than a dozen of them, all of which were the time the patrol team passed through the bank on this street. Starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, a patrol team will pass by at 8:50, and within less than 20 minutes, another patrol team will pass by. Then it lasted until 10:50 before a new patrol team would pass here. There are more than 1 or 2 police officers patrolling past here, which makes Zhang Shang not have a good phone meeting from morning to noon. But with the 6 military uniforms just now, Zhang Shang noticed that although there are still patrol uniforms at this time, it is not as many as before. If you want to do it, it should be the easiest to do it at noon. Succeed. Although he had an idea, Zhang Shang still bought a few char siu from a street vendor for the sake of safety. Then waited until after 9 o'clock in the evening before leaving with the help of the crowd. During this period, Zhang Shang changed positions many times, just to prevent any military uniform from noticing him. Found a black hotel, spent Zhang Shang's few banknotes, and moved in without recording. In the small room, Zhang Shang looked at the notebook in his hand with the help of the dim light. From 8 in the morning to 9 in the evening, there are no fewer than dozens of records, all of which are the time when the patrol uniform passes that HSBC bank. Every time the patrol uniform passes by, it is at least 20 minutes apart. There is a 1-hour blank period during the noon period. If you want to succeed, the best opportunity to start is at noon. Even if the banker succeeds in calling the police, there should be at least a 10-minute buffer when the surrounding military uniforms arrive. In other words, from the start of the action to the retreat, the time must be compressed to less than 7 minutes. Zhang Shang stroked his chin and measured it in his heart. After thinking for a while, Zhang Shang felt that the success rate of the plan implementation was already very high. Immediately decided, and then planned a retreat route to make sure that he could retreat completely. As for the guy who took advantage, Zhang Shang personally went to the bank during the day and found that he didn't need guns or the like. The banks in Xiangjiang are mostly counters, which means that if you want to handle business, there will be a manager who will take you to a counter instead of a large bulletproof glass. As long as Zhang Shang controls the scene, he will succeed. For Zhang Shang, as long as he is not a professional gunman, general security is just a small matter. After thinking about tomorrow's actions, it was already more than 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Zhang Shang went to bed directly with his clothes. No words for a night. Did he? As the mobile phone alarm sounded, Zhang Shang, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes instantly, got up and washed his face, and glanced at the time on the phone. 11:30. Looked at the bathroom mirror and cleaned up his clothes and tidied up his hair. Zhang Shang went out and went straight to the bank that he stepped on yesterday. Bought a few char siu buns from a street vendor on the road, and came to the bank gate while eating. With the arrival of get-off work hours at noon, the number of people in the bank gradually decreased. The entrance of the bank was still the same line of 6-person patrol uniforms last night. Watching the 6 military uniforms leave, Zhang Shang waited for 10 minutes before coming to the door of the bank. He took out the stockings he bought from the street and put them directly on his head. Opened the door and closed it smoothly. The 2 security guards in the bank were chatting with the lobby manager of the bank. The 2 security guards reacted instantly as soon as Zhang Shang entered the door. But who is Zhang Shang? Without waiting for the 2 security guards to make a move, the whole person had already crashed into that security's arms, and one raised his hand and directly hit the security's chin, interrupting his movement. Then, a horizontal knife in the other hand hit the throat of the other security guard, but within a few seconds, the 2 security guards had fallen to the ground. S right hand caught the spray on Anbao's body, and his left hand had already pinched the neck of the lobby manager. I said, "You do. I believe you are a smart person." As Zhang Shang's hoarse voice sounded, the lobby manager who was pinched by his neck nodded frantically. Zhang Shang kicked the lobby manager away, frustrated with one hand and sprayed, shouting loudly. "It's robbery time. You must be smart people, and you can stand up immediately. The rest of you walk to the lobby with their heads in their hands. Don't lose your life for that salary." Hoarseness and extremely cold words. With the arrival of the gun, Zhang Shang's temperament became extremely cold. The sense of deterrence of killing countless people over the years has made this small bank employee almost scared to pee. Looking at the staff who were very cooperative, Zhang Shang broke 2 security necks with 1 foot, raised the spray in his hand, pointed at the bank manager, and asked him to take someone to load up the cash. The local coins in Xiangjiang are mostly large coins, so after Zhang Shangui forces the bank manager to install the large coins, there are not many. When the bank manager brought the bag with the coins, it was only half a person tall. Zhang Shang took it and carried it with his hand. It was not too heavy. Zhang Shang estimated that there were only a few 100,000 in the bag, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com would only cost 1 million. Looking at the bank manager who was on the street like this, Zhang Shang took the gun and patted the bank manager's face. "You are very witty, because of your wit, you have saved your dog's life." After that, he picked up the purse in one hand and swaggered out of the bank door. As soon as he arrived at the door, Zhang Shang took off his silk stockings and quickly mixed into the crowd, all the way to the route he arranged. Entering the small alley, Zhang Shang went all the way to the depths of the alley and found the clothes and password box he had placed here. Quickly took off his suit and put on the casual clothes that he bought for dozens of dollars yesterday. Then quickly put the money in the bag into the password box, and carried the password box across the wall deep in the alley. As soon as he landed, Zhang Shang glanced around, and there was no one. Listening to the sound of police cars coming from a distance, Zhang Shang smiled and walked out of this alley leading to another street. Came to the street and stopped a car and got in the car. Master, trouble Zhulong. Looking at the slowly starting vehicle, Zhang Shang looked at the street slowly away from him, and when he got on the viaduct, Zhang Shang closed his eyes. The money is in hand, it seems simple, but the main reason is Zhang Shang's own kung fu. From the moment he entered the door, he screamed, then quickly subdued the 2 security guards, and then slammed the 2 security guards, thus coordinating with those words, extinguishing the careful thinking of the group of bank staff. With such cooperation, it is so easy to succeed. After all, Zhang Shang understands very well how to break the mentality of a normal person. That's why it is so easy to succeed. Otherwise, even if it is a gangster coming, as long as he does not have Zhang Shang's mentality of ignoring human life, he can't do Zhang Shang so agile. Chapter 12, Leaving Foshan. When Zhang Shang came to Kowloon, the sky had turned dark, and it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The police have urgently reported the bank robbery. As Zhang Shang expected, the police still pressed the gangster in front of the bank robbery. This has saved Zhang Shang a lot of unnecessary trouble, and can concentrate on his own affairs instead of dealing with those military uniforms like a fly. Not to mention a lot, once a place like Xiangjiang is wanted by the police, there are actually very few places to go, and there are many restrictions. Caused myself to be at a loss, but since I borrowed the light of the bank robbery bandit, naturally I must take good care of them. After Zhang Shang got out of the car, he casually found a restaurant to eat some, and then took out the looted cell phone to get Gao's Hupeng's call. Hey, who? Brother Gao, me, the one from the mainland to travel. Oh, remember, what happened to Brother Zhang? Well, Brother Gao, today my wallet was stolen, and all visas and other things were gone. Could you help me find someone who can smuggle it back? Wait, I'll ask you. Thank you brother, I will be grateful when I go back. Small things, let's do that first. Zhang Shang listened to the busy tone on the phone, his smile on his face closed up. In fact, it's not a difficult task for people in these communities to find someone who can smuggle. As the saying goes, everyone eats this bowl of rice, but the division of labor is different. They can eat together in this colorful area. Everyone will have their own way. Zhang Shang waited for less than 10 minutes, then Gao's Hupeng called in. Hello? Brother Gao found it. Well, at 2 o'clock tomorrow evening, the Kowloon Wharf will be waiting for you. There are 50,000 people. When you go there, you will say that Gao's Hupeng introduced you. Thank you brother Gao, next time I come to Xiangjiang, I will definitely treat you to dinner. It's all right, I'm out of home, many friends and many roads, one trifle. Brother Gao is righteous. Hanging up, Zhang Shang asked for another bowl of clay pot rice. He hadn't had a good meal in the past 2 days. Since he is rich now, he should have a good meal. After eating and leaving the restaurant, Zhang Shang looked at Kowloon, which is different from Tsim Sha Sui, and walked into the darkness with a suitcase. Okay, come to the hotel again, the boss on the bar watched the news on TV boredly. A man in casual clothes from a street stall opened the door curtain and walked in. Does the boss have a room? Yes, bring your ID card. I don't have an ID card. I lost my wallet and my ID card. Listening to the visitor, the innkeeper with his head bowed raised his head and looked at the visitor. A tough face, slender short hair, a whole body of goods. 1,000 a night without an ID card. Okay, this is 10,000. I have to live for a few days. Go upstairs to the innermost house, this is the key. Zhang Shang caught the key thrown by the innkeeper and went up to the second floor. Walking in the aisle, listening to the groans in the next room, Zhang Shang came to the door of the innermost room without expression. Opened the lock and pushed the door in. A house of less than 20 square meters, with only one table, one bed, and one chair, nothing else. After hanging up the door lock, Zhang Shang came to the window and looked outside through the curtains. Then put the box on the bed, stood in front of the bed, and started to stand. The figure squatted down, his feet were side by side, his hands were placed between his waist, and the whole person began to close his eyes and calm down. As time passed, Zhang Shang's breathing began to become longer and slower. The room also fell into silence, and the passage of time began to accelerate. After 8 o'clock in the morning, the innkeeper started knocking on the door one by one and shouted, "It's 8 o'clock, whoever wants breakfast, come to the first floor." Zhang Shang regained consciousness from entering Dhamma, and the exhaustion accumulated during this period of time disappeared with the whole night of entering Dhamma. The whole person's body and mind are also completely relaxed, and what drives Zhang Shang's spirit is to improve. Zhang Shang didn't care about the innkeeper, and with a heavy spit, Zhang Shang crackled, packed his clothes, then opened the password box and started to click. Half an hour later, Zhang Shang finished counting the banknotes in the box, totaling 1.31 million. After finishing everything, Zhang Shang opened the door and left the room. After saying hello to the proprietress on the bar, he walked straight outside. After came to the street, found a suit shop, and picked a fitted suit for himself. Zhang Shang went all the way to the bustling commercial street in Kowloon. The sky is big and the earth is big, and the meal is the biggest. What are the things that I have eaten these past few days, so that Zhang Shang has no oily water in his stomach? Today, taking advantage of the time, he came to the commercial street to eat steak. To practice martial arts, you must eat well. If you can't eat well, then practice some martial arts. At the end of the training, you can only get sick. Blindly diligent study and hard practice are all nonsense. Only if nutrition can keep up, hard study and hard practice can be effective. Martial arts training is not a person who eats breath. Naturally, he needs nutritional follow-up, otherwise he will lose his vitality and blood in the end. Zhang Shang looked at the rows of snacks in the commercial street, and the restaurants mixed to form a street for eating and drinking. Walked straight into the biggest steak shop and asked for 5 caddies of beef as soon as he sat down. As for whether the food looks good or not, it's up to him. After waiting for half an hour, the steak came up. Looking at the thick 3-fold beef, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com, Zhang Shang asked for a bowl of dipping sauce and started eating directly. Under the gorge, 5 caddies of beef were all eaten, and a bottle of white wine was ordered. After 3 times and 5 times, he drank all of them. After paying the bill, he went straight to the Kowloon wharf. All the way to the pier, it was only noon. Zhang Shang looked at the unloading dock, found a high place, and looked at the busy dock. Although Gao Zhupeng has already said it, Zhang Shang's in, but these people who are eating in the middle of the night, naturally have to step on it personally, otherwise they will bump into it and what happens will be something Zhang Shang doesn't want to see. As time passed, after Zhang Shang had dinner, Zhang Shang got through the mobile phone number sent by Gao Zhupeng. "Hey!" As the phone was connected, a low voice came from the other side. "Where to board the boat?" "It's 1 o'clock at midnight, here is the number 3 pier." After listening to Zhang Shang directly hung up the phone, hid in the darkness, and walked towards the 3rd cabinet. Coming to the number 3 cabinet, Zhang Shang saw someone sailing on the dock, but the boat was pitch black and no one was seen. Zhang Shang stood in the darkness, waiting for the time to come. With the arrival of the boarding time, the light of the flashlight flickered a few times in the distance before the lights were turned on the ship. Zhang Shang knew that he could get on the boat now, walked out of the darkness, and walked straight towards the boat. Got on the boat, the brawny man on the bow came over, looked at Zhang Shang in a suit, stepped on the cigarette in his hand and said, 50,000, find a car and leave when you get to the place, we are only responsible for sending it there. No problem. Zhang Shang glanced at the strong man in front of him, took out a roll of divided banknotes from his pants pocket, and threw it over. Chapter 13, Feng Yuxiu. Xiangzhang is actually very close to the mainland, from Zhongshan boarding to sailing. It only took 3 hours to reach the mainland. As for these 3 hours, it was still spent on customs patrols, otherwise Zhang Shang estimated that he would be there in about an hour. It was dark on the ship, but the few people who had been smuggled this time had all arrived on the deck, waiting for the ship to dock. As the ship berthed, the strong man emerged from there and said to Zhang Shang, "When you get to the shore, you can contact the car and leave. You can walk along the seaside road to Jiangkou County. As for how to get there, you can choose by yourself. Next time you want to go back, you can find me, but you can find 70,000 per person." After finishing speaking, the strong man ignored Zhang Shang and the others, and entered the cabin of his own accord. After waiting for the boat to land, Zhang Shang jumped off the boat and quickly entered the woods on the coast. He disappeared quickly. Time flies by. Came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Shang sat on the bus heading to Foshan, looking at this undeveloped land. The all-night boat ride did not cause any trouble to Zhang Shang. The energetic Zhang Shang enjoyed it, a rare occasion, the peace he hadn't enjoyed for a long time. Zhang Shang knew that once he came into contact with Feng Yuxiu this time, he was formally involved in the plot of this world. Maybe he wanted to enjoy this kind of peace again. It should be impossible. The bus driving on the dirt road staggered at night when it arrived in Foshan. After Zhang Shang got out of the car, he had no choice but to find a place for one night. The next morning, Zhang Shang left for Haimen early in the morning. Since he came to Foshan, he would naturally go to see Haimen. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the best school in the world of martial arts, or the first school. Although the head Xiahao was surrendered to jail because of manslaughter, this is an eye-opening opportunity for someone like Zhang Shang who has never formally contacted these martial arts sects. Haimen is located in a remote country. Zhang Shang could only get on an old man's tractor and head there after inquiring, "Young man, do you want to learn martial arts in one?" The old man driving the tractor looked kind and asked Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang smiled respectfully to the old man. "Master, I have been abroad all year round. I came back this time to hear that the martial arts practiced in the Unity School is real, so I want to come over and open my eyes. As for learning martial arts, I will know at that time." "Oh, the little boy is still a college student. It's amazing. If you want to say that this is one, it is this in Guangdong." The old man said and said, raising his right hand and gesticulating a thumb. "Oh, is this Unity really so powerful? I have found a lot of martial arts practitioners in China, and they are all lie. This time I came here to hear from my friends about the Unity, so I wanted to see it." "The boy, you have come to the right place. You will know when you arrive." Although Hai has been a bit disappointed in the past 2 years, there are still hundreds of students every year, which is amazing. Zhang Shang and the old man chatted with each other. 2 hours later, he finally came to Haimen. Zhang Shang got off the car and gave the old man a 1,000 Xiangzhong coin. The people here are close to Xiangzhong and also recognize Xiangjiang's money, so in general, there is no need for Zhang Shang to go to those underground banks to exchange it. Also saves Zhang Shang a little trouble. Zhang Shang sorted out his clothes and hair, and walked into the Hai door with the suitcase. Seeing the many young disciples in the compound, Zhang Shang was very interested in seeing them. This kind of scene has disappeared in Zhang Shang's world. Since the imperial court dominated the central plains, all the schools have merged and joined the imperial court, and the warriors in the wild have been destroyed by the joint efforts of Six Gates and Jinwu Mountain. Zhang Shang was watching with gusto, and suddenly there was a female voice beside him. "Who are you?" Zhang Shang turned around when he heard the words. Zhang Shang already knew about the arrival of this woman, but just knew it. Zhang Shang didn't feel any danger to this woman, so naturally there was no need to make a fuss. "My name is Zhang Shang, and I heard from my friends that the teaching of Unity is all real materials. I want to take a look today. Please don't blame it." The woman is also brave, with a ponytail, and she looks like she is more than 20 years old. She is wearing a simple shirt. If you don't know that this woman is the younger sister of Xiaohu, the head of the Unity School, no one would have thought of this woman. One-handed swordsmanship. Zhang Shang glanced vaguely from the woman's hand. The tiger's mouth and knuckles on the right hand were different from ordinary people, and a thick layer of calluses covered the two places. Zhang Shangying had a fist cocoon on his hand, and did not hold his fist in salute. He just introduced himself and waited for the woman's response. "My last name is Shan, just call me the head." Zhang Shang looked at Xiaohu's junior and asked. "I heard that the head of the United House is called Xiaohu, how did he become single?" Following Zhang Shang's questioning, junior sister Xiaohu's face became ugly, and she said to Zhang Shang bluntly, "We do not accept foreign visitors, please go back." Master Li sees off the guests. When Zhang Shang heard the words of junior sister Xiaohu, he knew that his goal had been achieved, so he turned around and left. Junior sister Xiaohu watched Zhang Shang leave, a doubt flashed in her eyes. "Is this person here just to say this?" Zhang Shang went out of the Unity door and went straight to Kuikuilai where Feng Yuxiu was. After some inquiries, Zhang Shang finally came to Kuikuilai. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com even relied on Feng Yuxiu's characteristics to inquire about Feng Yuxiu's residence. Walked through the narrow corridor and came to the third floor. Zhang Shang took a deep breath and calmed down his mind. This time, if a deal can be concluded, it is best to get the cheat sheet sealed in Xiu's hands. If the deal fails, then the only method is to fight enforceably. Putting away all the incongruent temperament, Zhang Shang put on a gentle smile on his face. Then knocked on Feng Yuxiu's door. As Zhang Shang knocked on the door of the room, the movement of martial arts in the room stopped. Zhang Shang clearly felt that a person came to the door of the room, but there was no sound. Regarding this, Zhang Shang just pretended not to know, knocked on the door again, and asked loudly, "Is anyone in there?" Just as Zhang Shang was about to knock on the door again, the door opened. The two met for the first time, but because of the pull of the qi machine, their ferocious aura suddenly surged out. Feng Yuxiu felt the aura from Zhang Shang, and finally moved on his stern face. Feng Yuxiu thought that after 5 years of challenge, the whole world, except for those who have been famous for a long time, no one is his opponent. But the person who came to the door today seems to be less than 30 years old, but the martial arts has reached the level of transformation, and he is fighting against his own. Zhang Shang was not too surprised by Feng Yuxiu's arrival, but one thing was that Feng Yuxiu at this time did not have that kind of world martial arts. Who would give me the aura? It is estimated that his wife Shen Shui has not yet. The cause of death. Zhang Shang came to a conclusion in his heart. He was not surprised at this, he just held a fist at Feng Yuxiu, and said in a deep voice. The younger generation came to Zhang Shang at the end and came to find senior Feng Yuxiu to make a deal. Chapter 14, Heroes Lost to Wenro Township. Feng Yuxiu listened to Zhang Shang being straightforward, and was silent for a moment, then let out a position for Zhang Shang to enter the house. Zhang Shang didn't care about this either. His training was not the same as the martial artist in this world. The martial artist in this world was more of a kind of skill development. The body became stronger only because of the long-term martial arts practice and passive improvement. But Zhang Shang's practice is the integration of internal and external, and the body is in one spirit, which means that Zhang Shang's practice is more like the martial arts in martial arts novels, and the world is more like national martial arts. Maybe a lot of people think that national martial arts are very strong because they have read some scripts of national martial arts. What's more, they think national martial arts should be the prerequisite for higher martial arts. But this kind of statement is a kind of wrong statement. Chinese art is the development of the human body's original potential, combined with techniques to achieve things that ordinary people cannot. Perhaps the great masters will have a strong physical fitness due to years of practice. But for the martial arts that Zhang Shang himself has practiced, Chinese martial arts is more like a method of striking than the foundation of martial arts. What is martial arts for? Zhige also. End disputes with a powerful posture. Skills can be acquired through years of practice, but the human body simply cannot rely on years of practice to improve. Just like those fitness players, after practicing to a certain level, they will fall into a bottleneck. This is also unavoidable in national art, because the human body has restrictions, just like the limit method mentioned in Zhang Shang's practice, the human body has restrictions. There is no orthodox martial arts after you reach it, no matter how talented you are, it is impossible to break this limit. But the real martial arts can break through and improve. This is the biggest difference between martial arts and martial arts. So Zhang Shang gave way to Feng Yuxiu, seemingly welcoming guests in, but Zhang Shang knew that Feng Yuxiu would definitely try to test him. But because Zhang Shangu's progress is overall, he is not too taboo about Feng Yuxiu's approach. Zhang Shang held a fist at Feng Yuxiu, and went straight into the house. Feng Yuxiu looked at Zhang Shang's appearance, hesitated for a while, and didn't make a move. Feng Yuxiu knew that since this man can reach the realm of martial arts, he is very concerned about him. He knew his ideas when he thought about it, but he was so confident when he thought about it. Before he knew what Zhang Shang's so-called deal was, Feng Yuxiu didn't want to directly hate Zhang Shang. After entering the room, Zhang Shang looked at the furnishings in the room and had to sigh. This Feng Yuxiu Chen is a martial lunatic, but he sighed and didn't care. Straight to the point. Senior Feng Yuxiu, this junior came this time mainly because I heard that senior had a secret book in his hand and wanted to make a deal with senior. Feng Yuxiu heard that Zhang Shang had a prying heart about the secrets in his hand, and his intention to kill gradually rose in his heart. Zhang Shang is also clear, and then went on to say, "Senior, let's do it slowly, and it's not too late to listen to the younger generation's words." Naturally, it is not for nothing that the younger generation wants the secrets in the hands of the senior. The younger generation has already inquired clearly before coming, can the senior's lover get a serious illness? Speaking of Feng Yuxiu's lover, Feng Yuxiu also resisted the idea of doing it, wanting to see what Zhang Shang could say. "Yes, my spouse is indeed seriously ill, but what does this have to do with you wanting the secrets in my hand?" "Oh, senior's words are bad. Senior has never sent his lover to the hospital for treatment because of the money, but the junior learned from the illness of the senior's lover that the senior's lover is suffering from albinism, not a terminal illness caused by medicine and stone. The junior is willing to provide treatment for the senior's lover. How about the severely ill money, just to see the secrets in the hands of seniors? Should this be true? Can my spouse really be cured?" Zhang Shang looked at Feng Yuxiu excitedly, sneered in his heart, and spoke immediately. "That's natural, let alone other things, albinism seems scary, but for the current medical level, it is not difficult to cure it, but the money spent is not affordable for ordinary people." Zhang didn't know what illness Feng Yuxiu's wife had, but it didn't prevent him from talking nonsense. As for whether it was albinism or whether it could be cured, just get the secret book Feng Yuxiu's hands and let him. Zhang Shang is not a great good person, how could he be so kind, let alone Zhang Shang was going to kill Yuxiu. But at this time, getting the cheat book in the hands of Xiu Zhang, for Zhang Shang, is even more of a task than the Lord God. This task can be completed any time, but once the cheat book is missed this time, there will be no chance. Because Zhang Shang vaguely remembered that in less than half a year, Feng Yuxiu would completely abandon the idea of medical treatment because of his wife's illness, so that he would smuggle to Xiangzhang and start his journey of being number one in the world. That's why Zhang Shang hopes to get the secret book this time. As for the Lord God mission, Zhang Shang believes that if he wants to kill Feng Yuxiu and Xiaohu, the chance will not be too few. The weakness of the two is too obvious. It can be cured, ha 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 ha. Zhang Shang looked at Feng Yuxiu, who looked like a madman, and didn't worry. He sat on the chair with a calm expression, waiting for Feng Yuxiu to calm down. Feng Yuxiu ran into the house, hugged the sleeping Shen Shui, wept with joy, and muttered to himself. Axiu, your illness is saved, it is saved. Shen Shui, who was disturbed from her drowsiness, looked at Feng Yuxiu who looked like a child, her eyes flashed with love, and her hands hugged Feng Yuxiu's head. Aware of Shen Shui's awakening, Feng Yuxiu raised his head and stared at Shen Shui, with a smile on his face, touching Shen Shui's face with his cocooned right hand. Axiu, your illness is saved. Zhang Shang leaned on the bedroom door and sneered in his heart as he watched the warm scene. Since ancient times, heroes have been saddened by beauty. When watching the movie, Zhang Shang didn't feel much about Feng Yuxiu's state because of the speeding up of the plot. He just felt that Feng Yuxiu's character was a real warrior, but seeing the scene at this time, Zhang Shang's expectations for Feng Yuxiu becomes a lot lower. Maybe some people will burst into power after their relatives and lovers die, but Zhang Shang, as a warrior, thought that after he had figured out a way to obtain the secrets of this world's martial arts this year, he would be able to get a good seal in the end. Yu Xiu competed with Xia Haowu. But Zhang Shang looked at Feng Yuxiu's current appearance, and a vicious plan flooded his mind. Humph! Zhang Shang gave a cold snort, disdainful of Feng Yuxiu's appearance. When a warrior becomes a warrior, he has no worries, and moves forward courageously. Instead of sinking into a gentle town without knowing it. But what does this have to do with Zhang Shang? Feng Yuxiu cares about his wife, which is also beneficial to Zhang Shang. In this way, the success rate of Zhang Shang can exchange for the secret book sealed in Xiu's hand is greater. Looking at the tired and crooked two, Zhang Shang finally couldn't help but said. Senior, our business hasn't been discussed yet, do you want to move? Shen Shui heard Zhang Shang's voice, a red flower appeared on her pale face, and she pushed Feng Yuxiu. Go ahead. A soft voice sounded. At this time, Shen Shui was as gentle as the woman next to every hero, compared to her dying illness a year later. Chapter 15, Deal reached. After Zhang Shang said, he went back to the living room and waited for Feng Yuxiu to come out. Seeing Feng Yuxiu's love for Shen Shui, Zhang Shang knew that today's deal could be reached with 90% certainty. Thinking Zhang Shang heard the sound of Feng Yuxiu leaving the house, interrupted his thoughts, and turned his head to look at Feng Yuxiu. Senior, did you think about it? Feng Yuxiu walked over and sat next to Zhang Shang, looking at Zhang Shang, even though he was unwilling, but for his wife, today's deal was exactly what Zhang Shang wanted. Zhang Shang, is the one willing to take the bait? Hey! Zhang Shang heard Feng Yuxiu's ridicule, and didn't care. He took the box that hadn't left his hands when he entered the house on the table, opened it and knocked it down in front of Feng Yuxiu. There is 1 million in this box. As the remuneration for this transaction, I believe that this money should be enough for the treatment of the senior's lover. If it is not enough, I will provide 1 million in the follow-up. How do seniors feel? Feng Yuxiu looked at the large sum of money in the box on the table. Even a warrior with extraordinary temperament like Feng Yuxiu, when faced with a direct attack on his own weakness, he was unwilling to show greed. Zhang Shang watched Feng Yuxiu's breathing gradually heavier, and he also heightened his vigilance in his heart to prevent Feng Yuxiu from making a sudden move. Are you really afraid that I will it? Feng Yuxiu suddenly said, breaking the tension between the two. Zhang Shang sneered a few more about this, and said bluntly. I believe that Senior is not a stupid person, and if Senior thinks that you can do it, you might as well try it, but if you can't do it then, don't blame me for ruining the flower. Listening to Zhang Shang's words, Feng Yuxiu was obviously impatient, with a fierce expression on his face. It was the first time that Feng Yuxiu had seen anyone dare to speak to him in more than 30 years. Zhang Shang looked at Feng Yuxiu coldly, and didn't wait for what Feng Yuxiu said. He walked away with anger, his muscles and bones tense, if Feng Yuxiu dared to turn his face, Zhang Shang is not a vegetarian. When the atmosphere between the two became more solidified, Shen Shui didn't know when to come to the door, and accompanied Feng Yuxiu all the year round to let Shen Shui know that there would be a fight between the warriors because of the momentary quarrel. I heard the two in the room. Shen Shui dragged her body out of the house. Ahem, ahem. Accompanied by Shen Shui's successive coughs, Feng Yuxiu quickly got up and walked to Shen Shui's side. Axiu, why did you come out? I'm afraid you two will fight, so come out and have a look. When Zhang Shang heard it, he knew that the opportunity was coming, and then he said. Mrs. Feng, I came with sincerity this time. Your disease is not terminally ill. You can treat it as long as you go to a big hospital. There is 1 million in this box. If the follow-up treatment costs are not enough, I can add another 1 million. 2 million is enough to cure any disease that is not terminally ill. With such sincerity, I just want to take a look at the secrets in the hands of Senior Xiu, but it is a pity that Senior Feng Yuxiu seems reluctant. Zhang Shang finished. Feng Yuxiu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, but Zhang Shang just smiled at this. Since it was not as good as Zhang Shang's wish, Zhang Shang would naturally bury a nail between Feng Yuxiu and his wife. After listening to Zhang Shang's words, Shen Shui said softly as she watched Feng Yuxiu's smile on her face. Don't wrong yourself, don't want to change, we won't change. The black-faced Feng Yuxiu heard Shen Shui's words, a trace of gentleness flashed across his face, looked at Shen Shui, then at Zhang Shang, and turned back to the house in silence. Zhang Shang watched Feng Yuxiu's actions with a smile on his face. Feng Yuxiu's weakness was too obvious. If this was the time when his wife had died, Zhang Shang would naturally have a fight with him, but it is still possible that Feng Yuxiu would give in because of his wife. After a while, an old book was sealed in Xiu's hand and walked out of the house. Cheats for you. Zhang Shang caught the cheat book that Feng Yuxiu threw over. On the cover of the cheat book, there were 6 eye-catching characters, Essence of Chen's martial arts. Zhang Shang opened it in a hurry, and the opening purpose was a passage from the author of this book. With the prosperity of firearms, the decline of martial arts is inevitable. Foreign powers invade the land of Central Plains. As the saying goes, the rise and fall of the country are all responsible. We and others in the martial arts decided to help the court against foreign powers, in order to prevent the decline of martial arts in martial arts, so I collect several famous martial arts masters in the martial arts together with friends, and compiled this cheat book of 5 martial arts in the world, including boxing, leg, capture, weapon, and Nijia, hoping to leave hope for the latecomers, and after obtaining this cheat those who hope to carry forward martial arts. Zhang Shang looked at the opening paragraph. Although he has not seen it before, as a martial artist, he can also feel the feeling of being a great chivalrous man for the country and the people. The person who wrote this book may be a real great man. Zhang Shang closed his eyes and cleaned up his agitated mind. He opened his eyes and continued to read the things behind. The beginning of the text was the boxing technique. No less than a dozen types were recorded. Zhang Shang hurriedly swept through them. Although he had never seen these martial arts, but as the saying goes, different paths lead to the same goal, Zhang Shang said that he is also an accomplished person in martial arts, and he can tell at a glance that these martial arts are real martial arts, and not made up by people. The entire book was only 70 or 80 pages long. Zhang Shang quickly flipped through it, put the book in his trouser pocket, and made a fist against Feng Yuxiu. Senior is really a man of love and righteousness. Today, I can abandon the secrets for confidence and let the younger generations admire them. Seniors can count the money. If there is no problem, then leave a phone call. Millions are not enough, you can call me. Feng Yuxiu's originally ugly face gradually improved with Zhang Shang's apology. Feng Yuxiu came to the table and quickly counted the money in the box. The 1 million money had been settled in less than 10 minutes. After counting the money, Feng Yuxiu clasped his fists to Zhang Sheng and made a gesture of seeing off the guests. Obviously, the transaction was finished, and Zhang Sheng didn't feel like Zhang Sheng. After all, Zhang Sheng's transaction was a bit difficult. Mean. Zhang Sheng didn't care about it. He took out a business card he picked up from the street from his trouser pocket, with St. Peter's Hospital printed on it, and handed it to Feng Yuxiu. Senior, this is the best hospital in Hong Kong. If you want to completely cure Madame Feng's illness, I recommend you to go to this hospital. Normal hospitals cannot cure Madame Feng's illness. Zhang Sheng didn't wait for Feng Yuxiu to speak when he finished speaking. He clasped his fists and walked straight out of the house. Coming downstairs, Zhang Sheng looked back at the house where Feng Yuxiu and his wife lived, and a cold color appeared on his face. His Zhang Sheng's things are not so easy to take. He has always taken advantage of Zhang Sheng's advantage. Today, although he changed to the secret book in Feng Yuxiu's hands, Zhang Sheng prefers to use prostitutes instead of the money he grabbed. Trade. Zhang Sheng's greed has gone deep into his bones. This time he took 1 million out to exchange for cheats. No matter how he earned it, Zhang Sheng was still upset. There was no way he could do it. For people like Zhang Sheng, the good things are all mine. If you have something you like or need, the white prostitution is king. If he was asked to take out his money to trade, although he was willing, he would still be very upset. There was no way, because Zhang Sheng had never thought of trading. Chapter 16, Shen Xin Swu. Following Zhang Sheng's departure, Feng Yuxiu helped Shen Shui to sit on the chair, and looked at the huge sum of money on the table. The sad brows finally dispersed. Axiu, so much money, tomorrow we will set off to Xiangzhong, so that you can be healed earlier. Shen Shui listened to Feng Yuxiu's words with a smile on her pale face. The torment of years of illness made Shen Shui exhausted. At this time, she heard that she could finally get rid of the torment of the disease. The smile from her heart made Shen Shui. It was just as pitiful to me, and it was even more tempting. Xiu, who is Zhang Sheng, how do you know that you have the secrets in your hand? I also know that I am seriously ill, and I have so much money to make transactions. It seems to know us well. When Shen Shui mentioned Zhang Sheng, Feng Yu's face became ugly, and he said in a deep voice. This man's city is extremely deep, and looking at the background, he can find out our specific situation, and he is generous in his shots. It is difficult for 1 million ordinary people to get it in a lifetime. This Zhang Sheng just took it out without blinking an eye. Xiu, you said, does this person have other purposes? I always feel that this person is using so much money to trade a cheat book, how can it be unrealistic? As the two of them talked, Shen Shui became very worried, and she couldn't help but not worry. Following Feng Yuxiu for so many years, she has passed the age of ignorance. In the early years, when Shen Shui's illness did not become serious, she also followed Feng Yuxiu. I have seen a lot of intrigues. Don't worry, isn't there still me? Even if his Zhang Sheng has ulterior motives, I will just follow him. Although Feng Yuxiu also felt that Zhang Sheng had another purpose, he did not worry too much because he had learned from his own martial arts. On Zhang Sheng's side, since leaving Feng Yuxiu's house, Zhang Sheng has returned to the town non-stop, took back the tens of thousands of dollars he had left, rented a house, and lived in it. Now that the goal I want is successful, it is naturally the first time to study. In this remote house, the dim incandescent lamp radiates its own light strongly. It's late at night. But Zhang Sheng did not intend to rest. 10 days have passed since he got the cheats. For these 10 days, Zhang Sheng has spent the past 10 days studying the cheats. There are no less than 50 martial arts from boxing to leg techniques. Zhang Sheng studied one by one, but most of the martial arts in the book did not meet Zhang Sheng's requirements. Is not of much use to Zhang Sheng himself, and the martial arts in this world is as expected by Zhang Sheng. All martial arts focus on skill, rather than quality as in his own world. This made Zhang Shang a little disappointed, but Zhang Shang still meticulously wrote down all the martial arts. Although these martial arts are not of much use to me, many of the techniques are worth studying by myself. After a while, I will take the time to organize these martial arts and combine them, and perhaps integrate them into my own martial arts. After many days of staying up late to study, Zhang Shang was already a little hard to persevere. Zhang Shang rubbed his brows and closed the secret books spread on the table. Let's take a few days off and study again, and the money seems to be running out. With the passage of time, the problem of shortage of money reappeared, which let Zhang Shang know that he cannot stay in Foshan for too long. As the lights went out, there was nothing to say all night. The weather has slowly started to get cold, and when Zhang Shang got up in the morning, a layer of frost fell on the outside. Although it is said that it does not snow in Foshan, it is still very cold in winter every year. In the yard, Zhang Shang played several sets of martial arts learned in the past few days. Perhaps these martial arts were really too simple. Perhaps Zhang Shang was really talented in martial arts, but he had already started the exercise in a few days, and achieved the xiaocheng mentioned in the cheat sheet. Zhang Shang practiced his thoughts in the yard. Except for the difference in skills, the most fundamental things in these martial arts are the same. They all integrate their own strength to form a division of power in the world of martial arts. Even if the names of each school of martial arts are different, they can be divided into three categories: Mingjin, Anjin, and Huajin. Judging from the description on the cheats, I should be in the dark power stage now, that is, the stage where I can penetrate the paper back and the barriers hurt people. However, this kind of power usage may be the right way for the warriors in this world, but it is not for myself. Useful in imagination. The limit method itself is to coordinate the power of the whole body in one place, and can do the force with the heart, so as not to waste power. It seems that this secret book may be useful to myself in the part of the inner family. In the past 10 days, Zhang Shang focused on studying boxing and grasping, but he would also read the part that belonged to the inner family. This made Zhang Shang, who was originally a little disappointed by this secret book, still holding a little hope. From the description point of view, the part of Nijia belongs to the deepest training method among the 5 training methods. The other 4 training methods are all external skills, which are the so-called techniques, not the fundamental methods. Zhang Shang finished the drill, went to the town to eat dumplings, and then returned to the room to continue studying the secrets. As time passed, 1 month passed in a flash. The whole cheat book, Zhang Shang, has also been studied. As Zhang Shang thinks, the martial arts in this cheat book are all techniques except the internal practice. And with the completion of the study, Zhang Shang has only obtained 2 inner family practice methods from this secret book, namely 5 Qi Fu Gong and 24 skills of time and situation. The practice seems to be very powerful, but after Zhang Shang actually started the practice, he discovered that the internal practice of Yu Kanshu www.yuyuganshu.com is the most advanced practice among the 5. But it is still a kind of martial arts centered on skills, but the internal training method pays more attention to the human body. Both martial arts have a sentence at the beginning, and the practice of martial arts is the discourse for strengthening the body. But how to say they are 2 orthodox martial arts? After all, even if Zhang Shang doesn't like other martial arts, but because his martial arts are incomplete, he is very happy to get 2 orthodox complete martial arts. As Zhang Shang studied the entire book, Zhang Shang began to practice martial arts day and night. In the whole book, there are more than 70 martial arts in the 5 practice methods. This makes Zhang Shang, who practiced sword skills and other weapon skills even if he removes a large number of sword skills among them, his daily practice of martial arts has reached 55. The giant of the door. Of course, this was just the beginning of the exercise. With Zhang Shang's daily and nightly exercises, many simple martial arts were combined by Zhang Shang. 3 months later. At this time, it is the 12th lunar month of winter, and there is no snow, but the weather has reached the season of biting cold wind. In the yard, Zhang Shang was naked, wearing a pair of torn pants. The whole person was like a spear, standing in the yard, and as he swallowed a deep breath, Zhang Shang moved. From static to moving, it looks like a tiger pounces for food, with claw-like hands and gossip under his feet, the whole body sinks, and he takes the old tree in the yard. The dull sound of the wind sounded, and along with the sound of heavy beating, on the hundreds-year-old tree in the yard. Scratches 2 inches deep into the trunk of the old tree quickly surfaced. Then Zhang Shang shook hands into a fist, and quickly joined the left and right hands to hit the trunk. On the trunk that one could not hug, as Zhang Shang's fist fell, a large chunk of the trunk turned into powder. Chapter 17, Night Black and High Wind. Zhang Shengzhen practiced martial arts for 4 months, and finally mastered all the martial arts that are useful to him in the cheats. Although his own physique has not changed too much, his skills have gained a lot because of the integration of too many national arts. Progress. But these are not what Zhang Shang cares too much about. Zhang Shang understands that in this era, only thermal weapons are the last word, and any other martial arts skills are in vain until they can't ignore the thermal weapons. Therefore, even if Zhang Shang has made great progress in martial arts skills in these 4 months, he is not very happy. These can only be regarded as laying a foundation for himself, or increasing his knowledge of martial arts. As Zhang Shang's exercise in the yard was over, his whole body was steaming hot, and his tendon meat began to tremble slightly with Zhang Shang's breathing, turning from bronze to dark red. This breathing method is the combination of the 2 doors that Zhang Shang obtained. The inner family training method also has the breathing method that is inherent in the limit method. Can greatly accelerate the blood circulation of the whole body after the exercise of martial arts, and it can vibrate the whole body tissues from a deep level with high frequency, thus forming a kind of all-round exercise that ordinary people can't do. This breathing method is very strong. Over the past few months, Zhang Shang has also clearly felt the power of the combination of 2 different world breathing methods, but there is a disadvantage that this breathing method consumes more nutrients in the body than Zhang Shang imagination. He now has to eat 8 meals a day, and he has to eat 3 catties of meat for each meal. Although the consumption of nutrients has become higher, the effect is also very obvious. Zhang Shang's physical quality has not grown for many years. As Zhang Shang merged with this breathing method, it began to slowly increase. Although it is slow, it does become stronger. This is enough for Zhang Shang. He has not been able to increase his physical quality in a few years. After being in this world only half a year, he can effectively become stronger. This is for Zhang Shang Glei. Said it is a kind of enjoyment from the bottom of my heart. Zhang Shang may have too many shortcomings, but his obsession with power is unimaginable. This situation may be greed or anger. No one knows, but Zhang Shang himself feels right. He has never been a person who cares about others' eyes. Zhang Shang concentrated his mind, cut off all the exuding thoughts, and the breathing method ended with Zhang Shang's last dull exhalation. A gas with an unpleasant smell was spit out from Zhang Shang's mouth, and the whole body shook like a sieve after the breath was spit out. A large amount of muddy sweat mixed with traces of blood flowed out from the pores, giving the whole yard a kind of boiled water. The smell of shit. Put your mother, that cooks at his own house, it's really wicked. A scolding came from Zhang Shang next door, which made Zhang Shang, who was already looking ugly because of the smell, even more ugly. Zhang Shang went back to the house with a black face, and went straight into the cauldron that had been burning for several hours. The hot water is kept at about 90 degrees under the blessing of firewood under the cauldron. This method of torture for most people can be said to be torture, but Zhang Shang learned it from the secret book. This kind of physical exercises, there are several more in that cheat book, but they are all the most primitive exercise methods, which are very harmful to the human body. If you practice all year round, you don't have to think that this person will definitely be short-lived. But Zhang Shang knows his own situation, and not to mention that he is now in the main space, rather than personally traversing. This Zhang Shang has been thinking very clearly after learning about the main space, and he has more task reminders. Zhang Shang also have not forgotten, if you can accomplish the task to the maximum extent, then it is natural to do everything you want is the last word. Therefore, Zhang Shang did not refuse this primitive exercise method, and chose a continuous use, which is this kind of high-temperature exercise at this time. This method is only useful every time Zhang Shang has used the breathing method and the pores all over his body are open. This method of self-harm is more than exercise. You have to find a way to open the pores by yourself, but Zhang Shang is because of his breathing method. The reason for this is that this step was omitted directly, so this high-temperature method was chosen. There is a thick bedding around the big pot, which Zhang Shang made to prevent himself from being directly burned by the iron pot. Zhang Shang was lying in the boiling water. As the boiling water rolled, Zhang Shang could clearly perceive that countless invisible dirt in the pores was slowly flowing out with the boiling water. Let Zhang Shang slowly realize a tingling sensation, not as strong as he did, but deeper than that, deep into the bones of the whole person. Zhang Shang worked hard to consolidate his mind. After 10 minutes of hard work, he finally entered a state of concentration in the cauldron. All external sounds are shielded and weakened, and the induction inside the body has been amplified countless times, allowing Zhang Shang to clearly sense every place in the body. Under the microscopic thinking, Zhang Shang vaguely perceives the impurities accumulated in his body due to the consumption of whole grains. At this time, accompanied by the high-temperature water, the impurities are madly discharged from the body tissues from the wide-open pores. As for the tingling sensation that went deep into the bone marrow, Zhang Shang searched for a while, but did not find the source. Zhang Shang could only keep the doubts in his heart, and wait for the opportunity to find a way to confirm it. As time passed, Zhang Shang, who was in a steady state, was addicted to the tingling sensation, but the strong muscle tissue and the instinctive reaction formed in it played a vital role at this time. Numerous electrical sensations are transmitted from the muscle tissue to Zhang Shang's brain nerves, allowing Zhang Shang, who is addicted to that tingling sensation, to escape from the state of entering Ding. Zhang Shang, who woke up instantly, jumped out of the cauldron with force under his feet. He was naked and stood barefoot in the room. After half an hour of high-temperature steaming, Zhang Shang, who was covered in bronze-colored tendon flesh, looked like a skinned frog at this time. His tendon flesh was a terrible red color. Grass, almost capsized in the gutter, there will be signs of enchantment in the cheat book. If it weren't for years of muscular instinct, I am afraid that I will cook myself this time. It seems that you can't practice martial arts with a head covering, otherwise it will appear that day, and it will be dangerous if you can't wake up. This weird thing made Zhang Shang a little bit scared. This is what happened to martial arts in this world. Although the cheats have been mentioned, Zhang Shang would care about it and almost capsized it. You can't practice martial arts anymore. It's less than half a year before the plot begins. It seems that the plan is about to start. Zhang Shang said from the bottom of his heart that he was not afraid. It was pure nonsense. Zhang Shang had never encountered this kind of situation. However, this situation only appeared after practicing the methods of this world. Zhang Shang could not help but doubt the martial arts of this world. There is a problem with learning. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it is to practice martial arts until you almost cook yourself, and the most important thing is that I didn't notice it at all. This was something Zhang Shang couldn't accept. The cold air made Zhang Shang, who was meditating in his heart, aroused, and also interrupted Zhang Shang's thoughts. Chapter 18, Murder Night. Zhang Shang, whose thoughts were interrupted by the cold air, shook his body, and all the water on his body was emptied. He walked quickly to the closet and took out the suit he had taken time to buy in the city during this time, although the style was old, but the quality is not good. After hurriedly putting on his suit, Zhang Shang came to the table, picked up the cheat book on the table, and used his strength to use it. The whole cheat book turned into powder and slowly fell from Zhang Shang's hand. This cheat book is no longer useful. All the above things have been learned by Zhang Shang. After taking care of all the signs of his life in the house, the time has come to night. Zhang Shang came to the yard and looked at the place where he had lived for half a year. The fire ignited all at once. This time, Zhang Shang's plan will be fully activated. At that time, the police chase is inevitable, so Zhang Shang is to prevent the police. If I was too early to determine myself, I could only burn it all up. As the flame is blessed by gasoline, it burns more and more vigorously. Zhang Shang straightened out the collar of his suit, hid his figure and left from here, and went straight to the door of Hai. From an abandoned house a few miles away from here, Zhang Shang retrieved the motorcycle he had stored here for the sake of doing business, and riding the motorcycle, Zhang Shang speeded all the way. Finally arrived at Haiman at 10 o'clock in the evening. The large courtyard was completely dark, and there was also a room on the second floor with lights on. Zhang Shang quietly touched it, and walked to the window with a cat. In the room, Xia Hao's junior sister was sitting at the table and didn't know what she was looking at. Zhang Shang took out a marble from his pocket, and used his strength to use it. The marble penetrated the window and went straight to the door of the single sister. Who dangerously evaded the marble attack. Junior sister Shan picked up the sword on the table and chased it out directly. However, waiting for junior sister Shan to chase her out, Zhang Shang only left her with a dark back, and before the junior sister Shan could stand still, a marble attacked through the air. Accompanied by the sound of a long sword being sheathed, the incoming marble was directly split in half by a sword, and junior sister Shan turned over and jumped down from the second floor, chasing directly towards Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang turned his head and glanced at the junior sister Shan who was chasing him, the corners of his mouth raised, and a sneer appeared on his face. The two chased and fled. Unknowingly, junior sister Shan had already chased Zhang Shang several miles away. Looking at the more and more deviated place, the feet of junior sister Shan gradually slowed down. Zhang Shang stopped when he saw that junior sister Shan looked like, and turned around to look at the junior sister Shan who was chasing him. The two of them are less than 10 meters apart, even if it is dark at this time, but with the help of moonlight, junior sister Shan can clearly see what Zhang Shang looks like. It's you? It's really wolf ambition. What's the intention to lead me out tonight? The junior sister Shan's face was cold. She held a sword in her right hand and pointed at Zhang Shang with her sword, and said coldly, "I don't know it when I die." Zhang Shang sounded like a cold voice from Jiu. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Shang had already headed straight for junior sister Shan, and his strong aura felt like a violent wind. The strong killing intent made Shan Ying feel like a storm in the ocean. Collapse! With a thunderous cry, Shan Ying, who was already confronted by Zhang Shang's momentum, was directly set in place. The master moves, the momentum is the first to bear the brunt, the lack of courage, the liver and gallbladder are split, the spirit is taken up, and it is at the mercy of others. Zhang Shang looked at Shan Ying, who was suppressed by his own aura and a short drink. The crazy color in his eyes flashed away. When he rushed forward, he had already closed his right fist hidden in his abdomen, and hit out directly at this time. Zhang Shang stepped out one after another, sending this straight punch directly to Shan Ying's chest. Boom! There was a dull sound of hitting the sandbag, and Shan Ying was thrown into the air directly, before falling heavily to the ground. Cough cough cough. The internal organs were mixed with blood and crazily flowed from Shan Ying's mouth. Although he had suffered such a serious injury, Shan Ying still stared at Zhang Shang fiercely. It's a pity that Zhang Shang walked to the front of Shan Ying who was lying on the ground. He stepped on the sword's right hand and directly crushed Shan Ying's right forearm. Ah 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 ah! The severe pain made Shan Ying unable to bear it anymore, and she screamed directly. Zhang Shang looked at Shan Ying, whose face was mixed with mud and blood. He knelt down and gently touched Shan Ying's face with his right hand. It's really a heroic woman. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's your instinct or the difference between us. You and I only met once. You have such a bad impression of me. I really don't know what to say. I don't know what expression Xiaohua will look like when I know it. It's really exciting. Crazy remarks came from Zhang Sheng. He had grown up in a dark environment since he was a child. Zhang Sheng's temperament should be the most normal. Lawlessness, and very low moral and ethical constraints. This is the true face of the scavenger. This is also the reason why the organization restricts every scavenger. Then picked up the sword that Shan Ying was still holding with a broken arm in her right hand, and went straight to Haman. I touched it while it was dark and looked at the sleeping Hai sect student with a sharp weapon in his hand. Zhang Sheng didn't delay, he touched his neck from start to finish, and killed all the awakened people, waiting for Zhang Sheng to leave. Leaving only the corpses all over the floor. Tonight, one door is full of extinction. Zhang Sheng, he wants to make Xiaohua crazy, in order to untie the shackles that fetter Xiaohua. Feng Yuxiu is a lunatic Wu, is he Zhang Sheng? A dozen police cars roared past early the next morning. Came to Haman. As the police officer opened the door, everyone who came to the scene vomited. There are countless corpses that have been dismantled across the entire courtyard. The leader of the team looked at such a tragedy, his face was dark as if dripping water. Check, even if I dig 3 feet, I have to check. Since the establishment of the imperial court, such a tragedy has not happened yet, which made the arrestor from 6 doors want to get rid of the murderer directly. And Zhang Sheng smuggled directly to Xiangzhong after extinguishing the whole door of Hai last night. The plan here has been completed, and now it's time to find Feng Yuxiu and his wife. In an abandoned warehouse in Kowloon, Zhang Sheng flipped through the task that was triggered when the door of Hai was closed last night. Xiaohua's desperation, your fierce shot has wiped out the whole door of the Unity. After learning this news, Xiaohua finally released the beast in his heart. You will usher in the strongest state of Xiaohua's revenge, please kill after releasing the beast in his heart, Xiaohua. The main mission reward increased by 50% after the mission was completed. Chapter 19, Pursuit from the Court. Zhang Sheng squinted his eyes at the task on the light screen. He didn't expect that this behavior would bring him such a task. This also made Zhang Sheng understand that the main space is not a good place. From the point of view of his own destruction and unity, which can trigger the task, the main approves all the behaviors of the reincarnation. Whether you do good or evil, it is irrelevant to the main god. The main only values your potential, not your behavior. This also confirms the prompt on the task panel. Only when you truly demonstrate your value will the Lord God consider whether you are qualified. That's when Zhang Sheng, from the moment he made this decision, to the implementation, from beginning to end. The main did not appear to prompt. But when he really destroyed the Unity door, the task of the main was delayed. It was definitely not that the main god's reaction was so slow, but this behavior caused the main to feel that Zhang Sheng had potential. Zhang Sheng thinks about these details carefully and he has already clarified them all, because they are some truths that anyone with a little brain will understand. The Lord God even clearly told him from the very beginning that you can only obtain the true qualifications by expressing yourself to the greatest extent. This kind of affirmation from the Lord God made Zhang Sheng more enthusiastic about his follow-up opportunities. If you look at this rule, then the plan behind you should also trigger the task, but I don't know what it will be like. Time passed quickly in Zhang Sheng's thinking. That day, Zhang Sheng left this abandoned warehouse in Kowloon. Zhang Sheng didn't know when the court's hunt would arrive, but it did not prevent him from changing his place of stay. At this time, for Zhang Sheng, the later the court's pursuit is, the more advantageous, otherwise he will have to deal with the court's pursuit and plan his own plan. The effort will be much more than Zhang Sheng's expectation. Zhang Sheng didn't want to see this, so in order to postpone the court's pursuit, Zhang Sheng had to change the place where he stayed every few days. Zhang Shang was on the streets of Kowloon, watching the endless stream of people, leaning on the street lamp on the side of the road, not knowing what he was thinking. Time is running out, the plot should officially start in 3 months, but now the plot is so spoiled by me, will it really be like in the movie? Regarding this question, Zhang Shang kept questioning. He believed that the main could not be so rigid, and the plot would be repaired if he was so damaged. If this is the case, then this main would be nothing more than that. Reincarnations should pay for what they do, rather than waiting for the Lord God to fix the plot after doing wrongdoing. This kind of mentally retarded thing will never happen if you think about it. In this case, I don't do 2 things, I will kill all the people who should be killed during this period, and see if we can trigger some other tasks. Since Zhang Shang knew that his behavior could trigger extra tasks, he didn't care about the main task as before. Gilu. A strong sense of hunger came and interrupted Zhang Shang's thoughts. Zhang Shang, who had recovered his senses, glanced around and quietly disappeared into the crowd. "Boss, come here with 3 cages of barbecued pork buns." Zhang Shang walked into this long-established barbecued pork shop with a hat. The suit he wore that night was thrown away by Zhang Shang when he smuggled over, and he was still wearing the one he bought yesterday. The owner of the barbecued pork shop looked at this man in a suit and hat, and he felt like he had never seen him before. Zhang Shang keenly noticed the boss's gaze, looked around with an unmoving look, and found nothing. This made Zhang Shang feel a little puzzled. It has been 2 months since he smuggled here, and he hadn't heard the court's wanted order for him, but the gaze of the shop owner made Zhang Shang wonder if he had forgotten something important. After the barbecued pork buns came up, Zhang Shang hurriedly finished eating and left the shop. There is definitely something important that I have forgotten. The shop owner's eyes are very problematic. He seems to know me. Zhang Shang walking on the road, thinking crazy in his heart. However, no matter how Zhang Shang thinks, he never thinks of what he has forgotten. Since he came into this world, what he has done is not perfect, but there is no trace of it. Zhang Shang, who couldn't figure it out, could only keep his doubts, hoping to answer in the follow-up. The urgency of time makes Zhang Shang reluctant to waste time. He wants to end the world before the plot begins. Zhang still doesn't know the consequences of doing this, but Zhang Shang likes to keep the situation under control instead of waiting until the plot begins to attract the court's roundup. Therefore, Zhang Shang could only speed up his search for Feng Yuxiu's husband and wife. Zhang Shang, who had just come here, was silent for 2 months to avoid the storm, but now it seems that this is Zhang Shang's worst approach since he came to this world. You shouldn't waste these 2 months, but you should go directly to Feng Yuxiu's couple as soon as you come back. But fortunately, it is not too late at this time. Zhang Shang rushed to Yaomati where St. Petersburg Hospital is located overnight. I had already thought of this when I gave Feng Yuxiu's business card here, otherwise once Feng Yuxiu and his wife left Zhang Shang, next time they wanted to find it, it would be a needle in a haystack. That's why Zhang Shang explained this hospital specifically for the future plans. This St. Peter's Hospital has been established for more than 100 years, and the medical level is indeed one of the best in Hong Kong, so Zhang Shang is not nonsense. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. When Zhang Shang arrived, it was not more than 4 o'clock midnight, but Zhang Shang went in for the night and dreams. After Zhang Shang searched for more than an hour, he finally found Feng Yuxiu on the 5th floor. At this time, Feng Yuxiu's spirit has really changed a lot. The cold breath has disappeared, and the whole person is much more cheerful. He has changed into a well-fitting casual outfit with his own hair and face also cleaned up. Zhang Shang looked at the renewed Feng Yuxiu from a distance through the door, and smiled coldly in his heart. Then Zhang Shang left the St. Petersburg Hospital and found a rental house nearby. In a dimly lit room, but a 12-inch TV is broadcasting the latest wanted order from the court. Apart from the fugitives who have not been arrested all the year round, Zhang Shang is even more prominent on the wanted order this time. is even more commented by the host. Please pay attention to the broad masses of people. This person is extremely vicious and extremely dangerous. Please, people who know the whereabouts of this person, actively report it for your own safety and the safety of others. Zhang Shang watched the wanted order on TV with no expression on his face. This scene was anticipated long ago, so for Zhang Shang, there is nothing to bother about except to be more careful in the future. As for the owner of this rental house, Zhang Shang has already been sunk by Zhang Shang, and he can still live in it for a few months. By that time Zhang Shang had already completed the task, so let him go. It's just that since I'm directly on the wanted order, it means that I've also known that the whole family has been destroyed. Then Xia Hao will figure out a way to come out. Maybe I should help him? Or let Feng Yuxiu push him? Chapter 20, Destructively. Zhang Shang thought about it all night, but decided to implement the plan on his hand first, and complete the task directly if he could end the world early. If it doesn't work, then wait for the plan to go on and wait for the development of things. After all, Zhang Shang can't control everything in place, so he can only guide things in the direction he wants. In the dimly lit room, the smallness of the room caused insufficient light, and as Zhang Shang covered the only small window tightly, the rental house became extremely dim during the day. Zhang Shang lay down on the sofa with his upper body naked, and on the table are the modified guns that he bought through special channels these days. Zhang Shang spent almost hundreds of thousands of Xiangjiang coins for this gun. As for why he spent so much money to get a modified gun in the gun club, it was purely a loss of unfamiliar life. Xiangjiang is a small place where there are so many private associations. Although the slightly larger ones have established various companies, there are still those who are not afraid of death doing high-profit things. Just like Zhang Shang got this gun-modified gang, these people are all members of the gun club, and usually rely on the illegal buying and selling of the club in private to eliminate guns and make a lot of money for himself. Even if the person in charge of the club finds out about this kind of thing, because the people involved are very complicated, they can only open one eye and close one eye. It has been half a month since Zhang Shang bought this gun, but Zhang Shang was not in a hurry to shoot. Instead, relying on his own gun modification skills, he modified this gun with poor performance. This will be Zhang Shang's advantageous weapon against Feng Yuxiu and Xia Hou. After all, what Zhang Shang accepted from an early age was to solve the goal quickly, not to have a fair duel with his opponent. Zhang Shang picked up the phone on the sofa next to him and checked the time. 10 o'clock at night. Threw the phone back on the sofa, got up and went to the bathroom, but it took a few minutes to wash up. Put on the suit that cost more than 10,000 yuan. Tall and straight figure, coupled with a well-fitting suit, made Zhang Shang at this time look like a man with a very successful career, and the tough face and smile added a lot to Zhang Shang. After getting dressed neatly, Zhang Shang stroked the gun that had been refitted during this period of time, and finally pinned it on his back. Sorted out his clothes in front of the mirror, looked at himself in the mirror, Zhang Shang put on a smile on his face, said softly, "Feng Yuxiu, I don't know what you will be like after tonight. It's really exciting." After that, he turned off the light and opened the door without knowing where he was going. St. Peter's Hospital. Zhang Shang walked to the door. At this time, it was more than 11 o'clock in the evening. The whole hospital was silent, giving people a gloomy feeling. Only the sound of bugs from unknown sources would occasionally sound. Zhang Shang silently walked to the bottom of the inpatient department, looked at the lights of Feng Yuxiu's wife's room on the 5th floor, and smiled. Then he walked straight and checked into the courtyard. On the security platform in the middle of the hall, the two security guards who watched the night were left with one person, and the other did not know where he went. Zhang Shang walked over with a smile, knocked on the desk, and awakened the sleeping security. "Hello. Just woke up." The security guard was still confused. Before he could speak, Zhang Shang had already aimed his gun at the security's forehead. "Goodbye." Boom. In an instant, the security table was covered with red and white, and the security team was directly driven by the powerful bullet energy to hit the back of the chair. Zhang Shang turned directly into the security station, looked at the surveillance above, smashed the videotape with a punch, and left quietly. The huge gunfire resounded throughout the inpatient department, and it even awakened Feng Yuxiu, who was accompanying Shen Shui in the ward, from his sleep. Feng Yuxiu is no stranger to the sound of firearms. When he challenged the sect of the world a few years ago, he also encountered other people shooting black guns. He also knew that firearms are the greatest enemy of the martial artist. Therefore, Feng Yuxiu is so allergic to the sound of firearms, it seems that it is not what can't be understood. Feng Yuxiu's actions awakened Shen Shui. Shen Shui, who had improved, was no longer as weak as Zhang Shang had when they met, and her complexion became ruddy. "Xiu, what's the matter?" Feng Yuxiu, who had already got up and came to the door, heard Shen Shui's question, smiled on his face, and said to Shen Shui, "It's okay, something seems to have happened downstairs, I'll go see it." "Okay." Shen Shui, lying on the bed, wanted to tell Feng Yuxiu not to go, but Shen Shui still didn't say anything when the words came to her lips. Feng Yuxiu smiled at Shen Shui, opened the door and went downstairs. However, only a few minutes after Feng Yuxiu left, someone walked in with the sound of the door opening. Looking at Shen Shui outside the window, she asked softly, "Xiu, what happened downstairs?" "It's okay downstairs, but you are not necessarily anymore." A deep voice came, letting Shen Shui know that it was not Feng Yuxiu who came in, and turned her head to look. "The person here is Zhang Shang." "It's you. Mrs. Feng, I haven't seen you for many days, don't come here unharmed." Zhang Shang walked to the side of Shen Shui, sat down on the bed next to him, looked at Shen Shui, who was already getting better, and laughed. "Ms. Guanfeng seems to be very wary of me? How can I be regarded as your savior? You behaved in this way and I was really disappointed." Shen Shui heard Zhang Shang's words, her ruddy complexion gradually turned pale. You reading www.yunshu.com. What do you want to do? Shen Shui dare not forget Mr. Jiang's life-saving grace, but Mr. Jiang came to visit late at night, and he should take advantage of my husband's absence. Isn't it okay? Zhang Shang picked up the book on the table and glanced at it. He was talking about Chinese medicine decoction. Actually, Feng Yuxiu was led down by me. You may not know it. In the past few days, I have intentionally or unintentionally made Feng Yuxiu feel the crisis, so Feng Yuxiu will go down. Check, it's unrealistic no matter how you think, isn't it? You. However, Shen Shui was already unable to speak. Zhang Shang didn't wait for Shen Shui to speak. He pinched Shen Shui's neck, and smashed Shen Shui's neck with a strong hand. You woman is too smart, I don't like it very much. Zhang Shang looked at Shen Shui with wide-open eyes and stared at Shen Shui, gently covered the quilt, smoothed the place where he had been sitting, and quietly left the room. However, Zhang Shang, who had just left, immediately retreated back, returned to the table, left a note, and then quietly exited the room. Feng Yuxiu, who came to the lobby, looked at the security guard who was shot, and his complexion became difficult to look like, who would come to the hospital to shoot him with a grudge against a security guard. This is obviously a tactic to tune the tiger away from the mountain. Feng Yuxiu thought of this, thinking of the master's sense of targeting that he had inexplicably felt in the past few days. He secretly said in his heart that he was about to suffer. He immediately rushed back, wanting to return to Shen Shui as soon as possible. Around. But because of the gunshots, the people upstairs wanted to come down to watch the excitement. Naturally, the elevator wheel could not reach Feng Yuxiu, so Feng Yuxiu could only rush up the stairs. Anxiously, Feng Yuxiu came to the ward and saw Shen Shui sleeping under the quilt from the glass at the door of the ward. He breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door and walked in. Chapter 21, Plan to Unfold. Axu, are you asleep? Following Feng Yuxiu's voice, but Shen Shui who was lying on the bed did not respond, which made Feng Yuxiu's heart chuckle and hurriedly walked to the bed. When Feng Yuxiu saw Shen Shui who was not staring at him, his whole body was struck by lightning. Looking at the purple-faced Shen Shui on the bed, Feng Yuxiu felt that his sky had fallen. Life gave him hope, and personally destroyed it. Axu. With a thud, Feng Yuxiu directly knelt down in front of the bed, holding Shen Shui and Yu Wen's hands in both hands, no longer knowing what to cry or what to do. As time passed, Feng Yuxiu, with his head buried in his head, raised his head. His eyes were already blood red. Watching Shen Shui's neck being crushed by force, Feng Yuxiu looked at him when he left. It was so regretful. Axu, don't worry, I will let him pay for the killer. The words with cold killing intent were slowly spit out from Feng Yuxiu's mouth. With red eyes, Feng Yuxiu picked up the note that Zhang Shang had put on the table in his left hand. Feng Yuxiu, in the martial arts, it is said that you and Xia Haowu are top masters. In order to make you two fight me desperately, I personally put an end to the shackles that bound you two. On the 9th day of September, Zholong Huayu abandoned Warehouse 1C. Immediately I waited for the three of them to fight for the best in the world. Zhang Shangliu. Looking at the provocative and meaningful words above, Feng Yuxiu could no longer help the murderous intent in his heart, and shouted frantically to the sky. Zhang Shang, you swear not to be a man unless you kill. The roar of anger alarmed the nurses and doctors on duty on the 5th floor. Feng Yuxiu heard footsteps from far and near in the corridor outside the door. He wrapped Shen Shui's body with a quilt, carrying Shen Shui's body, and disappeared. And Zhang Shang, who had completed his plan, looked at the new task that appeared on the light screen again, and Zhang Shang knew that he was right. Feng Yuxiu's revenge. You let Feng Yuxiu see the hope of his wife's recovery, but because you personally destroyed Feng Yuxiu's hope, you left a note to provoke Feng Yuxiu, and your arrogance will be exchanged for Feng Yuxiu. The hatred for you will be locked in the vengeance of killing your wife. Please deal with Feng Yuxiu's powerful revenge. The task is completed, the main task reward is increased by 50%. Seeing that the two missions doubled the rewards of the main missions, Zhang Shang understood how to earn more points for the Lord God. This kind of task is obviously a bonus item. Zhang Shang can choose to follow the plot and find a chance to kill the two. But in this case, there is a high probability that Zhang will not be able to trigger these two tasks, so even after completing the task, he will only can get the most basic main task rewards. Not at this time. Because of Zhang Shang's intervention, the plot has been completely changed. It is also to stimulate Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu. Zhang Shang killed the two favorite people. In this way, if the two want revenge, they will have to be led by Zhang Shang. This is the situation Zhang Shang wants most. As for the negative impact of other plans, as long as Zhang Shang can successfully kill neither of them will be a problem. If you can't kill it, you don't need the official action of this world. The Lord God will not let Zhang Shang go. Therefore, it is expected that Zhang Shang will be frantic at this time. Zhang Shang, who was walking alone on the path, looked at the road leading to St. Peter's Hospital. The police car roared and snorted, and the whole person fell into a shadow and disappeared. The seeds of hatred have been planted, and now I am waiting for this kind of seeds to sprout with peace of mind. September 9th. It will be the time Xia Haowu will be released from prison. In order to make Xia Haowu take revenge on himself, Zhang Shang specially sent him a letter. Stanley Prison. A few months ago, when he knew that Haman had been annihilated, and that his junior sister had been humiliated and died, Xia Haowu became unusually taciturn. Changed from the way he was before, practicing martial arts in jail all day long, and today is also the time when the letter Zhang Shang sent him was delivered to him. Dang dang! Xia Haowu has your letter. Xia Haowu, who had been practicing martial arts, stopped when he heard the prison guard's words. Walked to the fence, took the letter from the prison guard, and then went to the corner to read it. I heard that all martial arts all over the world admire Xia Xia, and even say Xia Xia is the first in martial arts. The younger Zhang Shanghao entered the end of the school. He believes that martial arts is not bad, and want to compare with the seniors. Look at the world of Xia. Whether the first is worthy of the name, but I know that the seniors are concerned about their juniors and disciples, and are unwilling to make all-out efforts when they are discussing. For this reason, the juniors personally took action, and the seniors' concerns, so that the seniors can go all out in the discussion. 9 On the 9th day of the month, the juniors waited for their presence in the abandoned warehouse of Huayu in Kowloon. In real time, we are both superior and decisive. Xia Haowu squeezed the letter in his hand after reading it, and even hammered it on the table. Xia Haowu, what do you do? The guards waiting outside the fence yelled Xia Haowu sternly. Xia Haowu clenched his fists, gritted his teeth at this moment, wishing to hammer Zhang Shang himself to death. However, Xia Haowu knew that he had no other choice but to be incompetent and furious at this time. Since you dare to choose the day I am released from prison, wait for death. Boom! Xia Haowu hit the table again with a fist, but in return he was ruthlessly scolded by the prison guard. Xia Haowu, please be honest with me, don't toast or eat fine wine. For many years, Xia Haowu, who has been practicing the internal family training method, forcibly resisted the killing intent in his heart. www.readaloud.com and changed back to that taciturn look, but the practice of martial arts was even more crazy. Zhang Shang, who returned to the rental house, ate 5 caddies of beef that had been packed, and ate a bottle of white wine. He only felt refreshed. I don't know if Xia Haowu received the letter. I really want to know what Xia Haowu will look like after receiving the letter. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Shang thought maliciously while eating, and even drank wine and ate meat. This kind of wanton and reckless feeling deeply fascinated Zhang Shang. In his original world, even a scavenger still had organizations pressed on his head, and it was bound by strict organizational rules. But at this time in the main space, this kind of lawlessness, reckless behavior, there can be rewards from the main god. This kind of life makes Zhang Shang enjoy it from the bottom of his heart. He Zhang Shang was born for this main space, this is his heaven. As long as Zhang Shang works hard, there are a lot of martial arts secrets, and the endless world is waiting for him. Zhang Shang to come, everything is so wonderful. The sorrows and joys between people are incompatible. Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu are under the control of Zhang Shang, the two are awake at night, but Zhang Shang is so excited. So in this world, all my own happiness is based on the suffering of others. Only when others suffer can one experience happiness. This is the form of society and the form between people. It's just that some people are always happy, and some people are always in pain. After Zhang Shang ate 5 caddies of beef and dried 2 bottles of white wine, he watched the report on TV and saw that Shen Shui's corpse was missing. He knew that Feng Yuxiu had taken it away. When I first watched this movie, there was only Feng Yuxiu who looked the most like a warrior. Chapter 22, From the Court. As time goes by, it is getting closer and closer to the 9th day of September. When the time comes to the 1st day of September, the Jinzang from the Imperial Court has quietly passed the customs and arrived at the local police headquarters in Xiangjiang. Is in charge of the entire power department of Xiangjiang, and is also the uncrowned king of the small island of Xiangjiang. On the open street, there was no one in the middle of the night, only the street lights on both sides of the street were still emitting a strong light, and 2 black cars came from a distance. With the sound of a brake, the black car that came to the entrance of the headquarters stopped, and a group of 11 people got out of the car. The man in the lead was in a dark suit, and his burly muscles made the suit bulge. The 10 people behind him also looked indifferent, each of them carrying a box in their hands. In the headquarters building, as the 2 black cars stopped, a dozen people came out, all wearing white police uniforms, and the leader was a righteous man. "Hello, Liu Yang, Senior Inspector of the Xiangjiang branch. This is Senior Inspector Liu Suingzhen who is cooperating with you this time. The burly man in a dark suit looked at Liu Suingzhen next to Liu Yang, with a stiff smile on his face, making the dozens of people in the Xiangjiang branch feel a little crippled. The 6 gates of the imperial court are quick to catch gold medals, Ma Long. Ma Long's stiff smile and tone made Liu Yang a little embarrassed for a while, but as a person from the 6 gates of the court, Liu Yang did not dare to show anything. The power of the 6 doors is so great that no one dares to disobey as long as it belongs to the imperial court. Even foreign countries are famous. Regarding this, Liu Yang could only haha, and hurriedly welcomed the 11 people from the court in. Everyone came from afar. Let's go first. If you are seen by the public in the middle of the night, it will not have a good effect. Well, please trouble Supervisor Liu Yang to lead the way. Please. Liu Yang winked at Liu Suingzhen when he turned around, and led Ma Long and others into the headquarters building. At the headquarters late at night, there are still many police officers on duty, but there are still a lot less people than during the day, but everyone has become accustomed to it, and the people below have their own set of coping methods. From the first floor to the 3rd floor, after arriving in the meeting room, Ma Long was not wasting time. Directly asked the person behind him to bring out the materials compiled by the 6 doors of the imperial court from the box. Since we have met, let's not waste time. The 6 doors headquarters issued an order to let us handle this martial arts incident as soon as possible. Wait a minute, I will ask Inspector Liu Suingzhen to get the information we have compiled. Liu Yang finished speaking and smiled at Ma Long. But who is Ma Long? How could he fail to see Liu Yang's abacus? This person obviously wanted to raise his hand to Liu Suingzhen. But this kind of Ma Long is too lazy to care, and he is not under his own jurisdiction. Liu Yang will carry it if he wants to. After all, Liu Yang still has the face as a senior police inspector. Report, the information is here. Well, Inspector Liu Suingzhen, you sit down first, and let Ma Long Jinzang start to tell everyone about the criminals. Malone waved his hand, signaling to be quiet, and as the meeting room lights were turned off, the projection lights began to work. Zhang Sheng's big head was clearly enlarged on the projection screen. Ma Long pointed to Zhang Sheng's head and slowly spoke. This person is our main hunting target this time. According to our information, Zhang Sheng, 29 years old, was born in an unknown place, and his place of growth is unknown. He first appeared in Tsim Sha Sui, and we found a man in the place where he lives. The female corpse, who had been dead for many days, was crushed to death by severely crushing her neck. In the subsequent HSBC bank robbery in Mongkok, we found out through the comparison of the characters in surveillance video and confirmed that this person did it. As a result, the analysts in our 6 doors deduced this person from beginning to end. This person should belong to a certain martial arts sect. He should have been in the sect in the past 2 decades after disappearing, and he appeared for the first time. It was in Tsim Sha Sui that the corpse of the woman whose neck was crushed obviously knew him. As for the subsequent bank robbery, we could not find a reason, but it was certain that this person did it. Then this person smuggled to Foshan, where he should have lived for a while. At the end of January this year, this person once again killed the head of the Hai sect, and then disappeared. The subsequent murder in St. Petersburg in April made us agree that this person did it, because we found that there was a warrior named Feng Yuxiu at the time. His wife had been treated in this hospital, but after the murder happened, Feng Yuxiu and his wife are missing. After the many homicides, we feel that this person is not the only one who did it. For example, Mai Ronan and others are all doing their own things in their own way. We feel that this approach is that someone is deliberately disturbing our sight. Okay, so far we have 6 doors. Inspector Liu Suingzhen, do you have anything to add? I thought that the news that she and others had grasped should be considered first-hand, but after listening to Ma Long's explanation, Liu Suingzhen knew that all they knew about Ma Long, and Ma Long, whom they didn't know, made Liu Suingzhen a bit dumb for a while. Speechless. Sir, what you said is very specific, I have nothing to add. Ma Long looked at Liu Suingzhen like this. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com smiled and shook his head, and continued to speak. Since Inspector Liu Suingzhen has nothing to add, let us continue. First of all, since we all know that these cases were made by this Zhang Shang, there is a problem that cannot be ignored, that is the force of this person. As far as we know, the Unity School belongs to the first martial arts group in the current martial arts. Its head Xia Haowu is even known as the number 1 in the world. But at the end of January, since Zhang Shang could kill Xia Haowu's junior and sister with his own power, he knew that this man's martial arts were no longer inferior to Xia Haowu, or even stronger than Xia Haowu. And then we took action to kill Mai Ronan and the others. We felt that it had a lot to do with Zhang Shang, and we vigorously investigated, and finally found a person who fits this characteristic very well, that is Feng Yuxiu. This person challenged various sects in the early years. According to our investigation, this person is proficient in 5 schools of martial arts. And each of them can be said to be the pinnacle of martial arts. We have reason to suspect that Mai Ronan and others were killed by this person. Therefore, we, Ma Jinzang, interrupt you, because Xia Haowu was in prison. Less than a day after the St. Petersburg case happened, Xia Haowu received a letter of challenge, which Zhang Shang sent to Xia Haowu. It indicated that he would compete with Xia Haowu in the abandoned warehouse of Huayu in Kowloon on the 9th day of September. Ma Long didn't say anything to Liu Suingzhen, interrupting himself, but just cast his eyes on Liu Suingzhen. As for Inspector Liu Suingzhen's supplement, we have already received the news, so in order to capture Zhang Shang in one fell swoop, we decided to take action on the 9th day of September after he launched a decisive battle with Xia Haowu. This person is more dangerous than ordinary martial arts practitioners. The person can be killed directly when the 6 doors have approved the action. Chapter 23, Feng Yuxiu. This station urgently broadcasts for you that the strongest typhoon in 10 years will pass through our city tonight. The general public are requested not to go out and lock doors and windows to avoid accidents. In the empty shop, the emergency news of the TV station was broadcast on TV. Zhang Shang sat in a chair and did not pay too much attention to the news on the TV. Regarding the coming storm, Zhang Shang didn't pay attention to it, but looked at the secret book in his hand. Since killing Feng Yuxiu's wife Shen Shuet, Zhang Shang has started his next plan. Is to guide Feng Yuxiu to the path he should have taken. And Feng Yuxiu didn't disappoint Zhang Shang either. Just like in the plot, he killed Mai Rongjin and others to help Zhang Shang make the pool more muddy, and it also delayed Zhang Shang enough time. Zhang Shang checked his watch. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. After eating a few bites, he left the shop under the storm. Only the boss who was nailed to the counter by the dagger from his mouth was left behind. This person shouldn't have to die, but who told him to call the police after seeing Zhang Shang? Zhang Shang could only kill this person in order not to reveal his whereabouts. In the final analysis, this person was to blame. Braving the storm, Zhang Shang rushed to the location of the last scene he had arranged for Feng Yuxiu, the filming scene of a crew. As for why Zhang Shang wanted Feng Yuxiu to take the road in the plot, Zhang Shang felt that Feng Yuxiu could only become stronger through the baptism of these journeys, and he was qualified to be his current opponent. After learning martial arts, he naturally needs opponents. This is also the reason why Zhang Shang did not directly take the gun to kill Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu. Zhang Shang is not the main god's task machine. If it is someone else, he might kill it directly, thus ending mission, but Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu, as a rare opponent, Zhang Shang naturally wanted to learn the skills of the two. This is also one of Zhang Shang's few faults, or a common fault of most warriors, who longs for an opponent. A close opponent. What is the purpose of learning martial arts? What do you want to do if you have this power far beyond ordinary people? The answer is very simple: reckless and reckless. No one can restrain oneself, is the real purpose of learning martial arts, as for the other is just a kind of beautification. Every person with peerless force is a model of no one. They rely on their own force to show disgrace to the ruler and to show mercy to the weak. Is this really as good as they say? As the saying goes, Xia used martial arts to violate the ban. He knew this situation sharply. As long as he is pursuing force, his ultimate goal is to get rid of the shackles. And Zhang Shang is no exception. In other words, he showed his purpose nakedly. He just wants to act recklessly. No one can restrain him. At this time, there are two opponents who are evenly matched with him, so he naturally wants to fight to his heart's content. Do things according to what he wants to do most in his heart, otherwise, why is Zhang Shang practicing martial arts? For Feng Yuxiu, the months of searching for Zhang Shang's whereabouts were the darkest time in his life. From finding out that Zhang Shang had contacted Mai Rongjin and others, Feng Yuxiu came to the door and found nothing. Feng Yuxiu is like a bereavement dog being led by the neck. He can only be passively guided by Zhang Shang to walk towards one by one arranged goals. At this time, the film crew stopped filming with Feng Yuxiu's sudden intrusion. Field Affairs even yelled again and again. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Feng Yuxiu only responded to the scolding of the Field Affairs, and that was to kill him directly. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Feng Yuxiu directly cut off the head of the scene with a knife, blood gushing out from his neck, causing the people around to lose consciousness. "Ah, it's murdered! Run away!" Hong Ye couldn't conceal his shock in his eyes, but as a martial artist who has practiced martial arts for many years, he quickly adjusted his mentality. All the crew ran for a while, leaving only the empty field and Hong Ye and Yuxiu. Hong Ye looked at her messy hair and dirty clothes. Feng Yuxiu first asked with a fist. "What do you mean, Your Excellency, why do you kill for no reason?" Feng Yuxiu lowered his head slightly, slowly raising his head to look at Hong Ye. "I came here to find you, I only mean one thing, where is Zhang Shang and others?" "Zhang Shang?" Hong Ye fell into deep thought. For Zhang Shang, who was sealed in Xiu's mouth, Hong Ye didn't really have a deep impression of him, but it was hard to remember at this time. Feng Yuxiu looked at Hong Ye, who was silent, thinking that this person was unwilling to tell Zhang Shang's whereabouts. His face became distorted, and his eyes became red. "Roar! Take your life!" After that, without waiting for Hong Ye to say anything, he attacked Hong Ye directly. Hong Ye looked at Feng Yuxiu's shot and took his own vitals directly. He didn't manage to do anything. With force under his feet, the whole person retreated and slid directly to where his weapon was. Grabbing his sword, Hong Ye pulled the sword flower around, thinking about what to say to Feng Yuxiu. But at this time, Feng Yuxiu, who had already fallen into a madness, would have room to speak to him, so he just lifted the knife. The move was so heavy that Hong Ye, who was connected to the three swords of Xiu, only felt a dull pain in his mouth. In desperation, Hong Ye could only block Feng Yuxiu, and retreated as soon as he touched him, opening the distance between the two. Hong Ye looked at Feng Yuxiu, even if he knew that this person's state was wrong at this time, but the feeling from the warrior let him know. Read www.yuuganshu.com. If he evacuated now, he would definitely die worse than now. The sense of crisis that came from the dark, Hong Ye would appear as long as he wanted to evacuate, like a light on his back, so Hong Ye could only sink his heart to deal with Feng Yuxiu. If that's the case, don't blame me. Hong Ye erected his sword in front of his chest, and placed his left hand on the sword. The aura of the whole person began to change violently, and the aura of the King of Weapons began to emerge. Say it's too late, then it's faster. Hong Ye stepped forward directly, his waist sank, and his force started from the ground. The simplest straight stab in this sword technique was as fast as lightning at this time, at a speed that Feng Yuxiu could not react within a state of madness. pierced Feng Yuxiu's body. Hong Ye hit with a single blow, and then quickly opened the distance with Feng Yuxiu, and the two looked at each other 2 meters apart. Feng Yuxiu's chest cut through the entire body, blood was pouring, but for Feng Yuxiu at this time, this wound that could kill an ordinary person seemed to be non-existent. Feng Yuxiu directly ignored the wound on his chest. When Hong Ye relaxed his mind, he dragged his knife up, breaking the boat with one move, and went from the bottom to the top. The master moves, and it changes quickly. Hong Ye was thinking about blocking at this time, but it was too late, so she could only do her best and shifted a little bit backward. It was this point that caused Hong Yezi to dodge Feng Yuxiu's piercing knife dangerously. But the whole person was still scratched from the bottom to the top with a shallow wound, all the way from the crotch to the face. Such a dangerous scene made Hong Ye no longer dared to be the center of the battle against Xiu. Many years of filming still made Hong Ye feel paralyzed, giving him a kind of formal master fight, just like filming a movie. Chapter 24, Hong Ye died. Hong Ye stared at Feng Yuxiu intently, and almost let him be sealed by Feng Yuxiu for a while. This was a life taboo for a warrior, but it was because of Hong Ye's carelessness that it appeared at this time. The pain from the body has been stimulating Hong Ye's nerves. Even if he tried to control his mind, he was still disturbed by his injuries. At this time, like a beast, Feng Yuxiu's control of the situation is even more outrageous. Seeing Hong Ye's calm surface, it is a situation that has been delayed by the injury and can't keep all the energy to deal with. Directly roared, bent his waist, and attacked Hong Ye with a knife. The madman's aura was like a storm outside the venue at this time, madly impacting Hong Ye's mind. There are no moves, no tactics, only an extremely heavy slash, which makes Hong Ye so difficult to fight against at this time. Swords and swords struck each other, and the fireworks splashed everywhere. The sword made of pure steel rang out endlessly in the unruly collision between Hong Ye and Feng Yuxiu. Feng Yuxiu slashed 18 times in succession, each of which was Feng Yuxiu's full blow, and Hong Ye was dragged down by his injuries, but he had no choice but to hardwire, causing his own injuries to be bloody. Feng Yuxiu wasn't much better at this time. The sword that pierced through his chest, regardless of Feng Yuxiu's care, was even more bloody. But at this time, what the two of them are fighting is the will, and what they are fighting is the spirit of their own martial artist. Boom! Sealed under the pedicure hard, the whole person rose from the ground, leaped 3 meters high in the air, and severely slashed with one knife. A series of Hong Ye torn apart by the tiger's mouth with 18 knives, against this incomparable blow, wanting to avoid, but powerless, he can only cross the sword on the top of his head, holding the hilt in both hands, hoping to receive the sword. Boom! From Feng Yuxiu's heavy power, Hong Ye slammed his legs directly on the ground, and he fell to his knees. The sparks that illuminate the faces of the two people splashed, and the thick pillars of blood spewed out from the wounds sealed on Xiu's chest, spraying Hong Ye's face, and Hong Ye was directly smashed by the heavy knife and the sword in his hand. Only stopped on his shoulders. Hong Ye could feel that his legs and knees had comminuted fractures at this time, and the violent pain that penetrated the whole body directly distorted Hong Ye Yingwu's face. By this time, Hong Ye also understood that in this battle, only one of them could survive. Therefore, the fierceness that he had not shown for many years broke out under the stimulation of the injury and the death crisis that surrounded his heart all the time. Since the two of them were less than 1 meter apart, Hong Ye let go of the hilt with both hands, and the whole person raised his hand as a gesture of grabbing. At this time, he could no longer consider the dignity of the martial artist. Hong Ye's right hand was claw-shaped and directly digs into Feng Yuxiu's crotch. Department. Unfortunately, although Feng Yuxiu at this time was already weakened to the extreme due to his injuries and blood loss, Hong Ye was no better than him, and under the blessing of that kind of madness, his reaction was much faster than Hong Ye. Regarding Hong Ye's black hand, Feng Yuxiu violently kicked out his left leg to use his strength to stretch the distance, and Hong Ye also achieved his goal. Hong Ye turned into a ground gourd, and there was mud and iron smell all over his body. The sword on the shoulder was torn apart due to the tumbling of the sword on his shoulder. The painful Hong Ye's face was distorted. He gritted his teeth and pulled off the sword on his shoulder, tremblingly trying to stand up. But the comminuted fractures of both legs and knees made Hong Ye nothing more than wishful thinking. Because of this action, the injuries on both legs were aggravated, accompanied by a strong bone marrow pain. Regarding the predicament he was in, Hong Ye already knew the end of the battle. His legs were scrapped, his left shoulder was scrapped, and only his right hand could move. How could there be hope of surviving? But what can I do if I know? Apart from roaring, Hong Ye had no way to do other things. Dragging his seriously injured body, Hong Ye leaned on the props built by the crew. He lost too much blood and his eyes had begun to turn black. He could only vaguely see Feng Yuxiu dragging his severely injured body slowly over. Hong Ye was already unable to counterattack anymore. He thought he would have a chance by pulling the distance, but Feng Yuxiu's final blow broke Hong Ye's wishful thinking. The weight of the knife was something Hong Ye hadn't expected. With a pale face, Feng Yuxiu looked at Hong Ye, who was leaning on the props of the crew, with a crazy look on his face like a devil. "Where is Zhang Sheng?" Hong Ye just smiled at Feng Yuxiu's roar and spoke slowly. "Be attached to your ears, and I will tell you where Zhang Sheng is." After hearing what Hong Ye said, Feng Yuxiu squatted down and got to Hong Ye's mouth. "Zhang Sheng is here." Boom! A lightning bolt in the sky tore past. The originally dim crew site was illuminated for a moment, and Zhang Sheng, who had been standing on the top watching the fight between the two, was revealed. At this moment, perhaps Zhang Sheng deliberately, or perhaps because of Hong Ye's words, Feng Yuxiu unconsciously looked up and saw Zhang Sheng. The eyes of the two crossed, and Feng Yuxiu, who was already seriously injured, didn't know where to get new power from, and roared at Zhang Sheng. "Zhang Sheng, pay my wife's life back." The whole person holds a knife in his right hand, and rushes towards the shelf where Zhang Sheng is. Zhang Sheng didn't even look at Feng Yuxiu, but Hong Ye. Zhang Sheng became interested. www.readaloud.com. I thought this man was an orthodox warrior, and his mind was straightforward, but from the fight between the two and Feng Yuxiu in the end, the words he said made Zhang Sheng understand that Hong Ye was not a fuel-efficient lamp. Hong Ye, who had fallen into dying, naturally didn't know that Zhang Sheng had a murderous intent on him. He thought that he could get a chance to survive by relying on that sentence, but he never expected that Zhang Sheng would report to this point. Zhang was still not staying, a marble appeared in his hand, and he flicked towards Hong Ye. With the sound of broken bones, Hong Ye's Tianling Gai was shattered by the marble. Zhang Sheng looked at Feng Yuxiu leaping back and forth between the shelves, sneered, and said, "Feng Yuxiu, as a warrior, you are obsessed with your children, I am helping you." It's a pity that Feng Yuxiu had only one idea at this time, killing him Zhang Sheng and avenging his wife, but nothing else. Think about why you learned martial arts. Where did you challenge the world to become the best in the world? However, Feng Yuxiu was indifferent to Zhang Sheng's persuasion from the heart, and the response to Zhang Sheng was even more desperate. Zhang Sheng stepped back calmly, avoiding Feng Yuxiu's full-strength knife, and then stepped back with his right foot, and the whole person instantly slammed into Feng Yuxiu's arms. Zhang Sheng's unruly impact directly knocked Feng Yuxiu, who had finally managed to climb onto the shelf, and fell to the ground severely. Feng Yuxiu spouted blood, and he couldn't get up again. He could only watch Zhang Sheng leave. Even if Feng Yuxiu was so angry at this time and wanted to kill Zhang Sheng, it was just a dream. For this, Feng Yuxiu could only bury his inner killing intent and wait for the two to meet next time. Chapter 25, Court Shot. Dang dang! Come in. The chief just received the alarm that the martial arts star Hong Ye was brutally murdered. I think we should close the net early, otherwise Zhang Sheng and Feng Yuxiu don't know what else to do. Lu Suingzhen pushed the door in and said to Liu Yang. Liu Yang heard that martial arts star Hong Ye had also been killed, and couldn't help but moan on his forehead. Ma Longjin, what do you say to do? The front page tomorrow will definitely be full of troubles. Malone has seen countless criminals in the past 10 years of his tenure, but this is the first time someone like Zhang Shang has reached such a level of lawlessness. Regarding how to deal with Zhang Shang, Ma Long was disgusted with the secret order issued by the Six Door headquarters for the first time. Ma Long knew that the idea of the Six Doors headquarters was to use Zhang Shang to fight against Xia Haowu and others. It would be best if they could be eliminated all at once. But according to the current situation, this Zhang Shang is obviously a mad dog, and Feng Yuxiu can't be calculated based on normal criminal psychology. This makes Ma Long a little difficult to decide whether to continue to wait or take the first step. Do it, knock out one or two of them. Liu Yang is also an old fox. Looking at Ma Long's hesitant expression, he guessed Ma Long's hesitation in his heart. He hit the iron while it was hot and said to Ma Long. Ma Longjin Zhang, although the Six Doors headquarters issued an order to kill Zhang Shang and others on September 9. However, everything is impossible to follow. I think it is best for us to shoot as soon as possible. Now this martial arts star Hong Ye, once you die, when the media reports, you can't hide what happened during this period. If this goes on, the whole Xiangjiang will be panicked. I think this is not what the Six Doors want to see. Otherwise, the court will blame it. You and I can't afford it. Liu Yang's words are a firm blessing in decision-making for the hesitant Ma Long. As an upright person, although Ma Long ignored the murders that occurred during this time because of the orders from above, he also hated Zhang Shang and wanted to arrest Zhang Shang and others as soon as possible. Okay, Inspector Lu Suingzhen, I will inform you as a Six-Door gold medal hunter. I will immediately lead the team to control the scene. Also, Inspector Liu Yang, I need Xiangjiang's local Flying Tiger team as support. From now on, investigate the traces of Zhang Shang and Feng Yuxiu. Once they are found, they can shoot freely, regardless of life or death. Received, sir. Lu Suingzhen glanced at Liu Yang quietly, and immediately stood up and answered Ma Long. Malone sat on a chair, and as the suit jacket took off, a strong muscle bulged the entire shirt, giving people an extremely deterrent oppressive feeling. Inspector Liu Yang, when the Flying Tigers track down Zhang Shang and others, I will arrange 2 people to follow the Flying Tigers together. Then I hope that Inspector Liu Yang will notify me so that the Flying Tigers will use the 2 people I sent as the core. Round up Zhang Shang and Feng Yuxiu thoroughly. Ma Longjin Zhang, this seems a bit wrong. The Flying Tigers have their own professional command. If other unfamiliar people are used to command, it will affect the efficiency of the Flying Tigers. Ma Long listened to Liu Yang's words, shook his head, and said solemnly. Inspector Liu Yang seems to have some misunderstanding. The reason why I am like this is because the Flying Tigers are not necessarily the opponents of these 2 people. Inspector Liu Yang may not have seen what kind of martial artist is really great in martial arts. They want to kill people. A chopstick, a pen can be a favorable murder weapon. If it is an open place, the Flying Tigers will naturally win, but once I get to a small place, I don't like the Flying Tigers very much. This time, Zhang Shang is extremely valued by the above, and even a death order was given so that we can directly kill it on the spot when we do it. I think Supervisor Liu Yang, in order to complete the above task, will you not stop me, right? Liu Yang turned black after listening to Ma Long's words, and tried to endure his desire to attack, and finally endured it. Since Ma Long could move out of the court in order to gain command of the Flying Tigers, what could Liu Yang say? If this is pushing 3 and 4, then after Liu Yang and other things are over, his political career is probably over. Okay, then follow Ma Longjin Zhang's arrangement. I will notify you when that happens. Okay, then I would like to thank Superintendent Liu Yang for his cooperation. Malone finished speaking and picked up the suit on the hanger, and went out to the scene where Hong Ye died. Zhang Shang was naked and slowly practicing martial arts in a dimly lit room. The bronzed muscles had all turned dark red, and the surface of his body was bleeding from the pores. The whole person was immersed in this sudden insight, and learned from all the martial arts in this world. At this time, under Zhang Shang's slow rehearsal, all began to be integrated and connected, and the skills of mathematics in this world were crazy in Zhang Shang's mind. Collision. Zhang Shang has never had the opportunity to be so sensitive to martial arts. It seems that his martial arts talent has been completely inspired by the main since he came to the main space, so that Zhang Shang can grasp those who are not very advanced in martial arts. It's easy to learn. It doesn't matter whether you get the martial arts from Feng Yuxiu, or you get martial arts from the martial arts such as Mai Rongjin, which is just a little reputable. At this time, with Zhang Shang in this special state, all the same skills are exerted. Are all unified, all integrated into the limit method. And while Zhang Shang was immersed in the timing of the crazy blend of martial arts, this old building in Mongkok has attracted the most prestigious flying tigers in Hong Kong. 7 or 8 black, long-length cars drove quickly downstairs to this building. When the cars stopped, each car quickly got off a team of 10 flying tigers. Yu reading www.yuuganchu.com. Each member of the Flying Tigers wears black masks and special combat uniforms, and each holds a small punch. For combat in narrow terrain, the Flying Tigers also have their own way of dealing with it, that is, a team of 10 people, 1 person holding a shield, and 9 people holding a micro-punch. In this configuration, you are a martial arts master, or what, in the 9 branches. Down, the narrow space must be sieved. Of course, the Flying Tigers team was originally configured as a 3-person team, but because of Malone, the 3-person team was added to 10 people. From Malone's point of view, only after facing Zhang Shang, Feng Yuxiu and others can it be foolproof. Now check the equipment. Flying Tiger team members listened to the sound coming from the earphones and began to quickly check their equipment. The inspection of the first team is completed, and the equipment is confirmed to be correct. The second team has completed the inspection and the equipment is confirmed to be correct. The inspection of the 7th team is completed, and the equipment is confirmed to be correct. Well, I am Lu Tao from the 6 Doors headquarters. From now on, all your actions will be directed by me. I need to let you know that the target of this action is extremely dangerous criminals. If you encounter them, they will be killed on the spot. Clear. Set off. There are a total of 7 teams, and the 70-person Flying Tiger team seems to have a lot of people, but this building has a total of 13 floors and has more than 3,000 residents. It can be said that it is even more difficult for them to accurately find Zhang Shang's location. It can only be checked layer by layer, but this also increases a lot of risks. Ma Long and Lu Yang sat in the command car and watched the video from the Flying Tigers. The interference of signal makes the picture look very blurry, it can only barely be seen clearly, and because the corridor is dim, it makes the picture extremely dim. Chapter 26, The First Fight with the Court. Flying Tiger team members entered through the 4 entrances of this building in batches. In the dirty corridors, water and garbage were everywhere. There are also burnt paper money and the like everywhere. This is the most true portrayal of the entire Xiangjiang. The people in Xiangjiang are superstitious and stubborn. The eradication of feudal superstition that has been promoted since the establishment of the imperial court is for Xiangjiang people not much use. Xiao Yang gestured to the players behind him and motioned to everyone to stop. As the captain and shield bearer of this team, Xiao Yang maintained the utmost confidence in this mission. These criminals might be able to suppress the military uniform by relying on their banditry when facing the military uniform, but in previous missions, as long as when the Flying Tigers are dispatched, these criminals have always been vulnerable. So even if Lu Tao from 6 Doors told them that this criminal was extremely dangerous before they set off, he didn't let Xiao Yang care too much. That was not the case for that mission, but every time with the cooperation of the flying tigers, these criminals were easily captured. These criminals are just ordinary people, and rely on that banditry. Once they encounter special forces like the flying tigers, the professionalism gap is too big. There are 18 households on each floor. From now on, we will conduct a family-by-house investigation. Once a criminal is found, we will shoot freely. The team members listened to the voice in the headset, and followed Xiao Yang silently. Who? A middle-aged woman opened the door. When she saw Xiao Yang and others standing outside the door, her eyes were full of panic, but Xiao Yang interrupted her. We are from the Flying Tigers, please cooperate with us. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he pointed to the middle-aged woman and motioned to the team behind to control her first, and then entered the room with a shield. The room was messy and there was only one room. Xiao Yang opened the door of the bedroom and found it in the dim bedroom. Only a little girl is sleeping. Xiao Yang did not make a sound, but made a gesture to tell his teammates to withdraw, and when he came to the door, he said to the middle-aged woman, "There are criminals in this building. From now on, I hope you can close the doors and windows and do not go out to avoid danger." After finishing speaking, she personally helped the middle-aged woman close the door and proceeded to the next room. Zhang Sheng, who had just taken a shower, heard the sound of many people walking together in the corridor before he sat down. Zhang Sheng held his breath and came to the door and listened. Following the knock on the door and the voices of the flying tigers and the residents, Zhang Sheng understood that he had been exposed, and then quickly returned to the bedroom, put on his clothes, quickly checked the gun, and after confirming that he was correct, he came to the window. Looked outside from the gap in the curtain. 7 or 8 vehicles downstairs, and if there is a sense of danger, let Zhang Sheng know that there are snipers squatting outside. Obviously, since the flying tigers have taken action, they will never give Zhang Sheng a chance to escape easily. I didn't expect the Imperial Court to act so fast. I thought it would wipe out myself and others on September 9th, but now it seems to be because of Hong Yat. Zhang Sheng didn't know, his speculations were inseparable from the court's plan, but Zhang Sheng had written about the situation at this time, so he didn't worry too much about his inability to escape. And Zhang Sheng didn't have the idea of fleeing directly. Since the court is here, Zhang Sheng naturally wants to use these people to try his own weight, so that he can understand how he should deal with the situation on September 9th. Instead of making mistakes and being upended by the court. Zhang Sheng, who was ready, came to the door and waited for the arrival of the flying tigers with bated breath. As the footsteps get closer, Zhang Sheng has also confirmed the number of people who have come. There are about 10 people listening to footsteps. According to the development of weapons in this era, these people should not be well equipped. There should be no infrared detectors. This is an opportunity. It was quickly calculated that Zhang Sheng had a better grasp of himself. As a scavenger organization training weapon, Zhang Sheng valued this special equipment far more than people. Listening to the knock on the door, Zhang Sheng did not open the door, but raised the gun in his right hand. After aiming at the door of the room, Zhang Sheng's breathing method from the organizational limit method slowly started to activate. A large amount of oxygen was mixed with a large amount of blood and sent to the brain as Zhang Sheng took a deep breath. At this time, the blood flow in the body circulated crazily throughout the body, causing Zhang Sheng's body temperature to rise. With the secret method used, everything around it began to become clear. It was obvious that all the positions and movements of the Flying Tigers team of 10 outside the door surfaced in Zhang Sheng's mind at this time. As if at this moment the wall and the door have become transparent in Zhang Sheng's eyes. Hey! The moment Zhang Sheng exhaled a deep breath, the gun aimed at the door of the room burst into flames, and the 15 bullets in the gun were poured out by Zhang Sheng in that instant. No matter how well trained the Flying Tigers outside the room, their training quality seemed to be a joke after they met Zhang Sheng. Also, Zhang Sheng was originally trained as a murder weapon. He had no shortage of experience and quality. At this time, he was armed with peerless force. It seemed that he was suspicious of bullying against these Flying Tigers members. The violent gunshots became one piece. www.readaloud.com. The captain holding the shield outside the door was the first to bear the brunt. 4 bullets directly rubbed the edge of the shield and broke the Tianling cover. The remaining 11 bullets were the scope of the door. All members of the Flying Tigers that could be shot within were included in the range. Flying Tigers members could have imagined that there would be criminals waiting for them in front of the door, which they did not expect. What's going on? What happened to Team 6? Lu Tao watched the scene of the 6th team being wiped out instantly, with cold sweat on his palms. The danger of Zhang Shang far exceeded their imagination. Zhang Shang felt his mind and saw all 10 people outside were knocked down. 6 of them were killed by one shot. The remaining 4 were also severely injured by the shot and could only groan on the ground. Kicked open the door, Zhang Shang strode out of the room, looked at the 4 people who were still moaning, raised the guns that had been replaced with bullets, and rewarded each of them with one. Zhang Shang knelt down to check the equipment on these 10 people, and added shields slightly, with a good idea. But you have to block talents, and you will be all on the street before you meet. This lineup is not good either. There is no other way. If there is Zhang Shang's own world's high-tech equipment, these 10 people will crush Zhang Shang at will. At most Zhang Shang will be blocked by these 10 people in this small space after replacing a few people. Killed within. It's a pity that there is no if, and the equipment is not good. This kind of backward equipment is naturally a gift to Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang glanced at the cameras on the heads of these Flying Tigers, picked up one of them, and loaded the ammunition from the others on him. Checked the equipment on his lower body again, Zhang Shang hesitated, and still took off the body armor of one person. Although it's useless to masters, it's okay to deal with stray bullets. Chapter 27, Heavy Price. Zhang Shang thought that the rest of the people should also come, and without wasting time, he strode to the electric box on this floor. A few shots smashed the electric box. With the damage of the electric box, the only one in the corridor, the source of light, also disappeared. The half-dead aisle lights in the corridor went out instantly, and they could barely see an outline in an instant. This made the Flying Tigers, who had already been enclosed from the 4-sided passage, hesitated for a moment when they stepped onto the 9th floor. Pay attention to cover each other. Lu Tao's voice came out of the headset, so that everyone in the Flying Tigers could calm down. Xiao Yang gestured with the flashlight in front of him and gestured down sideways. The players behind him looked at Xiao Yang's gesture, and the two came to the other side of the aisle to cover each other. Xiao Yang believes that if they are hard to see in the dark, the criminals should not be much different. As long as they wait for others to coordinate, and when the criminals' range of activities are reduced, they should be no problem in encirclement and suppression. Zhang Shang propped his feet on both sides of the wall, stuck in the high place at the corner of the stairs, watching the Flying Tiger team passing by underneath him against the wall. The leader holding a flashlight didn't seem to expect someone to hide in the height of the corner. After waiting for them to walk away slowly, Zhang Shang fell down gently and followed silently under his feet. Zhang Shang's vision in the dark was naturally better than those of these Flying Tigers. For the Flying Tigers, he might only be able to see an outline, but for Zhang Shang, it was almost the evening at this time, blurry, but not to that level. Touched it on tiptoe, the last Flying Tiger team member in the dark could only hear the marching sound of the team and the sound of their own breathing, heavy and rapid. There are not many places where the light of the front flashlight can be recruited, especially for the members of the Flying Tigers at the end, which intensified the inner tension. Zhang Shang synchronized the last person's footsteps and touched it silently. When the Flying Tigers passed the corner, Zhang Shang shot. Zhang Shang with the cat on his waist took 3 steps and did 1 step, his left hand directly covered the mouth of the man at the end, his right hand pressed hard against the man's neck, the 2 hands were put together, the man's neck was twisted directly, and he just wanted to do it. The person who moved, his head tilted, and there was no sound. Caught this person, quietly put it on the spot, Zhang Shang followed again. At this time when everyone's heartstrings were tense, Zhang Shang did not have the confidence to kill everyone in an instant. After all, at such a moment when everyone is highly nervous, everyone's reaction speed will become faster. If you rashly act, if you can't kill everyone, Zhang Shang will only fall into passiveness. This is something Zhang Shang doesn't want to see. Therefore, while these people have not noticed Zhang Shang's assassination, killing a few more people is king. As time passed, Xiao Yang led the team to search many places, but no criminals were found, so Xiao Yang raised his hand, clenched his fist, and signaled the others to stop. As Xiao Yang stopped, the sparse footsteps behind him made Xiao Yang feel something wrong. There seems to be fewer people? Xiao Yang suddenly thought of something, turned his head violently, and shone the flashlight behind him. The 9 people behind him disappeared at some point, leaving him alone. A strong sense of fear instantly flooded Xiao Yang's heart. Just now, he clearly heard footsteps behind him, but at this time, as Xiao Yang turned around, there was no one behind him. At this time, the cold muzzle pressed against Xiao Yang's head, and a sound made Xiao Yang only feel like a cold winter. The flying tigers do not deserve their name. Qiulong. You can't escape. Xiao Yang swallowed, and his voice became hoarse due to nervousness and a long time without drinking water. Humph! Xiao Yang only heard a cold snort from the people behind him, his neck hurt, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Zhang Shang let go of Xiao Yang whose neck was broken, and he plunged into darkness, not knowing where he was going. Lu Tao looked at the screen belonging to the 7th team. At this time, the command car fell into silence, and everyone swallowed. While Ma Long and Lu Yang looked at the transmitted picture, they looked at each other, knowing that this decision would be a big failure in their political career. Lu Tao took a deep breath and said deep into the microphone. The rest of the people joined together and withdrew from this building. The mission failed. Within a few minutes after Lu Tao finished speaking, there was a violent exchange of fire from the building. Can be heard clearly even outside, which makes Lu Tao even more cold sweat on his forehead. Zhang Shang was thinking about repeating the old trick and seeing if he could assassinate a few more people, but he thought that Lu Tao would give an order to retreat. Thus, on the way to the transfer, he ran into a team of flying tigers who wanted to withdraw downstairs. As soon as they met, Zhang Shang knew that his whereabouts had been exposed from now on. The moment Zhang Shang met the flying tigers team, everyone paused. Then Zhang Shang directly shot a handgun in one hand and a pistol in the other, fired quickly, and suppressed the flying tigers team back. Zhang Shang leaned against the wall, and after reloading the ammunition, he plunged into the darkness. Zhang Shang has already written down all the layout of this floor. At this moment, he and the Flying Tigers team are in the southwest corner. Once the Flying Tigers occupy the northwest corner, he will be a turtle in the urn. This made Zhang Shang give up the idea of cannibalizing the Flying Tigers. Zhang Shang went all the way towards the northwest corner in the dark. In the process of running, the secret method from the limit method was directly used by Zhang Shang. Everything around him became clear in an instant. This powerful from the perspective of God, Zhang Shang was addicted to it. The floor map of the whole building quickly appeared in Zhang Shang's brain, and as Zhang Shang got closer and closer to the northwest corner, the flying tigers who were also rushing here were directly leaned by Zhang Shang in this state. The powerful induction is marked out. When he came to the corner, Zhang Shang speeded up and broke straight out of the corner. The fire from the gun in his hand illuminated the entire corner. The flying tigers who had just arrived were disrupted by Zhang Shang's sudden action. The leader holding the shield was even headshot by Zhang Shang with 3 shots in the air. After that, Zhang Shang's whole body was covered by the slight impact of the fire, and with his left foot toward the wall, the whole body was rotated 360 degrees, directly the pistols shot all the remaining 9 headshots. As soon as he landed, Zhang Shang rubbed his chest grinningly, and the body armor on his chest was deeply embedded with 4 micro-impact bullets. Zhang Shang looked down at his chest and let out a deep breath, thanking him. Fortunately, I pulled out a body armor, otherwise the iron will be cool. The saying goes well. No matter how high the skill is, I am afraid of kitchen knives, not to mention the scattered thermal weapons that have impacted the entire martial arts. Zhang Shang knew that time was waiting for no one, so he quickly searched for ammunition from this team of flying tigers, found a room and got up. In the room, Zhang Shang took off his body armor and looked at the wound on his abdomen. He thought he was not injured, but he never expected to get shot. Hurriedly dealt with, Zhang Shang listened, but there was no voice from the flying tigers in the aisle, which made Zhang Shang a sigh of relief. I thought the flying tigers would not stop killing themselves, but looking at them, it seems that they can escape tonight. Chapter 28, Evacuation and Escape. When it was late at night, Zhang Shang, who was hiding in the room, did not dare to make a big move. The flying tigers had suffered such a big loss and Zhang Shang was jumping for joy, so he might be rounded by the 100-person team, not to mention. With the passage of time, the shot in Zhang Shang's abdomen had started to become a little inflamed at this time, which directly reduced Zhang Shang's ability to move by several levels. The light was not turned on in the room. Zhang Shang was naked in the dark, and started emergency treatment with the first aid kit found from the family's home. At this time, Zhang Shang did not dare to take the bullet in his body without tools. Bullet. Regarding the environment in this building, Zhang Shang estimated that if he dared to take the bullet by himself, he would be able to get into the soil the next day, so he treated the wound with anti-inflammatory drugs and gauze, and Zhang Shang stopped what he was doing. Turned to the bedroom, where the family of 3 gathered together against the wall. Seeing Zhang Shang coming in, the man quickly got up and crawled around and hugged Zhang Shang's legs. "Brother, please spare my wife and children, we will never go to the police, please, please." The man bowed his head and begged Zhang Shang, making Zhang Shang, who didn't want to kill the family of 3, suddenly grinned. "Don't worry, you can see that your son is so cute, and your wife is also good looking, how could I get it? You say yes. Big brother, you are right." There was a smile on the man's face, and he touched his face with his hands, and wiped all the tears and snot from his face. Thus turned his head and smiled at his wife and children, but the man didn't see the smile on his wife and children's faces, but a look of horror on his face. At this moment, the man seemed to understand something, like a gear that hadn't been oiled for a long time. The man turned his head solidified, but he saw a gun barrel aimed at his forehead. "You are also outrageous, do you believe this kind of nonsense?" Zhang Shang grinned and squeezed the trigger. The flame from the muzzle in the darkness did not bring warmth to the mother and son who had shrunk together, but instead let them see the fear of death. 3 shots were made in a row, and the expressions of the 3 of the family instantly froze. Zhang Shang looked at the 3 headshots in the dark and exited the bedroom. Time has passed for so long, and no movement has been heard on this floor, which made Zhang Shang a little bit overwhelmed because of his previous caution. "I thought that the flying tigers would never die, but I didn't expect that they would retreat directly after the loss of 3 teams." This made Zhang Shang, who had already done a desperate fight earlier, a little bit irritated at this time. This also made Zhang Shang understand that the court is not a warlord or those organizations, they will measure and evaluate. Instead of letting the people underneath rush up in a swarm and replace you with human lives. This also gave Zhang Shang an idea, that he could get away safely after a battle with Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu on September 9. Zhang Shang came to the window and looked outside. The car underneath had been gone for a long time, and the sense of danger outside had disappeared. This made Zhang Shang, who had been listening for more than an hour, finally determined, who the team really withdrew. Hurriedly cleaned up the place where he was staying, Zhang Shang opened the door and went into the darkness without a trace. Lu Yang and Ma Long looked at the documents handed in by the people below. Their faces were not very good looking. Ma Long even clenched the hand that was holding the casualty report called the Sparrow Project. Lu Suingzhen and Lu Tao were standing at the door of the conference room. They only felt that their throats were a little dry, especially Lu Tao. As the commander-in-chief of this operation, not to mention whether there was any problem with his command. Superior. Come in. Lu Suingzhen and Lu Tao listened to the sound coming from the conference room, straightened up and pushed the door in. Team leader. Sir. Lu Yang and Ma Long did not answer the conversation. They just held a document in their hands and stared at Lu Suingzhen and Lu Tao with dark eyes. The atmosphere in the conference room was so solemn that Lu Tao and Lu Suingzhen felt that a violent storm was approaching, but as expected, Lu Yang directly cursed after being silent for a few minutes. The well-equipped Flying Tigers lost 2 teams without seeing anyone, and then was defeated by a team head-on? Ah! Lu Yang slapped the table and got up and shouted loudly. I transferred you a 70-man Flying Tigers team. Now you give me 2 reports? 1 casualty report and 1 operation failure report, right? That is the Flying Tigers team of 70 people. It's not 70 gangsters. Even one person of 70 gangsters can drown the 2 of you with a pea. Is he Zhang Shang with 3 heads and 6 arms, or is he Guan Yi going down? Ma Long watched Lu Yang furiously, waved his hand to let him sit down. Then said to Lu Suingzhen and Lu Tao. After you go down, write a review and submit a plan on how to act on September 9th with the people from the crime team. When the time comes, I will personally direct the operation to ensure that there will be no problems with the operation. Also, after Lu Tao's mission is over, you must be prepared to accept the review by the 6 Doors headquarters, so go ahead. Receive. Lu Suingzhen and Lu Tao straightened up, bowed to Lu Yang and Ma Long, and left the meeting room. When he came outside, Lu Tao was obviously not in a good mood. The failure of the action was one thing, but more importantly, after returning this time, how to deal with the review by the headquarters was a headache for Lu Tao. A careless one, if you don't say that your position is not guaranteed, you may be jailed, which makes Lu Tao's heart very heavy. Lu Suingzhen looked at Lu Tao, who was frowning after coming out of the meeting room, couldn't help but persuade him. Mr. Lu, the failure of this operation was not your fault. It was because we miscalculated the strength of a martial artist like Zhang Shang. www.readaloud.com. On the basis of this operation, we strictly controlled the September 9th operation. When that happens, Zhang Shang will certainly not escape with his wings. Lu Tao heard Lu Suingzhen's words and thanked Lu Suingzhen bitterly. Thank you, Miss Lu, for your kindness. The captain personally went out. I am very confident in September 9th. Then Lu Tao quickened his pace and went downstairs alone. Lu Suingzhen looked at Lu Tao, who was walking away, and was still thinking about what to say, but Lu Suingzhen also saw that Lu Tao was in a bad mood at this time, so he hesitated and did not say anything. In the conference room, Lu Yang interrupted Malone's thoughts by looking at Malone, who was lost in thought. Ma Long Jinsang, I want to know that there are many people like Zhang Shang who practice martial arts to inhumane. Ma Long heard Lu Yang's question, hesitated before speaking slowly. You have practiced martial arts to the point of Zhang Shang, and now there are no more than 2 hands in the entire martial arts, and most of them have survived from that era, but like Zhang Shang, he has almost reached this point in his 30s. No, that's why the court values Zhang Shang so much. This man is a martial arts genius, but it is a pity that he has acted extreme and has gone the evil way and only has the ability to kill him. Lu Yang never expected that the 6 Doors would have such a high evaluation of Zhang Shang. He thought it was because Zhang Shang acted so hard that he was ordered to kill by the 6 Doors, but he did not expect it would be because of Zhang Shang's martial arts talent. Reason. With the development of science and technology, the imperial court no longer needs martial arts masters, and it is because with the advent of firearms, killing people is more convenient. If once a martial arts master uses firearms aggressively, it will be the same as Zhang Shang at this time. The soldiers formed a crush. That's why the imperial court made this decision after discovering Zhang Shang. Chapter 29, September 9th. The moon is faint and the stars are sparse, and the impact of Typhoon Bian is still continuing, and according to the Meteorological Bureau, Typhoon Bian will come again, which makes Xiangzhong people who have already suffered some economic losses feel a little impetuous. After escaping from the old building in Mongkok, Zhang Shang came to Kowloon non-stop. Because of the wanted reason, Zhang Shang could not get in a car. After stealing a car, he avoided the checkpoints at various intersections. Came to Kowloon. The wind gradually grew stronger, stirring the dark clouds in the sky. Zhang Shang sat on the top of the agreed-upon Zhulang Huayu abandoned warehouse. This was the third day Zhang Shang returned to Kowloon. Tomorrow is September 9th, agreed with Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu. As soon as Zhang Shang arrived in Kowloon, he found a black clinic to take out the bullet from his abdomen. After 2 days, his injury did not improve, but the inflammation and swelling had disappeared. This made Zhang Shang less worried about tomorrow's decisive battle. As the saying goes, people are not as good as the sky. Zhang Shang originally wanted to wait for work at ease, but he thought that when the agreed time was about to come, the court would round up himself and hurt himself. But it doesn't matter. Since Zhang Shang has thoroughly learned most of the martial arts in this world, he has understood that this is the limit of the world. Therefore, Xia Haowu can also deal with it in Qiang, but Zhang Shang has left a question for a long time in his heart. Zhang Shang couldn't figure it out. That is, after Zhang Shang killed Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu, he could go back immediately, or he would stay for a while. This made Zhang Shang uncertain. If he had to stay for a while after completing the mission, Zhang Shang absolutely believed that he would die miserably. Even if I don't want to admit it, the power of the court is undeniable. From the trace of Zhang Shang, I know that professionals like Zhang Shang are not very useful when dealing with the court. Unless Zhang Shang stays away from society and hides in the mountains and forests, he may still hide for a while, otherwise it is inevitable to be found. But things have developed to this point, and Zhang Shang has no better way. When he first came, Zhang Shang was really a little overwhelmed and looked down upon the court of this world, which made things develop into such a reluctance at this time. The situation is still in the controllable range. Thinking of this, Zhang Shang smiled and shook his head. That's fine. If you think about doing so much, the soldiers will come to cover the water and the earth. Now that you have reached this point, the Lord God will not be able to pit himself to death. If this is the case, then you will be unlucky. Zhang Shang is very clear about his situation. At this time, he is like a puppet. He is designated by the main and can only do what he wants to do within a limited range. After doing these things, does the main think he has the value of no cultivation is all the business of the Lord God, and Zhang Shang can only do his best to express his value. This is similar to the scavenger organization, but the restrictions of the Lord God are even wider, so wide that you can act recklessly in the entire world, but you have to deal with the situation led by your actions, and only if you can deal with it, you can do it recklessly. After you have consequences, the Lord God will recognize your value. This idea has been understood from the first time Zhang Shang came into this world. Therefore, all Zhang Shang's behaviors are, firstly, that he himself is such a reckless character, and secondly, he uses his familiar way of behavior to reflect his own value. Living well is Zhang Shang unwilling to face, but he is very eager. In order to be able to survive, then only let other people die, which is heavy and realistic. Ticking. Crackling. It took only a few minutes to fall from the raindrops to the torrential rain. This sudden torrential rain interrupted Zhang Shang's examination of himself. Zhang Shang, who came down from the roof, fell into the original office of the warehouse. In the office covered with thick dust, there was only a dilapidated sofa, which seemed to have been brought by the former gangsters. cigarette butts, wine bottles, toilet paper all over the floor, as well as stagnant water due to water leakage. Zhang Shang left the office and went to the first floor of the warehouse. It was so empty that there was no mouse in the warehouse. With the lightning that crossed the sky, bright light came in from the hole on the top of the warehouse from time to time. Zhang Shang found a corner, sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to replenish his energy before the war. As the qi in the body began to circulate, the blood circulation in Zhang Shang's body accelerated, and the strong muscles of the body began to beat slowly. There was nothing to say all night, only the continuous rainstorm in the sky. Time comes to September 9th. The gate of Stanley Prison slowly opened. Xia Hao wore the clothes he wore when he surrendered. The younger sister who was supposed to come to pick him up from prison, but at this time had already gone to accompany his master, which made Xiahe, who had just stepped out of the prison gate, Wu, only felt an unquenchable anger burning in his chest. The torrential rain in the sky couldn't make the anger in Xia Hao's heart weaken by the slightest. Xia Hao raised his hands and looked at the shackles that disappeared from his hands and feet. He clenched his fists, and walked into the heavy rain. His figure was gradually covered by the heavy rain. Feng Yuxiu, who was hiding in Yao Ma Ti during this period, put a stick of incense on the spiritual position of his wife Shen Shui with a solemn expression, raised his hand and stroked Shen Shui's spiritual position, and said softly, "Axio, coming soon, coming soon." At first glance, Yu reads www.yuuganshu.com. Feng Yuxiu is very normal, but it seems that something is wrong. Maybe it was because of the death of his wife, maybe because he missed his wife obsessively. At this time Feng Yuxiu was already crazy. Feng Yuxiu's gaze looking at Shen Shui's spiritual position made people shudder, affectionate and gentle. Feng Yuxiu put down the spiritual position in his hand, solemnly bowed, and then pushed the door out, stepping into the heavy rain and disappearing. The continuous rainfall has gradually lowered the temperature, and the people of Xiangjiang who have not changed in the 4 seasons all wear autumn clothes when they go out. Zhang Shang wears a hat and eats the packed meal. Today's weather is simply beautiful for Zhang Shang, which can make it more difficult for the court to round up himself. Time passed quickly, and Zhang Shang practiced this martial arts in the warehouse silently. Finally, a figure came out from the heavy rain and came to the door of this abandoned warehouse. And Zhang Shang also slowly finished the action when this person came to the door. Dang dang! As the rusty warehouse door was pulled open, Zhang Shang in the warehouse also saw the person who came. Is Feng Yuxiu. Hair that hasn't been trimmed for months, grows to the ears. Was wet, and the casual outfit Zhang Shang saw in the hospital had also become dilapidated, with several holes in it. While the two are facing each other, the other person has also arrived. When Xia Haowu came in and bypassed Feng Yuxiu, the speed under his feet was getting faster and faster. From walking to running, without saying a word, he attacked Zhang Shang directly. Zhang Shang looked at the fierce Xia Haowu, his left foot circled outward, and his hips were pulled back, his waist sinking. The right fist came from the waist like a python out of a hole, and responded to Xia Haowu's menacing blow. Chapter 30, Madness of War. Boom! The sound of powerful fist clashing sounded from where Zhang Shang and Xia Haowu met. The menacing Xia Haowu was repelled by Zhang Shang, and he slipped out from under his feet. Xia Haowu only felt that the man's fist strength in front of him was what he had seen in his life, and he was tyrannical and unreasonable. And Zhang Shang only felt a pain in his abdominal injury. When he looked down, the scarlet red had spread from the gunshot wound on his abdomen. Enough! Zhang Shang slowly raised his head, there was no peace in his eyes, only complete madness flickered. Zhang Shang retracted his left leg, stood up straight, his right hand slowly eased the collar of his suit, his eyes were fiercely staring at Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu. Since you are here, let's go together, you are not qualified alone. The cold voice sounded, and Xia Haowu, who was already surprised by Zhang Shang's heavy fist, gradually turned ugly, as did Feng Yuxiu, who was standing behind him. Feng Yuxiu walked forward in silence, slowly pulling away, pressing his left foot flatly, bending his right leg down, and raising his hands flat. The whole person aimed at Zhang Shang in a strange posture. Chen Jia Feng Yuxiu, please advise. At this moment, the three of them all understood that there is only one person who can walk out of this warehouse today, so the enmity will inevitably be repaid today, but the world is number one, and it must be played out today. After all, Zhang Shang, Feng Yuxiu, and Xia Haowu are all warriors. Regardless of their origins, the mindset of warriors in the bones of pursuing the best in the world has never changed. Xia Haowu glanced at Feng Yuxiu, who was far away from him. His eyes finally changed, and his temperament also quietly changed. Xia Haowu retreated a few steps to form an angle between the three of them, slowly pulling apart, stepping on his left foot, bending his knees slightly, his left and right hands flat and straight, aiming at Zhang Shang. One door Xia Haowu, please advise. Zhang Shang sees Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu in the posture, staggering his feet, one hand behind him, the other hand in front, and he speaks loudly. Zhang Shang, the scavenger, today I am instructing the two methods. This situation created by Zhang Shang's painstaking efforts, after the three of them set their minds, finally took on the appearance of the top three summits. Zhang Shang Gang finished speaking. Feng Yuxiu was not waiting. He lowered his body and directly attacked Zhang Shang's third road. Xia Haowu was also at this time, stepping on gossip, alternating left and right hands, with the whistling sound of the air tearing through his sleeves. Come! These two people are not the strongest in the martial arts in the world today. They have already understood each other's routine since entering the door without saying a word. At this time, the cooperation of the two can be said to be the same. Zhang Shang's body is 6 ways by the 2 time attack. Regarding opponents who were different from the usual, Zhang Shang put away the strong instinct of drawing a gun and shooting in his heart. Instead, the whole person retreated 6 steps, closing Yushiu faster and out of the scope of cooperation between the two. Xia Haowu understood Zhang Shang's plan when he saw Zhang Shang's movements, but at this time he wanted to keep up. Is already impossible. Feng Yuxiu lowered his body and quickly attacked Zhang Shang 3 ways with both hands. Zhang Shang, who had retreated 6 steps in a row, saw Xia Haowu fall into Feng Yuxiu's position and stepped forward with his left leg, like a stone pillar. Normally, he resisted Feng Yuxiu's right hand, followed by a violent shock, and counterattacked the right hand that had fallen on his left leg. S right leg swept out with a low leg, forcing Feng Yuxiu to stop his offensive. And Xia Haowu had already followed at this time. With both hands whistling, he took the front door that Zhang Shang had opened. Zhang Shang saw this situation and wanted to chase Feng Yuxiu's right leg and swept it directly from the side. Boom! The cross of fists and legs came from Zhang Shang's powerful brute force, which made Xia Haowu retreat 3 steps in succession. Zhang Shang raised his right leg high, with 6 straight legs to deal with Feng Yuxiu's side attack. With the help of Feng Yuxiu's power, the whole person moved 3 meters in the air, a backflip, and landed steadily. The 3 of them fought and knew each other well. Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu looked at Zhang Shang in their eyes long ago. Even if the resentment between the 3 is greater, Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu will have to admit that Zhang Shang's martial arts talent can be described as the first in the current martial arts. Fist, leg, body technique, everything is impeccable, which makes the 2 of them even more determined to kill Zhang Shang. Xia Haowu, as an orthodox martial artist, understands how terrifying a master with such a talent is. This Zhang Shang martial arts talent is rare in his life, and he must be killed here today, otherwise there will be no chance to avenge the enmity of the younger sister in the future. My thoughts flashed past, so as not to delay the situation on the court. Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu joined forces again. Drink. Zhang Shang is not repeating the old tricks, but the qi circulating in the whole body burst open with Zhang Shang's fierce drink. There are countless electricity passing through the whole body, and it feels like it is transmitted to the brain nerves, making Zhang Shang's face suddenly red, and the muscles all over his body start to turn from bronze to red. Say it's too late, then it's faster. Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu just made a move. Zhang Shang resolutely used the super limit, no matter how strong the sequelae after the secret surgery, but at this time, Zhang Shang only wanted to fight with these two sweatingly. One game. The invisible and majestic momentum made the crushed hands of Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu, who had come together, acted for a while, and their offensive was completely disrupted. Hold pill and return to God. Baodan realm. Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu both exclaimed at the same time. This kind of strong momentum crushed, so that Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu could only guess whether Zhang Shang had reached the legendary realm of Baodan. But at this time Zhang Shang is in a super limit state, and his whole person has fallen into that powerful god's perspective, which is more powerful than when he dealt with the flying tigers. Everything around is so clearly visible, the sound of rain outside, the sound of wind, and the strength of the unity of Feng Yuxiu and Xia Haowu in front of them are clearly visible by Zhang Shang from this powerful perspective. Suck. Hu. Zhang Shang took a deep breath and then spit it out. With this spit, Zhang Shang looked like a wild horse that had taken off the rein. He stepped on his left foot backwards, and the dust on the floor of the warehouse was instantly lifted up, taking the face of Xia Haowu. Door. Xia Haowu, who was about to take over Zhang Shang's attack, was interrupted by Zhang Shang's short drink. One step is slow, step by step is slow. The master makes a move, and the opportunity is fleeting. Since Zhang Shang took the lead in attacking Xia Haowu, he naturally took the shot with confidence. Xia Haowu's heart was attentive, which was far more than Feng Yuxiu, and was directly taken by Zhang Shang's short drink. A punch that seemed to be slow and swift, directly hit the door of Xia Haowu's face, causing Xia Haowu, who had lost his mind, to be seriously injured by the blow. The punch is so powerful that Xia Haowu's body of more than 200 jin was directly hit by Zhang Shang's blow and flew into the air, before falling heavily to the ground. The whole person slipped on the ground for 7 or 8 meters before stopping, and it was only after Zhang Shang severely injured Xia Haowu that Feng Yuxiu's attack came. It is possible that Zhang Shang at this time, not to mention whether his physical quality has improved, but his reaction speed and the enhancement of reflection ability are not the result of Feng Yuxiu's sneak attack at this time. What's more, Zhang Shang's control over the surrounding environment at this time far exceeded Feng Yuxiu's state of madness. If you insist, Zhang Shang relies on strong rational thinking, and Feng Yuxiu is a powerful beast instinct. Chapter 31, Mission completed. Xia Haowu was severely wounded by Zhang Shang with a single blow. At this time, he was lying on the ground not knowing his life or death. This made Feng Yuxiu's mind aware that he could no longer control his mind and went directly into a state of madness. Unfortunately, with the help of Zhang Shang attacking Xia Haowu's neutral position, Feng Yuxiu made a sneak attack, but I thought that Zhang Shang would react so quickly that he could call back his breath between the electric light and flint, and could even catch Feng Yuxiu's strong momentum. Shen's blow. Boom. Zhang Shang and Feng Yuxiu crossed fist and fist, and they each stepped back. Feng Yuxiu, you really didn't let me down. Today, in martial arts, you are the only opponent I recognize. It's worth noting that I have planned so much so that you can go this way. You are qualified to fight with me. Zhang Shang's unshakable words made Feng Yuxiu, who was already crazy at this time, roar like a wild beast, and then attacked Zhang Shang. Collapse. In response to Feng Yuxiu's attack, Zhang Shang uttered a quick short drink. He pulled his left leg back, and his whole body was pressed down to 90 degrees. The right fist opened and closed, and Zhang Shang pulled him away. Behind. When he was within 1 meter of Zhang Shang, who was sealed by a beast like a beast, Zhang Shang moved. From static to moving like a rabbit. Zhang Shang's muscles were all tense at this moment, the strength of his whole body was twisted into one, and more vigorously rose from Zhang Shang's waist, relying on the power of the earth from the left leg. This blow will be Zhang Shang's unprecedented pinnacle punch. Rushed into the air, like a hungry tiger rushing for food, Feng Yuxiu, when Zhang Shang shook this punch, a life and death crisis arose, but it was too late to change his posture. Boom! Crackling! The two fought with iron fists, and then a series of fractured bones in Feng Yuxiu's right arm sounded. Ah 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 ah! The intense pain caused Feng Yuxiu, who was in a crazy state, to scream. Feng Yuxiu, who was repulsed, fell on the ground and retreated 6 steps before stopping the retreating body. Feng Yuxiu's right hand fell down, and Zhang Shang's forearm was knocked out of the joint with a punch. Bai Sensen's bones broke through the shackles of the flesh and were exposed to the air. The storm outside got worse and worse, and the strong wind poured in from the door of the warehouse. Feng Yuxiu lowered his head, his right hand was blood flowing, and his whole body was trembling. Ah ah ah! Feng Yuxiu roared, regardless of his right arm, he raised his leg towards Zhang Shang and attacked. Zhang Shang pulled out his left leg violently, causing a strong wind. Boom! Feng Yuxiu's right leg was directly broken by Zhang Shang, and Feng Yuxiu was flew out by the powerful force of Zhang Shang's leg, and fell to the ground severely. Zhang Shang looked at Feng Yuxiu, who still wanted to get up, and walked over, stepping on Feng Yuxiu's head with fierce eyes. Feng Yuxiu, you really disappoint me. After that, his right leg was raised, and he stomped on Feng Yuxiu's head severely. Feng Yuxiu's head was broken in response, and a generation of martial idiots was defeated frontally in the competition. It should be the ending he wanted most. After killing Feng Yuxiu, Zhang Shang came to Xiaohawu and looked at Xiaohawu, who had been dented by his own punch. Zhang Shang kicked out with his left foot and kicked Xiaohawu's head. Xiaohawu was kicked to the neck by Zhang Shang, and his head was kicked out. Malone led the serious crime team and the Flying Tigers to break in from the warehouse door. Don't move, you will now be officially charged with first-degree murder. If you resist, you will be killed on the spot. Zhang Shang had already known the arrival of the imperial court, but by this time, with the completion of the mission of the Lord God, Zhang Shang was already fearless. Hearing Ma Long's call, Zhang Shang turned and looked at Ma Long. Humph! A cold snort made Ma Long feel bad, so he shouted. Fire! The violent gunshots suddenly wanted to make a scene, but unfortunately the powerful god's perspective was still going on, and the powerful feeling made Zhang Shang rush towards Ma Long and the others. The main task is completed and the return to 3.2.1 begins. As the saying goes, the gun is fast outside 7 steps, and the fist inside 7 steps is fast. But with so many guns, Zhang Shang understands a truth. He wants to ignore the guns, but he still thinks too much. With the countdown of the Lord God coming, Zhang Shang, who rushed towards Ma Long and others, was directly beaten into a sieve by the fire. Boom! Zhang Shang's body fell to the ground severely. Zhang Shang's consciousness sank into the darkness, and when he woke up again, he had come to an empty place, and a pillar of light stood in the center of the space. Magnificent, great! Zhang Shang looked up for a few minutes, and finally found these 2 words to describe it. This kind of shock can't be experienced by anyone who has never seen it. And in this empty place, only the 30-meter range of the beam of light is clearly visible, and when looking at it from a distance, it feels like a grayish feeling. Made Zhang Shang, who watched for a while, a sense of distortion involuntarily appeared. Zhang Shang retracted his gaze and focused on the sky-reaching beam of light. This should be the main god. A person who takes one world at will and puts it on another world. This kind of power makes Zhang Shang envy from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Shang slowly approached the beam of light, trying to touch it, but he didn't touch anything, instead he was swallowed by the beam of light. Name, Zhang Shang. Reincarnation number, LH80576. Title, None. Occupation, none. Physique, 19. The average number of ordinary people is 5. Physique includes all physical qualities and resistance attributes. Spirit, 12. The average number of ordinary people is 5, and the spirit includes all astral qualities and resistance attributes. Talent, Wu Ji, you have an extraordinary ability to learn martial arts. Skill, limit. Method reform comes from the martial arts of the Great Qin world. After modification, it can be forced to break through the limiter, which has great consequences. 1/2 has 3 comes from the supreme martial arts of the Great Qin world. Incomplete. Points, 300. Zhang Shang looked at the light screen that emerged in front of him, and his changes in his body and martial arts were recorded in detail on this light screen. But when Zhang Shang looked at the points www.readaloud.com, he was confused. If Zhang Shang remembers correctly, after the mission is completed, it should be 400 points. Now why it has become 300, this makes Zhang Shang a little puzzled. Regarding this, Zhang Shang didn't bother to figure out, and asked the Lord God a question. Excuse me, shouldn't my points be 400? How come it became 300? In the empty space, apart from Zhang Shang's voice, no other voice appeared. Zhang Shang began to look at other things without expression, and he was not entangled in why the points were so low. In the main divine light beam, Zhang Shang looked at the exchange panel he found, and began to read it with interest. Science fiction, fairy tales, fantasy, and fantasy marked in bold fonts. Zhang Shang expertly clicked on science fiction, and it really opened. In an instant, countless pages refreshed crazily, leaving Zhang Shang no chance to see it clearly. After waiting for only a minute, the sci-fi page was refreshed. Zhang Shang looked at the top thing, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. Latitude fractional formula, the only 10th level civilization from the heavens, which can split latitudes freely, and all latitudes below the 10th dimension will take effect. Note, splitting the latitude is extremely dangerous, and it may call in powerful latitude walkers. Selling price, 1 trillion points. Singularity Recaster, created by the world of the 3 realms of the heavens, you can create singularities at will after supplementing enough energy. Note, random creation of singularities will attract world predators. Selling price, 100 billion points. Zhang Shang's eyes twitched and looked at the things on the interface, not to say whether it was true, but the points made Zhang Shang's 300 points so embarrassing. Chapter 32, Exchange. Regarding this sci-fi interface, Zhang Shang only clicked on it for his own reasons. He didn't know the contents were so outrageous. Zhang Shang closed the sci-fi interface, and then clicked on the Xiangxia interface, which refreshed like ever before. After Zhang Shang waited for a minute, Zhang Shang could see the things on the interface. The way of heaven, the origin of all living beings, the foundation of the world. Note, please do not redeem without peerless force. Selling price, 1 trillion points. A world, a developed and unowned world. Note, please do not redeem without peerless force. Selling price, 100 billion points. Zhang Shang's eyes twitched frantically, he closed his hand, thinking about opening the remaining fantasy and fantasy pages, but after a few clicks, there was no response. Zhang Shang had no choice but to give up. After exiting the beam of light, Zhang Shang sat there, lost in thought. What should he exchange for? Those tall things, Zhang Shang just looked at them fresh, and didn't have any ideas. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Shang still felt that he could exchange for martial arts. Then got up and entered the main divine light beam again. Because he did not see the classification of martial arts, Zhang Shang could only click on the classification of immortals to see if he could find the martial arts he wanted. Looking at things on the screen, Zhang Shang couldn't help groaning. Is there no martial arts that suits you? When do you want to find this? As soon as the voice fell, the Xiangxia interface with so many things that could not be finished started to refresh automatically, all the tall things disappeared, and only a few things were left on the screen. Is mostly martial arts, but also mixed with some small spells. Water mirror technique, a small spell commonly used by air refiners, which can reflect the scene within 1 kilometer. Note: mana is required. Price: 100 points. Fireball, a small spell commonly used by gas refiners, whose power is comparable to high explosive grenade. Note: mana is required. Price: 100 points. Zhang Shang looked at these spells with toothache. When these spells in the novel came true, Zhang Shang had the idea of exchanging one or two, but looking at the hints that required mana, he had no choice but to give up. Too few points. Regarding his 300 points, Zhang Shang felt helpless, and cleaned up the affected mind. Zhang Shang focused on martial arts, skipping those spells. Zhang Shang turned 7 or 8 pages before seeing martial arts. Golden Bell, the martial arts from the low martial arts world. After training to a certain level, you can turn from the outside to the inside, and generate internal strength. Price: 10 points. Iron cloth shirt. Hung Lian 13 Tai Bao. Beiming Shen Gong. Longevity art. Looking at these martial arts on the light screen, Zhang Shang didn't want to exchange it too much. Looking at these martial arts descriptions, it should be one of the best martial arts in the world. But Zhang Shang compares the fancy martial arts, and prefers the down-to-earth martial arts that can improve physical fitness. After all, the growth of this kind of martial arts can be seen, and those martial arts such as Beiming magical arts seem to be very strong, but Zhang Shang does not catch a cold. And the most important point is that Zhang Shang has not forgotten that he is in the main space, and he will die if he is not careful. It is Zhang Shang that lives well. Therefore, whether it is the feeling that Zhang Shang wants to hit the flesh, he can still to live longer, Zhang Shang prefers martial arts that allows him to live longer. Looking at the dazzling array of martial arts on the light screen, Zhang Shang turned all the way down, and the points of martial arts exchange points that appeared were also rising. From the very beginning of the Golden Bell, 10 points to more than 100 points. Zhang Shang scanned the martial arts on the screen and clicked the next page. Looking at the refreshed martial arts, Zhang Shang's eyes lit up. Dragon Yin Golden Bell cover, the powerful physical martial arts from the world of Dragon Tiger Gate, a total of 12 levels. After reaching the 6th level, it can inspire the Golden Bell Chi, is indestructible, and can cause damage to evil things. Note: this martial arts can be practiced with the Tiger Roaring Iron Cloth shirt. Price: 150 points. Tiger Roaring Iron Cloth, the powerful physical martial arts from the world of Dragon Tiger Gate, totaling 6 levels. After reaching the 3rd level, the whole body is as hard as iron and indestructible. Note: this martial arts can be practiced together with Longjian Golden Bell. Price: 150 points. Compared with other martial arts, for Zhang Shang, these two martial arts are more suitable for him. A strong physical fitness means a stronger survivability. This made Zhang Shang hesitate for a few minutes before he made up his mind to exchange these two martial arts. As for how powerful the martial arts described by the main is, Zhang Shang still doesn't know how powerful it is, but he believes that such a powerful main is not enough. Falsified in the description of martial arts. Judging from the automatic change of the page after Zhang Shang complained just now, this light screen is controlled by voice, which saves Zhang Shang from having to point it out. Are you sure to redeem the Dragon Yin Golden Bell cover, Tiger Roaring Iron Cloth? Confirm. A crimson beam of light was projected onto Zhang Shang from the light screen, countless tiny scarlet lightning flickered wildly, and Zhang Shang was directly overwhelmed by intense pain the moment the crimson beam of light enveloped him. Was crushed all over, and then rebuilt, being poured into the martial arts of Zhang Shang changed by the mighty power of the main god. Countless days and nights, the memories of these two martial arts craze in Zhang Shang's mind. The clothes on Zhang Shang in the crimson beam of light have disappeared for some time. Under the power of the Lord God at this time, Zhang Shang's muscles began to change, and his muscles trembled wildly, becoming strong and powerful. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The reinforcement from the main only lasted 5 minutes. As the strengthening ended, Zhang Shang landed steadily, squeezing his hands fiercely, and a sense of strength beyond the previous level rose from between his hands. And between Zhang Shang's handshake, all his muscles were tight for an instant, and the whole body became stiff in an instant. This feeling, this is the power of orthodox martial arts. Zhang Shang sensed something falling on his head. He reached out to catch it, and what fell into his hands were 2 cheat books. Is the golden bell of the dragon chant exchanged by Zhang Shang, and the secret book of the tiger roaring iron cloth shirt. Then a message appeared in Zhang Shang's heart, which made Zhang Shang understand why the Lord God would give him these 2 secret books together. Originally, the main enhancement was to directly exchange his Zhang Shang's martial arts enhancement level, but from the message in his heart, Zhang Shang knew that the main just gave you a foundation, which means that Zhang Shang is now in the dragon's golden bell. The first level of the 2 cheats of Xiaodi Bushan. Zhang Shang didn't think much about it instead of the state of Dzogchen. After checking up later, Zhang Shang also knew that the main could continue to strengthen the follow-up here, or practice by himself, but continuing to strengthen represents the consumption of points. And to practice on your own means to bear the risks brought about by the practice. After finding out the reason, Zhang Shang didn't think much about it, and was ready to continue to check other things, but he didn't wait for Zhang Shang to check it. His eyes went dark, and he was directly sent back to the original world. Late at night, there was no one on the highway. As a white light flashed by, Zhang Shang appeared naked on the highway. Zhang Shang looked down at his body with a pale face. He had never thought that the Lord God would not even give him a piece of clothing. Zhang Shang looked around, it was pitch black, and he didn't know where it was. Chapter 33, Real World. Wearing inappropriate clothes, Zhang Shang walked into the department store with a blank face, ignoring the sight of those who looked over because of curiosity. Went all the way to the 2nd floor where he bought clothes, and used the hundreds of dollars he borrowed to pick 2 pieces of clothes. Zhang Shang never expected last night that the Lord God would not even give him a piece of clothing when he sent him back. Then he thought of the main God's prompt, and suddenly felt that he was indeed disgusted by the main God. The next round of missions will start in 7 days. The reincarnation person shall not disclose any information about the main space to any non-reincarnation person without authorization, otherwise the points will be automatically deducted. Caused Zhang Shang to borrow a piece of clothing and a few hundred yuan, and then walked all the way to this remote county. Yangzhou County. As a remote city thousands of kilometers away from the capital, this county town is a bit less prosperous and a bit more crowded. Walking on the road, looking at the streets with fewer pedestrians as the night approaches. There is no nightlife in this small city, and there are not so many night owls who come out at night to find exciting night owls. This calmness makes Zhang Shang a little enjoyable. Zhang Shang glanced at the only 100 yuan left on him, and bought some food from the barbecue stall on the street, which cost more than 50 yuan. Zhang Shang, who had been accustomed to recklessness in the last world, hesitated for a while, but put away his thoughts. After the mission ended and stayed in the main space for less than half an hour, he was thrown back by the main to look at it, and he should come back every time the mission ends. And this world is already organized a lot, which made Zhang Shang, who used the main to suspend his death to break away from the organization, reluctant to expose it directly to the organization. Not to mention, but also to get rid of that young Master Li. These are things that Zhang Shang needs to consider. If you feel that you will be invincible after switching to martial arts, then it would be a big mistake. After the exchange, Zhang Shang understood that the 2 martial arts he exchanged should be similar to the orthodox martial arts in his own world. When it comes to revenge, let alone Li Dashao's own power, Zhang Shang is not an opponent at this time, let alone the other righteous middle-aged man with an orthodox martial arts scholar next to him. After all, the scene where the middle-aged man directly defeated Zhang Shang directly and directly defeated him at the time. What is orthodox martial arts? Since the imperial court destroyed the martial arts inherited by the major sects that ruled all over the country earlier were collected by the imperial court, and finally kept in Jinyu Mountain. And the orthodox martial arts is the unique school inherited by those sects. In today's world, if those martial arts are not incomplete, they are stored on Jinyu Mountain. Maybe the folks will have a little bit of fish slipped through the net, but not too many, and more importantly, they have lost all kinds of important methods of martial arts. What is the gap between the orthodox martial arts and the incomplete martial arts that made Zhang Shang so jealous? Then I have to mention the world Zhang Shang himself is in. According to the historical documents that Dakin clearly exists today, the civilization inherited from this world can extend to 100,000 years ago. The Middle Qin dynasty was destroyed many times and resurrected again. It can be said that it is the dynasty that has repeatedly existed for the longest time. From the widely circulated historical documents, there have been many foreign visitors in history, good and bad, but the inheritance of the Great Qin world has not been cut off, which can explain many problems. Say, crouching tiger, hidden dragon can't be overstated. The gap between the orthodox martial arts and the incomplete martial arts lies in it. After the orthodox martial arts reaches the human body limiter, it can break this bondage, and it still breaks the permanently without trouble. And the incomplete martial arts? Because of the lack of this method, even the previous genocide can only allow the cultivator to reach the human body limiter, or transfer to other orthodox martial arts, or they can only be sleepy to death. Therefore, Zhang Shang treats those who can learn orthodox martial arts with extreme caution. Because the gap is too big, it is already a gap that cannot be filled by external forces. Not to mention the orthodox martial arts master near Li Das Hao. Those who can make magical sounds when using martial arts are all monsters. This made Zhang Shang know that in the past, he was organized as a backer. Even if the martial artist was provoked by the task of the organization, he would be organized to clean up the follow-up. But since he has left the organization at this time, he must act in a low-key manner. Otherwise, when Zhang Shang hasn't grown up, he will not know how to die if he encounters people he shouldn't mess with. So I can't say that Zhang Shang could, but the current situation makes Zhang Shang have to do it. After finally getting out of the organization, and even gaining the opportunity to master the space of God, it is natural to proceed with caution. And coming back from the dead this time, it made Zhang Shang understand that all his previous things had nothing to do with him at this time. So at the moment, in order to be able to grow in the Lord God space steadily, it is necessary to be a man in the Dakin world with his tail sandwiched. When the two cheats that Zhang Shang exchanged for him will reach perfection, it is his Zhang Shang's revenge for the grace of Li Dasha. When? Of course, there is also Uncle Cheng. After listening to Uncle Cheng's ghost talk, he has no ability to fight back. This incident is like a fishbone stuck in his throat, which Zhang Shangshi always remembers. Zhang Shang interrupted his chaotic thoughts, took a deep breath, and slowly thought. I'll talk about these things later, and now I'm still trying to find a way to settle down in this small town first. Zhang Shang sitting on a chair by the side of the road, looking at the barbecue booth where he was packing his things, and lying on the chair with his clothes. It was still summer at this time. Even if this small city is located in the north, it is very hot at night. As long as it is not a cold winter, changes in temperature will not have much effect on Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang lying flat on a chair, looking at the bright sky, a small city has the benefits of a small city. At this time, this bright mirror-like night sky is the best answer. www.readaloud.com. The stars are shining and the moon is in the sky. This beauty from nature calmed Zhang Shang's mind. It seems that it's not wrong to live in seclusion in this city. Just calm down and go all out to take charge of the task of the Lord God. After the task of the Lord God is over, you can adjust your mind. Otherwise, the long-term tension will only cause him Zhang Shang Expend more energy. The chi from the dragon's golden bell in his body is extremely domineering, and the self-deity has been strengthened and has been assimilating Zhang Shang's chi from the self-organized limit method. And when Zhang Shang looked up at the vast starry sky, the assimilation was finally finished, the golden energy like a snake python. As the assimilation was completed, it walked all over Zhang Shang's body in just a few breaths. Countless golden chi wandering around Zhang Shang's body, like a puddle of water flowing in the desert, was absorbed by Zhang Shang's muscles and bones. Numerous numb and itchy sensations similar to ant bites came from inside the body, and there was even a burning sensation, which made Zhang Shang helplessly sink into the martial arts memory instilled by the Lord God, so as to alleviate this uncomfortable feeling. With the passage of time, the changes in Zhang Shang's body gradually subsided, and Zhang Shang immediately went to see the changes in his muscles and bones. The bones of the former forest white are now covered with very light black lines, and the muscles and large tendons have changed greatly. The pink muscles and white large tendons have now transformed into gray. This kind of abnormal changes in muscles and bones, after Zhang Shang withdrew from the state of concentration, he found the answer by looking through the martial arts memory instilled by the Lord God. This is the dragon's golden bell cover that drives the tiger's howl iron cloth to enter the second level together. Zhang Shang understood why the Lord God would prompt the two martial arts to practice together. That's it, these two cheats are complementary to each other. Chapter 34, Task Open. When Zhang Shang fell asleep, it was late at night. With the night breeze blowing, Zhang Shang rarely slept peacefully without worrying about anything. When the sun rose in the morning, Zhang Shang tidied up his clothes, found a public toilet and washed his face, and then started the first step of living in this small city of seclusion, looking for work. The small town is not big. When Zhang Shang moved to the small town, it only took 3 hours. Finally, he chose a milk tea shop with tepid business. "Boss, I think you are looking for small jobs, I'm here to apply." Zhang Sweru, who was busy preparing things, heard the sound coming from the door and turned to look. A tough face, shrewd hair, plus a height of 1.9 meters, although not well dressed, the strong masculinity made Zhang Sweru handsome in an instant. As a woman who has been single for 28 years, after graduating from university in this small county, Zhang Sweru relied on the savings of his parents to open such a milk tea shop. The business is mediocre, but it can also maintain the expenses of living at home, and Zhang Sweru also has a strong personality and has not met the right person, so she has never thought of getting married. Zhang Sweru took off the gloves on his hands, adjusted the somewhat tangled hair in front of his forehead, and looked at Zhang Shang and said softly, "Ah, are you here to apply? My salary is very low. I used to apply for odd jobs as students." Zhang Shang's tough face showed a smile and said with a smile, "Don't worry, boss, I am not here to entertain you, I did come to apply for the job, and I have learned a little before, so I will do a little bit." Zhang Shang opened his eyes and said nonsense. Where did he learn this stuff from Zhang Shang, but it does not prevent him from saying that. After all, this thing is so simple, he can basically do it after reading it. Zhang Sweru heard that she really came to apply for the job, and immediately put away her nymphomaniac girl's heart, and said in a serious manner, "That's okay, let's talk about it first, try it out for 3 days, and the salary will be 2,000 a month." After finishing speaking, Zhang Sweru's heart was bleeding, and she secretly regretted. "Ah, my girl's heart, why do you say that the salary of 15,000 is 2,000? Zhang Shang doesn't care about the salary. He just wants to deal with the current situation first. There is no shortage of money later, so the salary does not matter." "Okay, but the salary is a bit lower, but does the boss cover board and lodging?" Listening to Zhang Shang's question about food and lodging, Zhang Sweru hesitated before speaking. "I don't have food and accommodation, don't you have a place to live?" The lack of food and lodging made Zhang Shang's heart to work here. He didn't do it for wages, but mainly to find a place to live. If you don't include food and lodging, forget it, I'm sorry. After that, Zhang Shang turned around and walked out of the milk tea shop. Zhang Swear behind him opened his mouth, but still held back. It's impossible to cover food and lodging. A business that doesn't have much profit. If you cover food and lodging, you still have money to make. Compared with her own girl's heart, the burden of the family is Zhang Swear's biggest concern. Zhang Shang came outside, and for a while, he didn't know what kind of work he should do and let him kill people. Zhang Shang was never vague, but this daily life really made him difficult for Zhang Shang. It is ridiculous to say that Zhang Shang, who does not blink his eyes, will be embarrassed by finding a job at this time. This is what Zhang Shang never expected. The stomach is already hungry, which makes Zhang Shang have to hurry up to find a job. Otherwise, once he reaches the limit, he is afraid that he will do it. Once he is wanted by the court at that time, De Qin will have no place for Zhang Shang, and he will have to take revenge in the future. The plan will also become a moon in the water. Thinking of this, Zhang Shang had to pick up the evil spirits in his heart that wanted to jump out all the time. Zhang Shang, who was watching while walking, came all the way to a construction site. Seeing the hot scene on the construction site, Zhang Shang had a plan. I'm using force, let's move bricks, and the salary is high if I have food and housing. Thinking of this, Zhang Shang laughed mockingly. He really became a brickman. This was a joke on the internet before. But there is no way. The organization has never taught him how to survive in a normal society, and it is still in the case of not breaking the law. Asked a few people to inquire, and found the contractor of this construction site. Wearing a yellow helmet, the dark-skinned middle-aged man came into Zhang Shang's eyes. I'm here to find a job. The contractor, who was talking to a few people around, heard Zhang Shang's words, turned his head and looked at Zhang Shang, jokingly. Well, the body is okay, you used to be a fitness trainer. No, I just practice blindly by myself, and I have a lot of strength, but I'm here to move bricks. The foreman was also an interesting person, and he suddenly laughed when he heard Zhang Shang's words. Ha 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 ha, good guy, my little worker is 300 a day, including board and lodging, meals and meat, but you can't be lazy. You can ask about my salary. The surrounding cities are the highest paid by me. But I have a problem, that is, I don't see anyone being lazy, so you understand. Zhang Shang grinned at the foreman, causing the foreman to have a cold war, and he couldn't help but wonder. It's a hot day. Yes, as long as you are full, you will never be lazy. These words directly touched the mind of the contractor, making the contractor's dark face full of smiles. No problem, the young man has a future. Old money, come and take this young man over, and eat with you at noon. You can bring him a new lunch box from the office, and bring him when you go to work in the afternoon. you.yukansha.com. Okay, got it. The foreman, directing a group of people to work in the distance, heard the call of the contractor, and raised his hand to respond. After greeting Zhang Shang, the contractor did not waste time on Zhang Shang, turned around and entered the office, and also let in the 3 people who were discussing matters with him. Zhang Shang came to the old Jian's side and looked at the things made by the little workers. A dozen people were in the scorching sun, tying steel wires to the steel frame. Zhang Shang looked at it for a while and realized that this was for the foundation of the building. As Zhang Shang came to the construction site, time began to pass quickly. Under the scorching sun, Zhang Shang was wearing a vest, and one person was fast tying steel wires on a steel frame. The speed was so fast that one person was doing the work of 10 people. Since Zhang Shang started the work and demonstrated his inhuman work efficiency on the first day, he was individually contracted to a building by the foreman and told him that he would give him 5 for each floor after he finished the work. 1000. It seems to have a lot of work, but as Zhang Shang adapts, he can be distracted to practice martial arts at work, and the most important point is that Zhang Shang found that tying steel wires for a long time can make him learn from the previous world. Some national martial arts skills are more highly integrated into their own methods. Fisting method, capture, in Zhang Shang's hands is no longer separate, but is combined by Zhang Shang, so that the real heart moves with the hands, and the hands are caught. With a blink of an eye, Zhang Shang has been at this construction site for a week. And the heavy rain allowed everyone who was rushing to work to rest for a day. And Zhang Shang came to the house after eating lunch. Note to those who reincarnate, the next world will be opened in 10 minutes. Please do not enter in front of others. Points will be deducted for offenders. If the points are not enough, the points will be obliterated. Chapter 35, New World. Listening to the sound in his ear, Zhang Shang calmed down, and the golden air from the dragon's golden bell slowly flowed through his body. It is unknown what the next world will be. Zhang Shang can only adjust his state as much as he can to cope with the upcoming task. The transmission begins, 3.2.1. As the countdown returned to 0, Zhang Shang's eyes went dark, and his consciousness sank into darkness. When woke up again, the surrounding environment had changed from a house on the construction site to a house in the 00s. And as Zhang Shang woke up, the 8 people lying in the house also woke up. At the moment when they woke up at the same time, everyone had a tacit understanding of finding a corner or leaning their back against the wall, and could intuitively see all the actions of other people. Zhang Shang looked at the team with a total of 9 people. He didn't know whether the number of people had any meaning, but it didn't prevent him from staying vigilant against other people. Observed in silence for a while, Zhang Shang thought to himself. Looking at the appearance of these people, it seems that they are all the same as their own. They should have experienced the world of trials, and these people have more or less traces of cultivation. If there is no need to observe them first. Zhang Shangping, taking him as an example, if these 8 people are the same as himself, then rashly becoming the first bird will inevitably be played by these people in the follow-up. This is what Zhang Shang does not want to see. Yes, so Zhang Shang decided to pay attention and hide himself first. 9 people plus Zhang Shang, 6 men and 3 women. Everyone is observing other people. Time goes by. There was only the breathing of the people in the room. But as 10 minutes passed, the main seemed to let go of any restrictions. There was the sound of cars on the street outside the window. The sound of the fish tank in the house began to reach everyone's ears. Zhang Shang secretly remembered this movement in his heart, and looked at the others with an unmoving expression. He found that no less than 3 of the 8 people had noticed the movement. But he didn't say anything tastingly. Watching the stalemate, some people finally lost their breath. The middle-aged man with his back to the door broke the deadlock between everyone. What do I mean by you? I really think I'm a martial arts master? When I enter, I have a sullen face, with big eyes and small eyes. Zhang Shang was indifferent to what the middle-aged man said, but obviously not everyone is the same as Zhang Shang. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, the young man standing next to Zhang Shang, who seemed to be a college student, had a full face. Said mockingly to the middle-aged man. Uncle, if it is normal, I will respect the old and love the young, but this is the main space. I think you should be a new person like us, don't talk to the old and sell the old, understand? Zhang Shang cast his eyes to this young man who looked like a college student, and he had already crossed his heart. If he didn't do anything in the future, he would definitely be killed by the middle-aged man. Everyone, stay safe. A certain family is the host of the martial arts conference. Since you don't want to take the risk to be the first bird, let a certain family come. Stop the meaningless quarrel between you. Our first task is to complete the task arranged by the Lord God. I think you have experienced life and death tasks that were very difficult to complete in the last world, right? Then you should know that if you have to quarrel, it will only make the situation more chaotic. It will be of no use to us to complete the task, so let alone anything else. If you want to complete the task, just shut up and analyze the situation clearly. What the brawny man standing by the window said, even Zhang Shang had to say, this man made a lot of sense. And as the two women next to him finished speaking with the brawny, the distance between the three of them got closer, intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Shang's tough face with a smile, accepted the brawny's words. This person is right. I can understand it as anyone who moves bricks. You should understand it too. Don't say anything else. If everyone wants to survive, then we should work together. Just like my last world, we 5 individuals worked together to defeat Ye Wen. In this world, as long as we report to the group, the task can be completed, so I agree. As Zhang Shang said, everyone's attention shifted from that strong man to Zhang Shang. And as Zhang Shang finished speaking, he noticed that there were 3 faint sights looking at himself from top to bottom. These 3 lines of sight should be the 3 people I noticed just now. Regarding this, Zhang Shang continued to speak calmly. Since this brother said, let's start with me. My name is Zhang Shang. I am a brick move. This is not a joke. I work on a construction site. I have the strength to exchange the 100 points I got at the end of the last world. With pistol proficiency, if I have a gun, I should be able to hit 100 shots. Wait, if there is a gun? So you didn't exchange a gun? You said you exchanged pistol mastery, then why don't you exchange a pistol? The man who was leaning against the corner of the door opened his mouth and pointedly aimed at Zhang Shang. Everyone saw that a scar on this man's face from his forehead to his chin, lying on his face like a centipede, made this person with cold temperament even more clearly telling others that I am a bad person. Zhang Shang listened to this person's questioning, smiled coldly in his heart, and immediately seemed to become irritated. His expression turned ugly, and he gave the person abruptly. After I finish strengthening, the points are no longer enough. Besides, why did you bring the topic to this question? Or do you think this brother is not in line with your wishes? Zhang Shang, I'm a mover www.readaloud.com, but it's okay to think about it. You should save the time when you transfer such inferior topics. I also think you are right. As soon as Zhang Shang's voice fell, Zhang Shang spoke out from the woman who was leaning on the wall opposite, and spoke in support of Zhang Shang. Everyone's gaze was even led away by the woman's words. At this time, other talents discovered that there was a person who looked even more beautiful than this woman in the corner beside this woman. And this woman, as everyone looked at the person beside her who couldn't distinguish between men and women, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. How can it be possible to pretend to be a transparent person in this situation? Zhang Shang laughed directly in his heart as he watched the mess that was upset by him. As for the platform for the brawny man, will he be hated by others? This issue has never been considered by Zhang Shang, 1 for 1, 2 for 1 pair. Zhang Shang believed that, except for the 3 people in this room who couldn't see clearly, the remaining 5 people could beat 10 by themselves. Thank you, Brother Zhang Shang. Since Brother Zhang Shang has set an example, then I will also talk about myself. My name is Takeda, and I am the host of the annual martial arts convention. After the last world, I exchanged the martial arts lost in my genre, so I didn't exchange other things. What about my martial arts? I estimate that I can beat 30 ordinary people, of course only those without weapons. Following Takeda's opening, the 2 women beside him also looked at each other, and the older one on the left spoke. We too are friends of Takeda. My name is Sun Xiang and her name is Sun Ru. We were both in the same world as Takeda in the last world. We both helped Takeda exchange the martial arts lost in his genre, so we didn't strengthen it. Chapter 36, Sudden Change. With the statements of Zhang Shang, Takeda, and others, the others were not acting out of gregariousness, but looked at each other, and then the young man who looked like a college student next to Zhang Shang spoke. In this case, let's start with me. My name is Lin Fan. I am a junior at school. I have strengthened the vampire blood. By the way, have you seen Infinite Horror? Everyone listened to Lin Fan's last question, all with doubts, but Lin Fan looked at the 8 people with their expressions in their hearts. These people do not know the infinite horror, which means that they will have many advantages in information. Zhang Shang has already opened up the situation, so he is not in the early days, but instead cedes the leading power among the 9 to Takeda and let him be the leader. What do you mean by this infinite horror? Movie. Even though Takeda was acting upright, he was not an idiot in his heart. He paid special attention to the infinite horror in Lin Fan's mouth. Takeda had a hunch that it should be very important. It's nothing, it's just a movie. I use it to confirm if I have the same world as me. And this question is not important. Let others introduce themselves first. Everyone can see Lin Fan's perfunctory, but it is no longer suitable to ask questions at this time. After Lin Fan finished speaking, Zhang Shang Yushan and others looked at the middle-aged man at the door and the young man who exuded cold temperament. The middle-aged man saw that everyone was looking at him, he loosened his collar, and then slowly spoke. My name is Tianxing Zhang, I am from HK, and I am a member of Red Star. I redeemed a martial arts book called Ahun 6 Ju, but I didn't bring in the knife I prepared, so. Speaking of this, other people also understand that this person has the same virtue as Zhang Shang and has no weapons. As Zhang Tianxing finished speaking, the cold temperament youth in that corner spoke. Lin Chong, a member of the Department of Homeland Security, also known as a so-called special agent, exchanged some high-tech technologies and handed them over to the country after the end of the last world, so he did not strengthen himself. After Zhang Shang listened to Lin Chong's words, he kept an eye on his heart. This person was one of the 3 people Zhang Shang couldn't see clearly. So Zhang Shang didn't believe a word of what Lin Chong said, unless Lin Chong himself. Zhang Shang, who was so skilled at this time, couldn't see the details, otherwise Lin Chong had definitely lied. Lin Chong finished speaking, and stopped speaking, but followed the others to look at the last 2 remaining people. You guys are so shy looking at what I do, hee. The woman who supported Zhang Shang just now, watched everyone look at her, and joked at them. But everyone present didn't care about the charm that began to radiate with the woman's words, which made the woman's face a little ugly. Then made a face and said solemnly. My name is Yang Bing, I come from the Great Wall Guard's army, and what I am redeeming is Emperor Kai's demon armor cultivation method. Humph! Everyone listened to Yang Bing's so-called Emperor Kai's cultivation method of the demon armor, and they were all left in their hearts. And Yang Bing sneered in his heart as he looked at the expressions of everyone. Is true or false, who can understand it? Before everyone could look away, the face next to Yang Bing was feminine, but it was obviously the young man who spoke. My name is Luo Zhu, a graduate student who works part-time as a volunteer in my spare time. I changed swordsmanship after my last world. It's that kind of handsome swordsmanship. After finishing speaking, Luo Zhu still used his fingers to play a few tricks in front of the crowd, which looked very simple. But then, his face showed disappointment again. It's a pity, my sword can't be brought in, otherwise I will let you see it, it's amazing. As for the swordsmanship in Luo Zhu's mouth, after everyone glanced at Luo Zhu, they knew that Luo Zhu, Zhang Shang and Zhang Tianxing were also unarmed. Everyone is not too concerned about this. If these 3 people lack weapons, the things they exchanged will be useless. While waiting for Luo Zhu to finish introducing himself, everyone knew a little bit about others, which gave Takeda a little bit of certainty about whether he would survive this time. Even held a grateful look at Zhang Shang and nodded. Zhang Shang did not respond to this, and even ignored it. Zhang Shang helped open the situation, but he didn't want to waste time with this group of people. With this effort, it is better to find a few tasks to do and get more points. Compared with these people, Zhang Shang is more willing to do more tasks to strengthen these 2 martial arts. While waiting for everyone to introduce themselves, about half an hour has passed. And Zhang Tianxing at the door opened the door for the first time and walked out. Ah, Who are you? I thought that there were still aborigines in this house, which Zhang Shang and others did not expect. Hearing the sound, Zhang Shang and others all walked out, only to see the non-mainstream little Taimei being rushed forward by Zhang Tianxing, breaking her neck. And the movement from the opposite room caused Zhang Tianxing to throw the little sister who had her neck severed on the ground, trying to kill the person who made the movement in the opposite room. Takeda strode forward and stopped Zhang Tianxing. Stop, you kill like this, wait for the official intervention of this world, how do we accomplish the task? Zhang Tianxing turned his head and looked at Takeda who was holding his shoulder, with the heart to do it, but looked at the other people behind Takeda who were watching the show, and resisted the anger in his heart. Brother Zhang Shang, I'll go see what's inside, look at Zhang Tianxing. Regarding Takeda's instructions to him, Zhang Shang did not object, but looked at Zhang Tianxing and motioned him not to move. Takeda let go of Zhang Tianxing's shoulders, walked to the door, and listened carefully. There was no movement inside. Holding the door handle, slowly opened the door. What catches the eye is a young lady with a non-mainstream hairstyle lying wet on the ground. Takeda looked at the layout of the room, and there was no place to hide the people. Then walked in, squatting next to the fallen little Taimei, looking at the undulating chest. This person is not dead, but has lost consciousness. Sun, are you? Sun Xiang, come here. Hearing the voice of Takeda in the house, Sun, are you? And Sun Xiang crossed the crowd and came to Takeda. Looking at the woman on the ground, Sun Xiang asked. Takeda-sensei, did you find anything? You too use your white crane gas to try if you can awaken this woman. The Lord God has not yet released a mission, and this woman was submerged under our noses and caused a coma. You too wake her up and see if you can ask. To what? Okay. Good. Sun Xiang grabbed the little elder sister by the shoulder, thinking of helping her up. But Sun Xiang, who had just come into contact with Xiao Taimei, stood still for a moment, and fell directly to the ground. Takeda was about to reach out to pick him up, but the life and death crisis in his heart instantly made Takeda's heart burst. Sun, are you? Next to Sun Xiang saw Sun Xiang fell and wanted to catch her. Takeda yelled quickly. Don't touch her. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment Sun Are You touched Sun Xiang, she also fell directly to the ground with Sun Xiang. Takeda looked at this weird situation, and quickly stepped back 2 steps before exiting the room directly. Zhang Shang and the others, who watched the situation in the house behind, watched Takeda strode out of the room, secretly saying in their hearts. Problem occurs. Zhang Shang crossed Zhang Tianxing and came to Takeda, looking at the 2 daughters of Sun Xiang and Sun Are You who were unconscious in the room. What happened? Takeda felt the sense of life and death crisis that came when Sun Xiang fell to the ground just now when he wanted to catch him. Said with a lingering heart. I don't know, but there is something invisible in the room, which is dangerous. Chapter 37, Task appears. Because of Takeda's words, the 5 people standing at the back also quietly stepped forward. But through the gap, only the bodies of 3 people lying on the ground can be seen. Zhang Shang can even see the 2 of Sun Xiang and the ups and downs of the little Taimei's body, facing Takeda's doubts. They are not dead, you mean something invisible has attacked them, but it is not fatal. Regarding Zhang Shang's question, Takeda's answer was negative. No, the things in the house are definitely life-death things, and my warrior instinct will not deceive me. Regarding Takeda's answer, Zhang Shang was lost in thought. If there is something, it's okay to stand at the door? But if it is really dangerous, why would he not feel it? But Takeda, as a warrior, said that his warrior instinctively felt fatal. This made Zhang Shang's heart suddenly questioned. If these 3 people work together to deceive him, Zhang Shang and others, what benefits can they get? No, something happened that Zhang Shang hadn't noticed, otherwise Takeda definitely didn't need to do such a thing. After this period of operation, if it is a scam, it will only separate the people who have finally been united together. This should not be something Takeda, who also wants to unite everyone, should do at the risk of becoming a bird. Eliminate all the impossible, and the remaining possibilities, no matter how bizarre, can be understood, not to mention this is the main space, and the main god's task has not appeared. Zhang Shang agreed with Takeda's statement, but he didn't mean it. These people care about Zhang Shang Niao. What should I do? Following Zhang Shang's question, Lin Fan caught the conversation. From the moment I came into this world, I was thinking about what kind of movie the world would be. For the situation we encountered, I suddenly remembered that it was very similar to a movie I just watched some time ago. At this time, the warning sound of the Lord God came from everyone's ears. Please pay attention to the reincarnations. When the Aboriginal people disclose all the problems that do not belong to this world, points will be deducted. After the return, those who have insufficient points will be eliminated. Lin Fan deducts 10 points for revealing information, and 20 points will be deducted next time. Zhang Shang listened to the warning coming from his ear. He didn't know what it meant. He didn't know who triggered the warning. When he turned his head and looked at other people, he saw that Lin Fan's face was very ugly. Suddenly understood that this warning should have been triggered by this Lin Fan, but the information on this warning was also revealed. There are really things in the room that they can't see listening to them. Damn it! Lin Fan darkened his face and slowly uttered a sentence of national quintessence. Because of what Takeda and others said, Lin Fan had vaguely remembered the situation now, which was very similar to the movie he had watched a few days ago, so he said it directly. But Lin Fan forgot that the protagonist in that movie is not a person. That's why I ignored it, which triggered this punishment. Everyone, I believe you already know because of my heavy price? Takeda is right, and this scene is exactly the same as a scene I have seen before. I'm sure this is the one I have seen. After, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This time the Lord God did not punish him, which means that this method is feasible. And Zhang Shang looked at Lin Fan's expression, and his view of Lin Fan changed. The appearance of Zhang Tianxing in front of this man made Zhang Shang think that Lin Fan was a brainless person, but at this moment, it seemed that this person seemed to be a brainless person. It feels a little bit wise. It's really arrogant to want to come here for Lin Fan to push Zhang Tianxing, not a problem with his brain. And then Lin Fan said again. I can tell you in detail what I know, but this is not the place to talk, we need to change a place. After Takeda heard Lin Fan's proposal to change the place of conversation, he looked at the unconscious grandson sisters in the room. For these two, Takeda couldn't leave them alone. Wait everyone, no matter what you have, but I want to clean up the Sun family sisters, otherwise we just throw them here. This person's attitude towards Sun Xiang and Sun Ru surprised Zhang Shang. If it were him, Zhang Shang, he would naturally be out of danger at this time, and he was thinking about it for a long time. But this Takeda made Zhang Shang not know what to say. Faithful, honest, still affectionate and righteous. For this kind of person, Zhang Shang doesn't like or hate it. If the world is all this kind of person, Zhang Shang would like to see it. After all, Zhang Shang doesn't like that people around him are people with the same personality as him. What do you want to do? If there is an uncontrollable danger, we won't save you. Besides, why not wait for Lin Fan to tell us the information before dealing with it? After all, the two of them are still breathing, maybe it's just a coma. Zhang Shang said the words in his heart several times, which made Takeda hesitate, but at this time, a trembling sensation that made Zhang Shang's whole body numb rose from the tail vertebrae, and his whole body was instantly covered with goosebumps. Zhang Shang, who was standing at the door, instantly kicked Takeda's belly behind him, and he took advantage of his strength to go straight through the crowd and fled the scene. Except for Takeda, who was stunned by Zhang Shang, the other 5 people directly followed Zhang Shang and filed out through the window opened by Zhang Shang. But after taking the trembling feeling just now, Takeda wanted to escape, but was delayed by the sight of the light from the corner of his eye, and was directly kicked by Zhang Shang on his stomach. He was kicked. Sun Ryu, who had already stood up. In an instant, Takeda and Sun Rugun made a ball. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com slammed into the wall, and Takeda's face was extremely hideous at this time. The blue veins on his forehead were violent, and his eyes were raised high and bloodshot. The meaningless roars in his mouth repeatedly seemed to be fighting an invisible enemy. Zhang Shang, who had already smashed the window and jumped down from the third floor at the first moment, ignored the surprised glances of the sparse pedestrians on the street and fled directly into the distance. Will die. This kind of horror is so intense that Zhang Shang has never felt it. And the other 5 people may have seen Zhang Shang running for his life, passively running together, or they felt a sense of crisis. At this time, he followed Zhang Shang and fled all the way. Takeda's burly body in the house is now on all fours in a weird opposite direction. His eyes widened to the limit, and finally with a heavy landing sound, Takeda stopped moving. After a while, Takeda stood up, looked down at his body, clenched his fist, and said in another person's tone. "This body? Where do these people come from? It's really fun." With the changes in Takeda, the mission of the Lord God also sounded in the ears of Zhang Shang, who was still running for his life at the same time. The main mission appears. Live. Hell is empty, evil spirits are full of people. The order of yin and yang is broken, making it difficult to distinguish between people and ghosts in this world. Please survive the attack of evil spirits for 30 days. 500 points will be awarded for task completion. Note, if the mission fails, it will be directly obliterated. Zhang Shang had no time to observe the tasks issued by the Lord God. At this time, he only had one idea, and that was to find a safe place first. Chapter 38, Unite Everyone. Zhang Shang rushed all the way. At this moment, it was no longer a matter of exposing or not, but whether he could survive from that ghost first was Zhang Shang's need to think about. The houses on both sides of the street are old composite buildings, which made Zhang Shang realize how similar the place they were doing this time to his last world. As he came to another street, the number of professionals slowly increased. Zhang Shang also slowed down. The sense of crisis conveyed by the warrior's instinct fell into silence as Zhang Shang moved away from the building. The top priority is to find a place to stay. It seems that Luo Xiu is the one who flees with me just now? It's really not a real person. Zhang Shang recalled the figure that had only slowed himself a step to escape. He couldn't help but think a little bit about Luo Xiu. As Zhang Shang slowed down, Luo Xiu, who had been following him, followed. Zhang Shang turned his head to look, and saw that Luo Xiu's breath was stable, and he didn't look like he had just ran away. When Zhang Shang looked at Luo Xiu, the two looked at each other and didn't talk to each other. This person gave Zhang Shang a feeling of hiding a knife in his smile. If it was not necessary, Zhang Shang would not touch this person. Within a few minutes, Lin Fan, Zhang Tianxing, Yang Bing, and Lin Chong also followed. What do you mean? Even if you change places, you don't have to do that, right? Zhang Tianxing complained to Zhang Shang and Luo Xiu with an ugly look. Except for Lin Fan's thoughtfulness, and Yang Bing and Lin Chong's expressionless faces, Zhang Tianxing was the most puzzled of the four. Zhang Shang didn't have any thoughts for answering these people. If you can understand, live longer, or die if you don't understand. Is that simple? Although Zhang Shang thinks so, some people don't think so. Lin Fan answered Zhang Tianxing's question out of no idea. There was dirt in the room just now. Zhang Tianxing looked scared. As a HK person, he believed in these divine things more than others. Although he is a leader of the club, it does not prevent him from believing in these things, let alone their club's worship the second master, so Lin Fan's words have convinced Zhang Tianxing 9 out of 10, let alone in the main space. There is no strange thing, Guan Yi bless you. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianxing, smiled in his heart, and said. Everyone, there seems to be something wrong with Takeda. Let's find a place first. I will tell you all the information about this world, so as to prevent problems from appearing in the future, which may cause us to have fewer people. Zhang Shang was happy, connecting Lin Fan's behavior from the beginning, and everything became clear at once. This Lin Fan seems to be obsessed with the right to speak among several people, and is always looking for opportunities to gain the right to speak. Regarding this, Zhang Shang looked indifferent. He was tacitly acquiescing to Lin Fan's words, and Zhang Shang rolled his eyes to Luo Xiu from the corner of his eyes. This person looked innocent and didn't say anything. In this way, Zhang Shang and Luo Xiu acquiesced to Lin Fan's words, while Lin Chong and Yang Bing also silently acquiesced. And because Lin Fan had just broken through his doubts, Zhang Tianxing also responded to Lin Fan's words for knowing more information about Lin Fan. So far, after many efforts, Lin Fan finally got the right to speak for this team. Lin Fan looked around for a week and cleared his throat after seeing no objection from everyone. Everyone, I am familiar with this place in Xiangzhang, come with me. When Zhang Tianxing heard Lin Fan say that this place is Xiangzhang, he opened his mouth, wanting to say that he was a bigwig in the local community of Xiangzhang, but after thinking about it, he still didn't speak. Lin Fan took others all the way to a remote abandoned warehouse. Looking at the familiar warehouse in front of him, Lin Fan smiled. This place is the place where the two protagonists in the movie confront each other. It is definitely remote enough, that is, there is a high probability that those evil spirits will find it. But after Lin Fan knew from the front that this world is the movie, he didn't have the idea of keeping it hidden. Those dirty things said in the movie are vague, but some of the statements and interpretations seen in the forum let Lin Fan know. There is no solution to the dirty things in this world. How about you guys? Not bad? Let's settle down here first, and then I will tell you the information of this world, but there is a problem, although I can be 80% sure that this world is the one I know, but still we need to confirm it, or if something goes wrong, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Fan opened the warehouse door, looked inside, turned around and said to the others who followed. Everyone looked around, confirmed that there was no danger, and all walked in. Zhang Shang looked at this old warehouse, walked around, and in a few moments turned the whole warehouse around. The others watched Zhang Shang's movements without making a sound. Instead, everyone found a place and sat down. Lin Chong looked at Lin Fan, who didn't know what he was thinking, and interrupted his thinking. Now you should talk about the information of this world. Don't worry, let me stroke it. Lin Fan didn't pay much attention to Lin Chong's question. After responding, he fell into thinking again. With the passage of time, 10 minutes passed quietly. Just when Zhang Tianxing was about to lose his temper, Lin Fan got up, walked among a few people, and spoke slowly. In this world, according to the plot, it is that people will become dirty after death, and there is no way to deal with dirty things in this world www.readaloud.com, but there is one point to pay attention to. Dirty things are divided well. The bad and the bad are just like what we have encountered today. Killing people according to their preferences, the good ones will not harm people, and will stay where they die in front of them. But there is a contradiction. When I first saw the movie, after the protagonist finally died, he did not stay in one place. This made me suspect that these dirty things are actually the same, and there is no good or bad, just want to kill. There is also a saying in the movie that when this dirty thing is in possession, if you touch the person it possesses, you will be instantly taken away from its soul and become a vegetable, just like the Sun sisters we saw earlier. Moreover, judging from the plot of the movie, these dirty things are incomprehensible when they are not possessed, invisible and intangible, but once they are possessed, if they are not detached, they will directly kill the possessed person. Life will cause the dirt to die. But some words that I have seen from the forum make me not sure whether this processing method seen from the movie is effective. Is probably like this. When I first watched the plot, I still watched it because of the setting, so I can't remember the plot clearly. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he looked at the others and saw that they were thinking, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. As a person who has seen infinite horror, his advantage in the main space is much greater than these unseen two Lao hats. Just like the previous world, his trial world is Resident Evil 1, and he gained a full 1000 points by operating in infinite horror. After returning to the main space, he learned the practice of the infinite horror protagonist, and strengthened the blood and internal power of the vampire. This makes him Lin Fan doesn't think he is the protagonist. He is the only one who knows the plot and has seen the infinite horror. Chapter 39, Be the First to Win. Lin Fan's words made Zhang Shang unable to find a way to complete this world mission for a while. It seemed simple to survive for 30 days, and everyone only needed to hide. But there is a premise that this dirty thing can't find them. It's just this kind of thought that Zhang Shang finds very ridiculous. Since the Lord God has given a task, how can these dirty things not find them? Thinking about it, I don't think it can be that simple. But for the current situation, one can only take a step forward. There is no other good way. Moreover, although Lin Fan talked about the action characteristics and dangers of dirty things, he still doesn't know the true and false killing methods, but for the plot without mentioning a word, whether Lin Fan really didn't know or did not say it deliberately, it also made it difficult for Zhang Shang to guess. The other 5 people, including Zhang Shang, are thinking about how to earn more points while completing the main task. Everyone who has strengthened once has already understood that in the main space, points are everything. As long as you have points, you can get everything you want, which makes everyone consider how to find opportunities to trigger other tasks. And when Zhang Shang was still immersed in his thoughts, a voice sounded. Wait, let's not say anything else. If you really watched the plot, then you should at least jot down some things. And what you said just now only mentioned the characteristics of dirty things, but it didn't. Without telling a little bit of the plot, I have to wonder what you are hiding from us. It was Lin Chong who was speaking. This person had always held the utmost vigilance to what others said. From questioning Zhang Shang to questioning Lin Fan at this time, he had to say that the problems that this person targeted were all sharp-pointed ones. And Lin Chong's remarks made other people in contemplation focus on Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the unknowing eyes of other people, and he shook his heart. With Lin Chong's words, Lin Fan, who thought he was already in control of the overall situation, realized that these people are not the little white of the last world. My own practice of saying 7 to 3, as someone pointed it through, it had a counterproductive effect. This made Lin Fan think again and again, and finally came to a conclusion that if he didn't tell other people part of the plot, whether he could get out of the warehouse today or not, maybe it was the conclusion of 2 theories. Perceiving the changes in the eyes of others, he gritted his teeth and decided to tell the story and the story. Lin Chong, what do you mean? I kindly told you the information of this world. Do you now suspect that I am hiding something? Lin Fan has a misunderstood angry expression on his face. It is a pity that everyone present is not a fuel-efficient lamp, which makes Lin Fan's statement useless. You guys let me think about it. After finishing speaking, Lin Fan's thoughts rolled over, knowing that he had to say it today, but Lin Fan's heart moved, thinking of the obscure performance at the end of the movie, and he thought very maliciously in his heart. Since you are unrighteous, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want the plot, just give it to you, but don't blame me for cheating you. Lin Fan was thinking hard. Everyone waited for a while before clearing their throats and saying, let's say yes, I am really not impressed with the plot. If there is something wrong then, don't blame me. At the beginning of the plot of the movie, we have to start with the protagonist giving a ticket to a scumbag 3 months ago. Of course, it was in the plot 3 months ago. I don't know where the plot is going now. I will confirm it later. To be sure. The protagonist gave a ticket to a scum, but found blood in the trunk behind, so the protagonist asked the scum to open the trunk, but was attacked by the man and finally killed, and the protagonist lived for 3 months because of injuries. Hospital. The protagonist has been hallucinating all the time. In fact, the protagonist has seen the dirty things, as if he had opened his heavenly eyes, so he could directly see the dirty things. After the police confirmed that the protagonist had no mental problems, he was transferred to a remote unit. I forgot what I called, and there was another protagonist who seemed to have a surname Huang. Then the protagonist followed the other protagonist to start quest upgrades. The first time they went to a swimming pool, they were told by another protagonist surnamed Huang that there were no ghosts here. The ghost call at night was just a sewer problem. Went to a movie theater behind, was attacked by dirt, and finally the dirt possessed a woman, but before he could do anything, he was killed by the protagonist surnamed Huang. Behind it is the protagonist who cleans up the dirty things all by himself. It seems to be on a bus, but I don't know where it is. Behind the protagonist encountered a dirty thing from a policewoman on the road. After the dirty thing took control of the protagonist did not die, and knew from the dirty thing that this dirty thing was the scum that the protagonist had killed. And the house we appeared in seemed to be the place where the scum turned into a dirty thing to kill people, so I felt familiar. In the back, 2 protagonists chased this dirty thing, and finally succeeded in killing, but one of the protagonists didn't know why they died. I didn't understand the ending. Probably that's it. Because of Lin Fan's explanation, everyone has a general outline, but it is of no use to how to complete the task, except for confirming that the dirty thing can be killed when it is possessed, and it doesn't. Other important things. And when Zhang Shang was disappointed by the information Lin Fan had said, Luo Zhu, who had been taciturn from the beginning, spoke. Thanks to brother Lin Fan for selfless sharing. I am really ashamed to see you doing this. So there is something I want to confess to everyone. In fact, I am not only a college student, but also a descendant of the ancient martial arts family. In addition, still an amateur detective. However, although I am an amateur, after hearing the information that brother Lin Fan just said, I also have some ideas, and I want to talk to you. All of you present here seem to be hard-working people with lofty ideals, so you should not be willing to just complete the task. I'm afraid you don't believe it when you say it. Then www.readaloud.com this, a martial arts detective, what do you want to say? Zhang Tianxing urged impatiently. Everyone understands the purpose of Luo Zhu, who has little sense of existence from the very beginning, but at this time he speaks so strongly. Luo Zhu looked at the reactions of the people, and he knew that his first slamming was effective. First of all, we learned from Lin Fan that the dirt in this world is incomprehensible, and it is only possible to kill this one when possessed. Secondly, there are a lot of dirt in this world. But does the amount of dirt make sense to us? Okay, maybe there are, but as long as you don't gather, I think everyone here should be confident to avoid contact with them. At least, the speed of escape is very fast, such as Brother Zhang Shang? Zhang Shang, who was watching what Luo Zhu wanted to do, smiled when he heard Luo Zhu directly mentioning himself by name. This self-confidence is still there, and your escape speed is not slow, but the way of speaking makes people lose patience. Luo Zhu gave a chuckle at Zhang Shang's blatant threat. It seemed that he didn't seem to care very much. But continue to speak. Since the danger is not too great for us, the main reason why everyone is unwilling to complete the task casually, points, this kind of thing that can be used as a wish currency in the main space, naturally has more gains. Possible. You mean, you have a way to get us more points? After listening to Luo Zhu's words, Zhang Tianxing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help asking. And Luo Zhu looked at the expressions of everyone, including Zhang Shang, with the same smile on his face. Yes. Chapter 40, Trigger Mechanism of Side Missions. Luo Zhu took the dominance that Lin Fan had so hard to establish completely in a few words. Zhang Shang and others just watched it, and had no idea. Just like what Lin Fan did before, for Zhang Sheng and the others, even I don't know what the story of this world can be. But the side quests are a point that I have to pay attention to. Take Zhang Sheng as an example. The 2 side quests in the last world directly double the rewards, which makes Zhang Sheng very interested in this kind of side quests. After all, if you want to quickly promote these 2 martial arts to Dzogchen, you need at least a few thousand points to invest. This makes Zhang Sheng, who has only a few hundred points in each world, really unbearable. Other people are obviously the same, all eyes are shining at Luo Zhu, waiting for the words behind him. Luo Zhu obviously expected this situation a long time ago, and he spoke unhurriedly. If you want to earn points, you naturally have to do more. To be honest, my first mission, the main has nothing but a mission goal. This may be because I was not an official reincarnation at that time, but after the mission was over, when the reward was given, the main gave a reminder that it was based on my own performance. This is very interesting. That is to say, as a reserve player, although I did not receive any prompts, I was also invisible. I did something beyond the original rewards, so I got more points. Of course, this is only my personal situation. Everyone's task difficulty may be different, so you may receive more tips. After all, according to what you said before, our task difficulty should only be based on personal ability. Yes, but in essence, our task mechanism is the same. Zhang Sheng listened to Luo Zhu's analysis. When he heard this, he still believed Luo Zhu's analysis, because he was in the world because he killed his wife Yushu, Xiaohe. The 2 branches that junior sister Wu appeared in the future, although Feng Yuxiu and Xiaohe weren't Zhang Sheng opponents in any state. You have analyzed for a long time, what do you want to say? How do we get more points? Zhang Tianxing watched Luo Zhu want to sell him, impatiently urging him to finish quickly. Don't worry, I'm just about to stop here. Since the mechanics are the same, that is to say, there are many similar side tasks in the missions, which increase the points of extra missions. And the current mission is obviously no exception, it just requires us to take the initiative to trigger it. In addition, as an official reincarnation, I should receive more tips or benefits. At least, it will not be as miserable as my first world. Speaking of this, Luo Zhu waved his hand, as if it was really miserable. However, after looking at other people, he seemed to understand this kind of nonsense. This group of people didn't even bother to make an expression, and then continued to speak. The existence of side missions should be regarded as a kind of welfare. As for how to trigger it, in fact, as long as you understand the principle and analyze it, it is very simple. Lord God, such an almost invincible existence, why so many reincarnations were selected, and the reasons for us to complete missions in various worlds, this is temporarily unknown. However, the rewards we get are obviously closely related to the difficulty of the task, plus what Lin Fan just revealed, we are now in a movie world, that is to say, if we want to get more points, we must take the initiative to go. Destroy the plot, increase the difficulty for yourself, so that you have more opportunities for performance, forcing the main to have to release branch lines. From the current point of view, although the main is aloof and mysterious, it is relatively fair and has to abide by the rules of the game. After all, if this is a game, after the organizers have taken the initiative to break the rules, the game naturally loses its meaning. The key points of the plot currently known are underground parking garages, swimming pools, and movie theaters. We can make critical damage to these 3 places according to the plot, so that the plot cannot be carried out normally, and at the same time, we can also check where the current timeline is. In addition, we can also find the protagonist and take him away from the plot, or directly kill him, maybe the effect will be better. And etc. Lin Fan listened to Luo Zhu's analysis and looked at the expressions on everyone's faces, knowing that he was not interrupting Luo Zhu's speech, and the little prestige he had built up with difficulty should be thrown into the garbage. But as Lin Fan uttered, other people's unkind eyes were greeted, which made Lin Fan give up his thoughts of continuing to speak. Na Luoxiu's smile remained unchanged, even if Lin Fan interrupted, he smiled at Lin Fan as before and continued to speak. Because my last mission is somewhat similar to this one, the goal is to survive. So for such a mission, I have some experience. For example, for such a mission, the general crisis is gradually increasing, so if we want to, what needs to be done is best as soon as possible. In addition, we also need a commander to control the overall situation and assign tasks to everyone according to everyone's ability to minimize the risk. I think. Do you have any plans? Lin Chong interrupted Luo Xiu's mischief and asked bluntly. Since Big Brother Lin Chong has taken the initiative to ask, then, everyone will fix it up first. Let me tell you, my stomach is already a bit hungry, and what we are going to do next will be very dangerous, so we need to be in the best condition. Okay, wait until the evening, and then gather here to discuss the main countermeasures, and after a night of rest, we will leave tomorrow morning. Although Zhang Shang agrees with this person's analysis in his heart, he still sees his uneasiness and kindness in his eyes. From the beginning, he hides himself, and now he stepped on it with the help of the information he knew from Lin Fan. Lin Fan kicked, even more so by throwing out a statement that Zhang Shang and others could not refuse, so that he could take the lead. It seems contradictory, but this Luo correction is to pinch the weakness that everyone in the room wants to score, so that his plan can be implemented without any effort. This may be unacceptable to Lin Fan, but for Zhang Shang and the others, just take it if it's good, so why bother about who leads it? Anyway, if the danger exceeds the reward, Zhang Shang believes that others will make the wisest choice because of self-protection, so Zhang Shang really doesn't care who takes the lead. I have no opinion. Zhang Shang grinned, and what he said afterwards made him want to interrupt several times, but Lin Fan, who was forced to stop by the eyes of others, sank to the bottom. Such repetition of these people was something that Lin Fan did not expect, not to mention that these people would learn about this world after they learned the information of this world, because these few words of Luo Xiu would be such a virtue, which made Lin Fan know that he was still too young. Look at others. This sissy, I thought it was a cannon fodder, but I didn't expect it to be the deepest hidden one, but you never thought I would keep the world's greatest secret, and since you are looking for death, don't blame me. After Lin Fan exchanged vampire bloodline and internal power, he experimented, and he could indeed achieve the kind of combination made by the infinite horror protagonist, but it seems that it was the reason why he just exchanged it. www.readaloud.com. The two energies have come together. The blessing is not very strong. But let's not say anything else, just the 500-point vampire bloodline, its explosive speed and thick skin are unimaginable, and even learned from the trump card of the infinite horror protagonist, which made Lin Fan very strong against Luo Xiu. Murderous. And Zhang Shang watched Lin Fan's expression change, knowing that Lin Fan would probably have a fight with Luo Xiu tomorrow, but it doesn't matter to Zhang Shang who the two of them live or die, he only cares if this Luo Xiu's statement is correct. How many points can he bring to himself? As Zhang Shang started, Yang Bing, Lin Chong, and Zhang Tianxing also said indifferently that they and the others had no objection. After Luo Xiu watched Zhang Shang take the lead, he followed the three people who expressed his attitude, and the smiles on his face were even worse. As for the performance of these four people, Lin Fan no longer has any hope. These four people are obviously four fried dough sticks, and Zhang Shang is even more outrageous. It has been like this since Takeda. Seeing that the atmosphere in the field is gradually getting wrong, Zhang Shang stood up and said to everyone. Since the discussion is over, I will go ahead. I have to find a suit, otherwise I don't want to wear a vest this month. Now that this time has come, Zhang Shang doesn't care about other people anymore, he knows all the information he should know, and his strength is almost exposed, so Zhang Shang no longer intends to hide himself. After all, Zhang Shang walked out of the warehouse swaggeringly and found a group of punks. After all the belongings of these people were taken away, he finally collected more than 20,000 yuan. I immediately found a steak shop, ordered 10 caddies of beef, and added a bottle of white wine. Since I arrived in this world from noon to day, I have been wasting time with those people, and there was nothing to eat or drink. This made Zhang Shang very hungry and unbearable. Chapter 41, Division of Labor. After Zhang Shang finished his meal, he bought a suit on the way back. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. At this time, everyone in the warehouse was already there. Looking at Luo Zhu and Lin Fan, whose atmosphere was obviously wrong, Zhang Shang smiled and ignored them. Instead, he found a place to sit down, and his mind slowly sank into his body, observing the golden gas from the dragon's golden bell jar in his body. Since coming to this world, this golden aura has been so active that Zhang Shang couldn't help but think of the sentence in the Lord God's description that would be harmful to evil things after the 6 levels. But since the main has explained that the evil things can only work after the 6th level, it is estimated that the martial arts in the 2nd level is useless. While Zhang Shang was observing himself, he heard Yang Bing ask. Since everyone knows how to trigger the task, should we assign someone to investigate with whom? Yang Bing is right. Now that you are all back, let's discuss with whom to investigate together. Zhang Tianxing also followed Yang Bing's words and said, I do whatever. Lin Chong replied indifferently. Zhang Shang, who recovered, glanced at the others. Just pick it yourself. As Zhang Shang said, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face and said immediately. Luo Zhu, how about it, do you want to stay with me? Seeing Lin Fan like that, it seems that he can't wait to start Luo Zhu. The remaining 4 Zhang Shang looked at the appearance of the two, not in charge, but at each other. Zhang Shang looked at the 3 people staring at him, and suddenly felt a bit amused. He, Zhang Shang, how about you alone? Lin Chong's words were very meaningful and made Zhang Shangyul slowly stood up, walked forward, and grinned. Are you serious? Of course, after all you shaved Takeda's hand, everyone saw it, and went to investigate with you. What if you can't keep it away? Lin Chong also got up slowly, and as he spoke, the scar on his face seemed to come alive. You seem to have a big opinion on me. There is no opinion, but prejudice is hard to say. Hey, verbal skills are pretty good, but I don't know how well the hands are. Seeing the 2 men's tentative attitude, Yang Bing stood up and went to Zhang Shang's side with a chuckle. Brother Zhang Shang, don't get angry, I'll be with you. Zhang Shang looked at Yang Bing next to him with a look of confusion. Is this woman's brain okay? She supports herself inexplicably. Still saying that Zhang Shang had some purpose for him? While Yang Bing supports Zhang Shang, Zhang Tianxing is not staying, but speaks to Zhang Shang and Lin Chong to persuade them. Since Yang Bing wants to investigate with Zhang Shang, then I will be with Lin Chong. There is no need for everyone to make such a fuss for a sentence or two. Regarding Zhang Tianxing's remarks, Zhang Shang did not make any other statements, but smiled at Lin Chong. Regarding people who are about to die, Zhang Shang would never take care of them, but for people like Lin Chong, only killing is the best destination. Regarding the matter between Zhang Shang and Lin Chong, Luo Zhu obviously didn't take it seriously, but spoke. Everyone, since I and Lin Fan are in the same group, I want to discuss the plot with him in the evening and see if he can remember anything. Maybe it will be beneficial to our actions tomorrow. As for where the 3 groups are going to find out, I will try my best to allocate this by tomorrow morning. Zhang Shang came to the original location, leaned against the warehouse wall, closed his eyes and started to rest. As the atmosphere went wrong, the others lost the meaning of talking, and all closed their eyes and started to rest. No words for a night. Remove the voices of Lin Fan and Luo Zhu in the night. In the morning, as time passed, Zhang Shang opened his eyes on time. As soon as he got up, everyone else woke up. Obviously, everyone didn't sleep too much, or didn't sleep at all. Zhang Shang glanced at the others and went out. Naturally, eating is the main thing. Zhang Shang's current appetite is so hungry if he doesn't eat a meal, not to mention that they are going out today to find the place where the plot happened. So I'll talk before I'm full. Zhang Shang ate while walking. When Zhang Shang finished eating, he had already returned to the door of the warehouse, and he finished eating the last barbecued pork bun in his hand. Zhang Shang entered the warehouse, looked at the crowd with big eyes and small eyes, and smiled. "Why don't you guys go to dinner?" Regarding Zhang Shang's words, the others didn't respond, but Zhang Shang found out that Luo Zhu was not there, so he didn't say much, and sat on the doorstep. With the passage of time, Luo Zhu was late, and when he saw everyone waiting for him, he said, "Sorry everyone, I eat slowly. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and leave after allocating." Luo Zhu listened to Zhang Shang's indifferent tone and said loudly, "Well, after discussing with Lin Fan last night, I found that the plot of the parking lot has no practical significance until we can determine the timeline. So the only thing left is the swimming pool and the movie theater. But there is one more point, which I think is very important, that is the unit that the protagonist was transferred to. That place seems to be specialized in dealing with this kind of ghost things, maybe there may be useful information, and it is also possible to pass there. The timeline can be determined. How about that? Lin Fan and I go to the swimming pool, Zhang Shang and Yang Bing go to the movie theater, Zhang Tianxin and Lin Konggai go to the special work unit of the protagonist. Is it okay?" "No problem." After Luo Zhu finished speaking, Lin Fan laughed. As Luo Zhu arranged, Zhang Shang and Yang Bing set out to find the movie theater that appeared in the plot. Because Lin Fan only gave a rough idea, Zhang Shang and Yang Bing only knew that a movie theater was in Kowloon, which was about to close down. This kind of specious information caused them to go to Kowloon to search for it on a large scale. Against the scorching sun, Zhang Shang and Yang Bing walked along the streets of Kowloon with two people. This place should be the worst place for the rest of Xiangjiang. There are no new high-rise buildings, and there are not so many people. There are only old buildings where most of the exterior wall paint has begun to peel off. Or rented houses that are so small that there is no sunshine for a lifetime. Even the streets are full of rubbish, and old shops on both sides of the street. Is like two worlds, like Sim Sha Sui, the most prosperous Hong Kong, a place so small, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but the development has shown two extremes. At this time, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. 5 or 6 hours have passed since Zhang Shang and the others set off at 10, but the two still failed to find the cinema that Lin Fan said. And Kowloon was almost finished, except for the street in front of me. Zhang Shang looked at the sparsely pedestrian street in front of him, and thought of the street of the building where they came out that day. It seemed that there were very few pedestrians. This street is left. If you can't find it, then there is a problem with Lin Fan's information. Zhang Shang said to Yang Bing next to him, and walked in after finishing talking. "Brother Zhang, did you say that Lin Fan has deliberately concealed something?" "I don't know, I'll talk about it after I finish searching this street." Yang Bing looked at Zhang Shang, who was walking incessantly, and followed. Looking at this old street, the two of them walked from the street towards the inside. Finally I saw a movie theater at the end of the street, with Su Zai's Hung Cinema hanging on the door. But the door was closed, and there were traces of the refurbishment. Zhang Shang and Yang Bing came to the door and looked at the closed door. "It should be here. There are many people during the day. We will go in and have a look at night." Become. After making a note of the location, Zhang Shang and Yang Bing went to a restaurant on the next street together. Ordered some dishes, and the two of them waited while eating. "Brother Zhang, you said you really ran into something dirty, what shall we do?" "Just kill it. You don't look very good, and you think beautifully. If this dirty thing is the same as the dirty thing we encountered when we first came yesterday, just run away." By Zhang Shang's words, Yang Bing, whose face turned black, muffled his head and started to eat. Chapter 42, Night Detective Cinema. Zhang Shang and Yang Bing have been eating in this restaurant until the evening. Zhang Shang kept eating, causing the store owner behind to look at them with strange eyes. Yang Bing couldn't help but say to Zhang Shang in the end, "Brother Zhang, you should stop eating, I think the boss is about to call the police." "What's the hurry? It's not the strength of not giving money or not having enough food." While talking, finished the two mouths in the bowl. These Xiangzhang people bought only a little bit. Zhang Shang only felt a little full after eating so many things. "What time is it?" Yang Bing heard Zhang Shang's question, turned his head and looked at the store, and finally saw a clock hung on the wall. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The two of them sat for more than 6 hours, and Zhang Shang also ate for 6 hours one after another, which made Yang Bing look at Zhang Shang eagerly. "Watch your eyes, don't think I can't feel it when I eat." Listening to Zhang Shang's vague words, Yang Bing smiled even more charmingly. "Brother Zhang, it's 9 o'clock in the evening, shall we go see it?" "Okay, when I finish eating this bowl of noodles, although this restaurant doesn't have a lot of quantity, it tastes good." With noodle soup and 2 or 3 mouthfuls, Zhang Shang got up and went to the counter to check out. "Calculate how much money." The owner fanning behind the counter heard that Zhang Shang came to check out, and immediately pushed over the computer that had already been calculated. "A total of 1,238, I will wipe the fraction for you, just give 1,200. Zhang Shang picked up the small bottle of drink on the bar, shook it to the boss, and motioned to him to drink one for free. Then took out the money and settled the meal. Went out to the door, glanced at the sky, dark clouds, and it looked like it was going to rain. "Let's go." Zhang Shang finished speaking and walked towards the street where the movie theater was. Yang Bing looked at Zhang Shang from behind, licked his lips and followed. As the night gets late, the pedestrians who were already scarce on the street have all disappeared at this time. There are only street lights 10 to 20 meters apart, illuminating a limited number of meters. Coming all the way to the end of the street, looking at the dark cinema, Zhang Shang and Yang Bing came to the door. When they wanted to open the door and go in, Zhang Shang paused, thinking that if there are evil spirits, they won't find a help for it. Physically, when there will be a real fight, it is probably no show. Wait for me first." After finishing speaking, in Yang Bing's puzzled gaze, Zhang Shang took a few steps away from Yang Bing's sight, not knowing where he had gone. Within a few minutes, Zhang Shang rushed from a distance with a person in his hand. "Okay, let's go in, I hope Luo Jiu is right." Yang Bing also knew Zhang Shang's purpose of arresting individuals, but he did not speak. Zhang Shang pressed his hand on the door lock, and when he pressed hard, the entire range of the door lock was directly pressed in, and the removed door lock was thrown on the ground by Zhang Shang casually. Opened the door and walked in. There was a strong smell of paint and synthetic wood, and a smell of corpse passed into Zhang Shang's nose. As the golden gas in his body poured into his eyes, the dark cinema slowly became clear. Is surrounded by divided plastics on the walls. There are a few wooden shelves for sealing and brushing in front of the wall, but there are signs of fighting in the center, and several wooden shelves tipped over to the ground. There are also a lot of blood stains on the ground, but Zhang Shang smelled the smell of the corpse. "I don't know where it came from." "Brother Zhang, someone is one step ahead of us." Zhang Shang came to the blood stain, knelt down and looked at the blood stain on the ground. "Has turned black and smelly, which means that this person died here a few days ago, and several craters were found on the ground nearby. But the bullet shells have been cleaned up, which shows that the person who killed this person had a certain degree of professional knowledge." Suddenly, the words Lin Fan said when he said the plot came to Zhang Shang's mind. So, the two protagonists came here and killed the dirty stuff? Zhang didn't know whether this would kill the dirty things, but Zhang Shang followed the smell of corpses all the way to the second floor, only to see the swollen corpse around the corner. In the confined space, it is still on the second floor, which is isolated by plastic in front, and it is in the place where the temperature of the scene in Xiangjiang is about 20-30 degrees. Naturally, you can imagine the appearance of the corpse. Zhang Shang searched for a piece of plastic with no expression on his face, and put it on his hand, trying to check whether the filth that was killed in the human body would change on the corpse. But for the sake of safety, I resisted and woke up the middle-aged man who was holding his hands. Looking at the middle-aged man who was about to yell when he woke up, Zhang Shang slapped his face and slapped Zhang Shang's hands. There are so many strengths, it's not hard to imagine. The middle-aged man's left cheek swelled rapidly, and he was even taken aback by the slap. I said, "If you do, or else I will kill you." Zhang Shang, whose nature has begun to be exposed, is full of cruel words. Zhang Shang squatted down, wrapped plastic around the middle-aged man's hands, and patted Lao Gao's left cheek, which was already swollen. "You go and check the corpse, remember that I teach you how to check it, so you can check it." The middle-aged man turned his head and saw that the corpse that was not human-shaped was lying reclining in the corridor, his throat gradually rolling, but the danger of death made him suppress his body's instincts. "Go up and level her body." The middle-aged man swallowed, resisting his nausea, and moved up. Zhang Shang watched the middle-aged man's movements attentively. If the dirty thing was not dead, Zhang Shang would flee here as soon as possible. As the middle-aged man touched the female corpse, there was no reaction, but smoothly laid the female corpse lying on the wall flat. "Okay, untie her." The middle-aged man looked at the face of the maggot turning over the female body, his face was covered with sweat. And he said loudly in his heart, "There is no strange thing, I was forced by others. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Hope you can forgive my offense." Trembling hands untied the uniform from the female corpse, and even moved his hands towards the female corpse, thinking about taking off the female corpse's short skirt. "You don't need to take off your lower body." Zhang Shang's unrestrained words shocked the middle-aged man. Zhang Shang looked at the naked female body and walked forward to look at the female body. The decay of the corpse is obviously faster than the normal decay rate of the corpse. Looked at the traces on the front of the female corpse due to the repeated movement of the corpse. "You turn the body over." The middle-aged man, sinking his body and grabbing the sides of the corpse with both hands, trying to turn the corpse over, but the smell of the corpse at close range, and the appearance of the corpse, made the middle-aged man couldn't help it anymore and tilted his head straight. "Threw up." Zhang Shang frowned, looked at the middle-aged man who was lying on the ground and vomiting, turned and looked at Yang Bing. And Yang Bing also understood, and said to Zhang Shang, "Brother Zhang, don't worry, I have a way." Zhang Shang, who was thinking of letting Yang Bing go to check, heard Yang Bing's remarks, stepped aside and let Yang Bing pass. Yang Bing came to the middle-aged man, frowning a pair of willow eyebrows, but felt Zhang Shang's gaze coming from behind him, enduring nausea, squatted down and pressed his hand against the middle-aged man's neck. At the place where the two men's hands were in contact with their necks, a red light flashed. The middle-aged man who was throwing up and unable to take care of himself was as if he was electrocuted. The whole person shook a few times, and his uncontrollable vomiting instinct was suppressed. Even if Yang Bing used his back to block Zhang Shang's sight just now, Zhang Shang still keenly noticed that there was a wave of qi that was very similar to his own. Chapter 43, Doubtful. Zhang Shang watched Yang Bing stand up with a look of disgust on his face. Regarding the fluctuations in the place where Yang Bing's hand touched the middle-aged man's neck just now, Zhang Shang was left in his mind. Although he knew in his heart that Yang Bing deliberately approached him with a certain purpose, the fluctuation just now made Zhang Shang a bit off-sided. Yang Bing seems to have lied to all of them. "Brother Zhang, okay, do you want him to check this corpse to see something?" Yang Bing wiped his hands, and questioned Zhang Shang's actions. "I'm just confirming something, and we'll explain it later when we go back." "Okay." Yang Bing didn't respond to Zhang Shang's cover-up, and only showed the curiosity that a person should have. Zhang Shang frowned and looked at the middle-aged man who was covered with vomit. The turbid smell made this semi-sealed space now beyond the reach of ordinary people. Continue. If he didn't have the slightest feeling for Zhang Shang, the middle-aged man wiped his mouth with his sleeve, resisting the strong feeling of vomiting in his body, and cheered up. The terrible face in front of me, as well as the maggots crawling around as the corpse was turned over, are more scented, and the nausea from instinct overwhelms the sense of middle-aged people. At this moment, the middle-aged man's endurance reached its limit, and the whole person rolled his eyes and lay on the ground convulsing. What happened tonight made this middle-aged man, the head of the family, unable to bear it anymore. Looking at the middle-aged man who had just turned over the body and passed out again, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Bing's face. She did not expect that although the 4 eclipses of the heavenly demon could induce people to control their instincts, she did not expect that she would faint directly after the increase in fear. Waste. Zhang Shang stepped forward and smashed the middle-aged man's head with one foot. Suddenly, vomit and body water, red, white and black, flowed all over the ground. Zhang Shang squatted down and looked at the female corpse that turned over. There was a big hole behind the female corpse, right in the center of the back, and a large amount of corpse water mixed with maggots slowly flowed out. Zhang Shang looked at the traces behind the female corpse, thinking in his heart. This female corpse was obviously moved many times, and the hole behind it was cut through after death. Who would deliberately cut a hole after the protagonist killed the woman possessed by the dirt? What is he or they doing for this kind of thing? A lot of doubts flooded Zhang Shang's mind, making this something that he thought was just a simple thing, but at this time it became confusing and confusing. Complicated thoughts rushed madly in Zhang Shang's mind, but no matter how Zhang Shang thought, he couldn't think of why someone would do something extra after the death of the possessed body. If it were to cover up something, what would it be? As far as Zhang Shang can think of right now, he most likely speculates that there is an organization that Lin Fan doesn't know about, controlling all this behind his back. But can you really control dirty things? This is something Zhang can't confirm. If it can be manipulated, what would this world look like? I'm afraid it has already become a on Earth, rather than the state where normal people can live normally at this time. From the time of the day to day, Zhang Shang also learned more or less from the side that the situation in this world is similar to that in the previous world, only the age is different. This makes Zhang Shang not quite sure about his previous thoughts. After all, if someone can control dirty things, then according to the characteristics of dirty things, who can stop this world? That's why Zhang Shang is incredible about himself. Ideas remain in guesses, rather than affirming down. As Zhang Shang slowly explored the matter, it was not the solution of something, but more questions. Yang Bing watched Zhang Shang squatting beside the corpse without moving for a long time. After watching for a while, he couldn't help but ask Zhang Shang. "Brother Zhang, did you find something?" Zhang Shang, who was awakened from his thoughts, looked back at Yang Bing, shook his head, and said nothing. Standing up, Zhang Shang went downstairs next to Yang Bing. Although Yang Bing interrupted his thoughts, many doubts remained in Zhang Shang's heart, making him confused about whether the task of the main of this world could be successfully completed. Cast a shadow. Earlier, they only thought that there was something dirty, and they only needed to survive from the dirty things, but after seeing the female corpse, Zhang Shang knew in his heart that things were not that simple. Yang Bing followed Zhang Shang, looking at Zhang Shang who was absent-minded, his eyes became inexplicable. Was originally in both positions of Zhang Shang, but as Yang Bing's eyes changed, the distance between Zhang Shang and Zhang Shang became a little closer, intentionally or unintentionally. "Brother Zhang." It seemed unintentional, but Yang Bing did not respond. Zhang Shang, who moved forward alone, grabbed Zhang Shang's arm with one hand. Boom! Zhang Shang's instinctive right hand directly pinched Yang Bing's neck and lifted Yang Bing off the ground. Put away your careful thoughts, if you are not needed for follow-up tasks, do you think you can live till now? Brother Zhang, what are you talking about? Zhang Shang had a flower in front of him. After regaining his senses, what Yang Bing was holding in his hand was the pillar of this movie theater. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Zhang Shang turned his head to look at Yang Bing, who was still behind him, for the first time that this woman who could not see clearly from the beginning had a formal insight into the methods. Good means, illusion. Ah! What kind of illusion? What did Brother Zhang say? Regarding Yang Bing, who is still pretending to be stupid, www.readaloud.com. Zhang Shang seriously read it from top to bottom. A bumpy figure, a plain face, but after a long time, it has a strange charm. The means are good. After all, Zhang Shang didn't care about Yang Bing. From the beginning, Zhang Shang understood that she was uneasy and kind, but he could not see through her strength, so he kept the peace between the two. After all, Zhang Shang couldn't be sure whether he could rely on his own strength to complete this inexplicable task, so these ghostly people may be able to use it there. The strength of the dirty stuff, Zhang Shang was in his eyes. Many people are not necessarily a bad thing. I got out of the cinema, it was late at night, and the clouds were rolling outside, but looking like this, the rain probably won't get up for a while. Go back and meet them, I don't know if they found out there. Yang Bing was behind him, looking at Zhang Shang, who was walking out of the street with unclear eyes. Couldn't help but stretched out his hand and touched his neck. There were 5 red fingerprints, which slowly emerged as Zhang Shang left. Yang Bing licked his lips and looked at Zhang Shang's upright figure set off by the suit. His eyes became blurred. It's such a rare man, it really makes people want to. Coming to the outside of the street, there were only taxis passing by occasionally on the empty street, and nothing else. Zhang Shang looked at the scene on the street and walked towards the warehouse they kept. The idea of coming to this cinema to trigger a branch line was shattered. This made Zhang Shang, who had been confused by the development of the situation, his mood at this time was extremely bad. Chapter 44, Meet Again. Just after midnight, Zhang Shang and Yang Bing returned to the warehouse and came to the door. Zhang Shang listened with bated breath. With the movement of his body, the movement in the warehouse became obvious. 2 steady breathing sounds and a slightly disordered breathing sound came from the warehouse. 3 people? So, one of Lin Fan and Luo Jiu is dead? And the other one may be injured. Zhang Shang opened the door of the warehouse and walked in. As the door was opened by Zhang Shang, all 3 people in the warehouse got up instantly and looked at the door of the warehouse. I saw Zhang Shang and Yang Bing. The 3 of them sat back. Luo Jiu even coughed while holding his chest. You are back, how about the cinema? It was Zhang Tianxing who was talking, but he was a little dull during his speech at this time, and he was obviously not in a good mood. What's the matter with you? What about Lin Fan? Zhang Shang was upset because of his thoughts, and the movie theater group, as the evil spirit was killed by the protagonist, there was no possibility of triggering a side mission, and this made Zhang Shang, who was puzzled at this time, ignored Zhang Tianxing. Instead, Yang Bing glanced at the warehouse, and then asked. Don't say it, the teacher is not good enough. Luo Jiu and Lin Fan ran into the dirty things in the swimming pool, Lin Fan died, and Luo Jiu was also injured. Did you run into something dirty? Did the spur line trigger? Yang Bing didn't have too many accidents about Lin Fan's death and Luo Jiu's injury. Instead, he asked whether the side mission was triggered. I don't know, I have to ask Luo Jiu about this. Since he came back, he has been in a coma for a while, and then woke up again. He just woke up just now, I guess he should be in a coma after a while. Zhang Tianxing's words made Zhang Shang look at Luo Jiu, who was leaning against the wall a little bit inexplicably. Could this person be the one who hurt himself seriously? In other words, under Lin Fan's Jedi counterattack, what whole cards made him fall into this state? As for the dirty things, Zhang Tianxing believed in one or two. But I don't understand, it doesn't mean I have to ask. Compared with this, Zhang Shang is more concerned about whether the branch line is triggered. Luo Zhu smiled bitterly when seeing the four people looking at him. It's also to blame me. Lin Fan and I had already inspected the swimming pool at the time, and we determined that the swimming pool underwater was the trigger point for the mission. The filthy thing provokes it. Lin Fan was accidentally attacked by the dirty stuff and was possessed. When Lin Fan, who was possessed by the dirty stuff, attacked behind me, I escaped by swordsmanship, but was still possessed by the dirty stuff. Lin Fan hit with a stone, hurting my lungs and causing me to be extremely dull now. Only then will I be unconscious for a while and wake up for a while. Moreover, the dirty stuff in this swimming pool was not what Lin Fan told me last night. It was a good ghost. After Lin Fan and I killed a woman, it directly appeared and attacked Lin Fan. Reluctantly finished, Luo Zhu coughed one after another, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from the back of the cough, and fell directly to the ground with his head tilted. And there were several traces of blood on the ground beside Luo Zhu. This is not the first time I vomit blood, and Zhang Tianxing looked at Luo Zhu who fell to the ground, and looked at other people as if you had seen it. Zhang Shang walked to Luo Zhu's side, squatted down and stretched out his hand to probe Tan Luo Zhu's pulse condition. The pulse condition was extremely disordered, but such a disordered pulse condition made Zhang Shang aware of something wrong. Normally, injuries to the lungs and viscera will cause the Sanyan pulse to be disordered, but at this time Luo Zhu's pulse is so chaotic that it is more like a man-made cause. And as Zhang Shang's fingers touched his arm, Luo Zhu's muscles and bones were obviously tight, and this change was instantly noticed by Zhang Shang. Suddenly understood that this person's serious injuries seemed to have been deliberately pretended, and the slight tension of the bones just now, I thought about it because he was afraid of Zhang Shang's black hand. Zhang Shang glanced at Luo Zhu, and did not tell others that Luo Zhu's serious injury came from the show. Luo Zhu's lung problems are very serious. Zhang Shang said to the three with a deep expression. Brother Zhang, what about the branch line of the swimming pool? Luo Zhu obviously can't continue to do the task like this. Regarding Yang Bing's question, Zhang Shangying said. It's okay. Prepare the weapon tomorrow. Since the dirty thing can be killed while being possessed, we will prepare the weapon tomorrow and then go to the branch line. At that time, we will find a way to get the dirty thing to be possessed and then kill it. Listening to Zhang Shang's answer, the three of them also agreed that this method is the most feasible at this time. Then follow the method Zhang Shang said at that time to see if you can trigger and complete the side mission. By the way, since I am going to prepare weapons tomorrow, I will also find a knife shop tomorrow to see if I can find a knife. Otherwise, the Aohan 6 finals I redeemed will be useless. Zhang Tianxing pondered Zhang Shang's statement. There was no problem, and he followed Zhang Shang's words. Lin Chong looked at the team that was missing one more person, and was a little sure about whether his plan could be successfully completed, and even more so when he looked at Luo Zhu, who was seriously injured and unconscious. His eyes darkened. The four of them looked at each other, and now that the discussion was over, the four of them lost the mood for chatting, and each moved away from Luo Zhu's side, found a place, and sat down to sleep. After all, it is almost 2 o'clock at this time. Tomorrow, I have to prepare weapons and implement plans. It is inevitable to recharge my energy. No words for a night. In the morning, when the sun just rose, Zhang Shang woke up and saw that the others were still resting with their eyes closed. Knocked on the warehouse wall behind him, and everyone woke up with the sound. Since you are all awake, let's set out to find a weapon. I'm going to find a gun. Whoever of you needs can go with me. www.readaloud.com. Looking at the silent three people, Zhang Shang understands that there is nothing left at this time. The three of them, except Luo Zhu, was seriously injured and unable to move. The others obviously had their own certainty, or they didn't need a gun. Regarding this, Zhang Shang didn't take care of it. He left the warehouse and walked directly outside. The acquisition of firearms has become a problem at this time. If you attack the military uniform, even if you get the firearms, the supply of bullets is also a problem. And this will also provoke the officials of this world. After the last world was besieged by the officials, Zhang Shang didn't want to blindly provoke the officials. This kind of behavior has only a negative impact on this mission. If they provoke the officials of this world, they will have to deal with the attack of dirty things and the hunt from the officials. The difficulty can be described as dead. Zhang Shang, who was thinking while walking, came all the way to the downtown area of Kowloon. Since it is too difficult to get started on the military uniform, the only way to get started is from the community side. Standing on the side of the road and watching for a while, Zhang Shang followed the two who were walking by the side of the street. The whole person directly inserted between the two people walking side by side, and put both hands on the shoulders of the two people respectively, as if they had known friends for a long time, and said loudly, "The two of you are mixing up now, why don't you talk to your old friend when you meet?" It is a pity that the two of them were directly controlled from the moment Zhang Shang put his hands on his shoulders, and Zhang Shang walked with one hand one by one. Turned all the way into a small alley, Zhang Shang threw the two out. Strode forward, stepping on the face of a person who wanted to get up and talk. I said, "Listen, one more sentence and break a hand." The strength under his feet slowly increased while speaking, causing the person who was going to talk to shut his mouth in pain. Chapter 45, Weapon in Hand. Another person watched Zhang Shang's fierce movements, and didn't dare to do anything for a while, but after hesitating for a while, he said softly to Zhang Shangfu, "Big brother, I don't know we offended you, but I hope that big brother can let us go. If you have any questions, just ask. This is a strong man with long hair and a handsome face. You are very prosperous, very good. In this case, whether your friend can survive or not depends on your performance. Brother, don't worry, I will never conceal a little thing that I know. I want to find a strong seller, the kind that can fry fish." Listening to Zhang Shang's words, the face of the long-haired man changed. He thought he was a tiger, but he didn't expect it to be Zhang Long. "Brother, there is someone who can fry fish. I only know that the masters in Mongkok have them, but he has a bad reputation. Others say that he eats black, so even if his name is loud, everyone will not discuss it." Looking at the long-haired man's expression, Zhang Shang understood that this person might have something in his heart, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. The task time had passed 2 days, and the time left for them to act would become less and less over time. And now it is natural to obtain weapons at the fastest speed. First, make the branch line, and get the points is the most important thing. "Big brother, Master went to Mongkok and asked any brother on the road to ask." The long-haired man seemed to have noticed that Zhang Shang was about to ask, so he said this word quickly. "Yeah, I will rush to answer, yes, yes." There were a few good Zhang Shang in his mouth. With force under his feet, the man whose face was stamped on his head was slammed on his head, and Zhang Shang Shun also grabbed his hair with a handful of long hair, and slammed his head against the wall. Broken blood. With the frustration of both hands, the long-haired neck creaked, and he rotated it directly 180 degrees. "Can't you speak honestly? I have to look for death. For anyone who dares to be hostile to himself, whether passive or active, Zhang Shang has no reason to let it go." This kind of seems to be irrelevant, but Zhang Shang has seen too much of his colleague who capsized in the gutter. Taking away a few hundred yuan from the two of them, Zhang Shang kicked the bodies of the two into the garbage dump, overcame the wall at the end of the alley, hit a car, and headed directly towards Mongkok. Along the way, Zhang Shang was not thinking about it. The doubts found in the movie theater made Zhang Shang feel as if there was a pair of huge black hands covering his head all the time. This kind of pressure makes it difficult for Zhang Shang to get rid of his goal of action. An hour passed in the silence of the driver and Zhang Shang. I finally arrived in Mongkok. The most famous place in Mongkok is probably Fenjiao Place. The whole street is full of entertainment venues, and there are so many people. With so many people, Zhang Shang's head can't help but wrinkle. The large number of people means that if he encounters dirty things, the chance of death is greatly increased. Members of the community on the street are everywhere, most of them gather at the door of various entertainment venues, which saves Zhang Shang the time to find someone. When he came to the three who had gathered together to chat and beat up, Zhang Shang went straight in and asked directly, "Where is the master?" Originally thought about who would dare to be so arrogant, but after looking at Zhang Shang's body, and then at his own body, these three people clearly knew the problem. "Go inside, Emperor International Entertainment Club." Hearing what he wanted, Zhang Shang quietly left, and the three behind him looked at each other, threw away the cigarette butts in his hand, and entered the entertainment venue behind him. Avoiding all the people who can meet him head-on, Zhang Shang came to the entrance of the Emperor International Entertainment Club, looking at the entrance of the Emperor International Entertainment Club, which was more magnificent and decorated than other entertainment venues. Zhang Shang straightened the collar of his suit, and walked directly inside like a successful person, but the security at the door did not stop Zhang Shang from entering. As soon as he came inside, he walked in and turned a corner. What you saw was the dim lights, the deafening music, and the men and women on the dance floor twisting themselves crazily to release their hormones. This store can still have such a hot scene in the morning, which makes Zhang Shang feel a little incredible. But this has nothing to do with Zhang Shang's dime, so Zhang Shang just took a look and walked directly to the security guard standing on the side. "Where is the master?" In the sound of such deafening music, Zhang Shang's words were like a knife inserted in butter, and they passed into Na and Bao's ears, making Na and Bao stunned, and then looked at Zhang Shang. Bao leaned to Zhang Shang's ear and shouted, "Go through the deck on the side, and the master is in the innermost box." Gave Bao a punch, Zhang Shang turned and walked towards the box that Bao said. All the way to the innermost box, Zhang Shang walked up looking at the only box and the little brother at the door. Instantly pinched the necks of the two younger brothers at the door, kicked the door open, and directly threw the two younger brothers in. There was a flurry of jitters. When Zhang Shang came in, he was wearing a shirt and a vest, combing his head, sitting behind his desk and looking at the door. Seeing Zhang Shang coming in, the master took a playful cigarette, slowly spit out, and said to Zhang Shang, "Brother, are you too much?" Zhang Shang entered the door and felt a sense of danger, and he grinned suddenly. "Needless to say, I'm here to buy something that can fried fish. If there is no room today, there should be only one person who can go out, and that's me." Master ignored Zhang Shang's words, but said with a smile, "It turned out to be here to do business. It's really a fuss, Hadron, put the guy away." As the master finished speaking, the shirtless man standing behind the master on the left put away the pistol in his hand. Reading www.ukansha.com. Zhang Shang glanced at it. It turned out to be PSC-1900, a firearm designed to make up for the lack of firepower of a pistol and can be easily carried. Commonly known, the submachine gun in the pistol has two modes of automatic and semi-automatic. The magazine can hold 30 rounds of bullets. The biggest versatility of this gun is that it can fill two types of bullets. One is the general type of common bullets, another kind of nature is special seed bullets. And Zhang Shang's original modified gun was modified with the upgraded version of this gun, PSC-2500. So for this model of gun, Zhang Shang can be said to be cooked and not cooked. "Wait, how much is that guy? Do you want this? You don't seem to be fried fish, but hunting." Grandmaster leaned forward, put his hands together, and said to Zhang Shang while sticking his chin. The master seems to have forgotten the rules. "Hey, this guy, brand new without out of the box, wears 300 bullets and 60,000 yuan. It's really not expensive." Zhang Shang listened to the words of the master, although he said so, but with the surging golden gas in his hand, a steel ball was directly thrown out by Zhang Shang with his bare hands, instantly smashing the shirtless man's heavenly spirit cover. And Zhang Shang walked directly towards the master, his hand against the table. Zhang Shang flew up sideways, kicked the master with his chest, kicking the master with the chair fiercely. Hit the wall behind. The master spit out blood, and the whole person directly slumped on the chair weakly. The price is really not expensive, but unfortunately I have no money. After that, Zhang Shang came to the shirtless man who had been removed from the sky spirit cover, and picked up the PSC 1900 that had fallen to the ground. Chapter 46, Departure Swimming Pool. Zhang Shang quit the magazine and took a look, he full of magazines. Back in front of the master, proficiently began to check the guns, and lowered his head to ask the master. Where are the remaining bullets? Hand them over, I promise to let you go, otherwise your happy days, today should be over. The Grand Master, who was sitting paralyzed in the chair, listening to Zhang Shang's words, although his eyes were raging, his tone was unusually soft. Brother, I have something to discuss. There is no need to fight or kill. If you want this gun, you can take it. The bullet is in the safe under the table. The code is 357468. Zhang Shang came to the safe and squatted down to enter the password. As the safe opened, several stacks of large banknotes worth hundreds of thousands were placed on the top compartment of the safe. And below are some paper bags and 5 boxes with bullets. Zhang Shang took out the bullet box and opened his eyes. It was indeed a universal bullet. And there are 8 magazines at the bottom, which Zhang Shang took out and loaded the bullets. Master watched Zhang Shang's proficient movements from checking guns to loading bullets, and his heart sank to the bottom. This person can easily disassemble a gun that he just saw, and then assemble it. This is no longer what ordinary guns can explain. There is only one possibility, that this person is a pure professional gunman. And as he thought of the possibility, the cold sweat on his face gradually increased. He is a good club boss, but compared to these murderers and money gunners, the level of cruelty is far less than these people. Seeing Zhang Shang expertly filled 8 magazines in less than 2 minutes, the master said hoarsely. Brother, you took the things too. Forget it today. You also take the money in the box. My master has done what he said, and I will never investigate today's affairs. The master said it makes sense. So, did you agree? Zhang Shang put the loaded magazine into his pocket, picked up the gun at his hand, pulled down the bolt, and listened to the crisp sound, pointing the gun at the master. What do you do with so much nonsense? After that, he directly smashed the head of the master with a single shot, and the power of this gun at close range is still as strong as before. With the sound of gunshots, Zhang Shang understood that someone would soon find out, as to why the gun was shot, not hands. Don't forget, Zhang Shang, half of his work is on the gun. Zhang Shang came to the ballroom. Although the gunfire was covered by music, the security still noticed something was wrong. Zhang Shang quickly left the scene with the help of the crowd. After going out, he quickly left this street in Mongkok. Waiting for the security guards to chase it out, Zhang Shang has long been missing. Came to 1 o'clock in the afternoon with time. Zhang Shang finally returned to the warehouse, and everyone else was there as soon as he walked in. Lin Chong sat in the corner, closed his eyes, seeming to be sleeping in a fake sleep. And Yang Bing and Zhang Tianxing sat together to discuss matters concerning the branch line of the swimming pool. Luo Xiu was sitting cross-legged, as if he was meditating to heal his injuries, which made Zhang Shang take another look. Was called by Yang Bing and Zhang Tianxing. Brother Zhang, you are back, have you found your weapon? Yang Bing waved to Zhang Shang, motioned Zhang Shang to come, and Zhang Shang said as he walked. The weapon was successfully found, and if you are all okay, we will set off now, and after the evening, we will start to act. Regarding Zhang Shang's words, Zhang Tianxing asked Luo Xiu, who was meditating after listening. Luo Xiu, you are the only one who has been to a swimming pool right now. The dirty task is triggered under the swimming pool, right? Luo Xiu, who closed his eyes and meditated, opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Tianxing. Yes, after I went with Lin Fan yesterday, the last place where the dirt appeared was under the pool, because the dirt in the swimming pool was a little girl. After you go, it's best to catch a woman by the pool. Kill, that dirty thing will appear. Row. Luo Xiu closed his eyes again to heal his injuries after he finished speaking, and Zhang Sheng listened to Luo Xiu's words and had a general direction for the actions of this mission. In this case, we should not be too late, take advantage of the sky is still dark, and leave early. Become. I have no opinion. Looking at Yang Bing, Zhang Tianxing was okay, Zhang Sheng didn't ask more, but Lin Chong went out. Regarding Lin Chong's appearance, Zhang Sheng did not take care of him. This person would kill him when he found a chance. For now, he would keep it. As long as he didn't seek death by himself, Zhang Sheng would naturally be questioned by others if he did it for no reason. Zhang Sheng, who had many doubts about this world, was unwilling to make this decision. When he came to the door of the warehouse, Zhang Tianxing did not forget to say to Luo Xiu, Luo Xiu, take care of your injuries, let's go and see this side mission first. The four of them came to the street, hit a car, and after reporting their positions, they headed for the swimming pool. The swimming pool is a bit closer than Zhang Sheng imagined. I thought it would be a bit far away, but I didn't expect to get there in just a few minutes after getting on the bus. The driver didn't want to drive to the street until he drove to the street. He pointed out the direction to Zhang Sheng and the others, and turned around. The four of them walked towards the swimming pool on foot. When they came to the swimming pool, they looked at the door lock being broken and the footprints in the dust. They clearly told them that Lin Fan Loxiu had been here before. Trace. Zhang Sheng glanced around, confirmed that there was no problem, and took the lead and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, the change in temperature made Zhang Sheng feel his mind. Although I don't know how long this place has been abandoned, it shouldn't be like this directly. www.readaloud.com. The three people behind him looked at the gloomy environment. Muscles and bones are also in a position to exert force at any time, after all, no one stipulates that dirty things must wait for them to appear. Looking at the marks of the fight in the aisle, there are blood stains, and even the sword marks on the wall. At this moment, it is explained how fierce the fight took place between the two. But these are not important. The four of them just looked around and continued to move towards the place where the swimming pool was. Waiting all the way to the place where the swimming pool was, a smell passed into the noses of the four people. And the smell of the water in the swimming pool had gone bad. Looking at the sunshine from the roof, Zhang Sheng glanced at the hands on the edge of the pool and the blood stains in the pool water. It seems that Lin Fan was possessed by dirt here, which made Zhang Sheng feel a little uncertain. Luo Xiu killed Lin Fan alone, or Lin Fan killed with the help of dirt. If it is a frontal kill, let's not talk about the strength of the two. It is impossible for one to be killed and the other to be unscathed. If it is to be crushed, Zhang Sheng would not believe it. Then all the inferences seem to be that Luo Xiu killed Lin Fan with the help of dirty things, but since Luo Xiu killed Lin Fan with the help of dirty things, why didn't he trigger a side mission? Still, this quest is the same as Zhang Sheng's last world. It must be completed before receiving the notice from the Lord God? Zhang Sheng, who was already full of doubts, came here, and more doubts poured out, which made Zhang Sheng, who was already irritable, his mood even worse. The other three, except Yang Bing, stood in front of Zhang Sheng. The other two went to check separately to see if there were other findings, or to rule out some potential threats. Chapter 47, All is ready except for the opportunity. Zhang Sheng looked at the traces on the ground. These messy information made him into the chaos of Luo Xiu and Lin Fan's fight. In addition, thinking about this here and now is obviously a bit out of date. This caused Zhang Sheng to stop his thoughts, thinking about these issues after he had dealt with this side task. Standing up and walking around the pool, no other problems were found. The water in the pool had become very turbid after many days of precipitation. This made Zhang Shang, who wanted to see something in the pool. You can only give up this idea after going around. Looking up at the sunlight passing from the ceiling, the light has become a bit dim, causing a large amount of darkness to emerge in the corners of the swimming pool hall. As the light weakens, the temperature in the swimming pool hall is also slowly become lower. Yang Bing, you go find Zhang Tianxing and Lin Chong. This place seems to have changed with the setting of the sun. Let them all withdraw, and we will come back when the preparations are complete at night. Yang Bing, who followed Zhang Shang all the way, did not understand what Zhang Shang wanted to do, but listening to what Zhang Shang said at this time, he seemed to understand something. Okay. Following Yang Bing's hurried response, he headed directly towards the exit of the swimming pool hall. This swimming pool comes in from the main entrance, and after walking through the locker room, it is the swimming pool hall, but Yang Bing went to another exit at this time, which is the place leading to the facilities under the swimming hall. Zhang Tianxing and Lin Chong have been there for a while, and as the sun goes down, the dirty things in this swimming pool seem to be awake, making Zhang Shang feel a sense of danger. Although it is not very strong, this sense of danger does exist, which makes Zhang Shang have to be careful. Takeda had already seen the power of this thing. Zhang Shang looked at the water in the pond that had become a little strange with the disappearance of the light, and slowly retreated from his feet toward the main entrance. Brother Zhang! SHHH! Yang Bing and Zhang Tianxing Lin Chong walked out of another exit. Yang Bing was about to shout, but Zhang Shang interrupted Yang Bing and made a silent gesture to his mouth. Then looked at the three people who were quiet. Zhang Shang pointed to the front door exit behind him, then slowed down and walked out slowly. If you provoke dirty things at this time, things that Luo Xiu and Lin Fan have experienced are likely to happen, which makes Zhang Shang reluctant to expose himself to risks that he already knows. While the other three people watched Zhang Shang's movements, although they didn't know why Zhang Shang did this, they all followed Zhang Shang tacitly, lowering their feet and heading towards the exit. Wait for Yang Bing and the others to exit. This short journey of 1 or 2 minutes took almost 10 minutes, and when they came to the door, they saw Zhang Shang standing across the street looking at them. At this time, it was only 7 o'clock in the evening. Although it was dark, there were no cars on the street in front of the swimming pool. Not to mention pedestrians. Zhang Shang, what's going on? Zhang Tianxing questioned Zhang Shang's previous behavior. Let's talk as we walk. Zhang Shang finished speaking and turned and walked in the direction of the other street. The three people behind him glanced at each other and followed. Luo Xiu was right. The underwater swimming pool should be the trigger point. Just now, as the sun went down, the water in the swimming pool changed obviously, and there was a sense of danger that I didn't know where it came from. So, are you sure that this place really has a branch line? Not sure if there is a branch line, but there must be dirt, and it's very fierce. In that case, we only need to do things according to what we said before. If there is a branch line in this place, it should be triggered. Well, I hope so, and those who should be prepared, we will split up and catch one each. Remember that it is a middle-aged woman. Wait, Brother Zhang, didn't I mean looking for 4 women when I said that? Why did you become 4 middle-aged women again? Regarding Yang Bing's question, Zhang Shang looked at her in a puzzled manner. Luo Xiu said earlier that the dirty thing here is a little girl. As for why she died here, don't I need to say that you should be able to guess it? And why the middle-aged women were found, naturally, it was used to seduce that dirty thing into the bait. Since Luo Xiu said that she was a little girl, she knew that this dirty thing should be no more than 12 years old before it turned into a dirty thing, and the middle-aged woman happened to be about the same age as her mother. No, Zhang Shang, does this middle-aged woman have anything to do with her mother's age? The dirty thing is something from the miscellaneous notes I have read before, once this thing becomes dirty, you will first resent your relatives. Apart from other things, since the dirty things in this swimming pool can affect the surrounding environment, you know that it has a lot of grievances. Don't you think it has no grievances against your mother, do you? After all, it died in the pool. Zhang Shang's remarks made Zhang Tianxing's face a little uncomfortable, but Zhang Tianxing did not complain about Zhang Shang. As a native of Ryukyu, this kind of thing can be said to be the most familiar of these few people. After all, in the world he is in, this kind of divine talk is very common. From moving to the grave, he must hire a mage. This is also the reason why Zhang Tianxing was not angry even though Zhang Shang had buried a few sentences. If Zhang Shang's inference is based on what he knows, it is indeed okay. Zhang Tianxing, who had figured it out in his heart, spoke to Zhang Shang. What you said is really good. www.readaloud.com. Then when you get to the end of the street, everyone will act separately. Okay. Zhang Shang and three of them thought so, and they immediately responded. As all they could say were almost the same, the four of them fell silent. Lin Chong didn't know what he had been thinking about. Since the last time he was grouped and deliberately targeted Zhang Shang, he has been thinking about something. Regarding Yang Bing's mind, Zhang Shang knew that her goal should be on herself. As for Zhang Tianxing, as a leader of the community, perhaps it was because he knew that this was the main space, not his territory, which made Zhang Shang feel a bit of a sense of disharmony, but it was not an important matter. Zhang Shang just thinks that Zhang Tianxing has lost the aura of a big boss, but after thinking about it, he can figure out that this main space does not say anything else, just the few people who came into their world this time are not fuel-efficient lamps. If Zhang Tianxing is still playing his own boss, it should be a problem. At this time, this kind of wisdom that can calm his mind and see his position clearly seems to be what a person who climbs from the bottom of the gangster to the position of the community leader should have. Zhang still doesn't know what the other three people are thinking, but everyone should be the same, both the excitement of finding the branch line, and the worries about whether the evil spirit of the branch line can be killed smoothly, without unexpectedly appearing himself. After all, having confidence in yourself does not mean that you can prevent accidents. It is better than Zhang Shang, and more confident in himself, but Zhang Shang also has no idea about the dirty things in this swimming pool tonight. And the other street followed the four people to the entrance of the street, and appeared in front of them. The flowing pedestrians and the bright lights have a very obvious contrast with the street they walked out of. Chapter 48, Action begins. When you do it, try not to let people discover it. I don't want us to be chased by the world's officials after we finish this branch. In addition, we will meet at the entrance of the swimming pool at midnight. Zhang Shang finished speaking quickly, then stopped attending to the three of them, and directly mixed into the crowd and disappeared. Yang Bing looked at Zhang Tianxing and Lin Chong, shrugged to them, and left alone. Zhang Tianxing looked at Lin Chong, who was silent, and asked, "We two are together, or? It would be better to act separately." Lin Chong turned around and left, leaving Zhang Tianxing in place. Zhang Tianxing spat on the ground and left by himself. Zhang Shang was in the crowd, instinctively avoiding someone in the crowd coming into contact with him, and looking around randomly. In no hurry to catch people, Zhang Shang looked at the shop in front of him and walked straight in. "Boss, 5 caddies of beef and sauce." The boss with a white hat behind the bar glanced at Zhang Shang and said politely to Zhang Shang, "Do you want noodles? Also, do you want to pack the meat?" Listening to the boss's accent, Zhang Shang glanced at the menu on the wall behind the boss. "No more noodles, give me a big bowl of your beef soup, don't pack it." "Okay, sit down first, and the meat will be served to you right away." Zhang Shang came to the seat, thinking about where he should go and catch someone back when he finished eating. After all, it's not yet 8 o'clock in the evening. If you do it too early and you are discovered by a military uniform that hasn't left work, you'll lose out. Before Zhang Shang could finish his thoughts, the meat had already come up. It was cut into slices of marinated beef, topped with bright red chili oil and some chopped green onions. Zhang Shang took a sip of beef broth, the thick pepper flavor with a little spicy sensation. Tasty. After finishing the meal and checking out, Zhang Shang came to the street, looked at the pedestrians on the street, and turned and headed towards the community at the back of the block. Of course, catching people is not catching people on the street. As Zhang Shang arrives, he gets more and more off the road, except for the occasional vehicles passing by, the pedestrians are gradually decreasing. Zhang Shang found a place that was not too eye-catching, and quietly waited for the goal that met his goals. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and soon came to 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Shang looked at the woman walking towards this side with a bag on the other side of the street, and was about to go up. A sudden sense of danger came from behind him, causing Zhang Shang to feel aroused in an instant, pounced directly towards the side, and dived into the side alley. Leaning on the wall, Zhang Shang touched the scar on his face and was scratched from the bottom of his ear to his cheek. The weapon that struck him just now was so fast that Zhang Shang could barely escape the vitals, but his face was still broken. A hole. A tingling sensation came from the wound, which made Zhang Shang immediately understand that the weapon that attacked him was poisoned. The muscles at the wound tightened instantly, and the golden qi in the body moved toward the wound. The little golden qi in the body was directly consumed, and the tingling sensation in the wound was eliminated. But Zhang Shang was venomous this time. A figure holding a flying knife in his hand walked towards Zhang Shang. Came to the side of the street opposite the small alley. This figure stopped and looked at Zhang Shang in the dark. The right hand holding the flying knife was slightly raised behind him. And when Zhang Shang looked at him, a strong sense of crisis rose from his forehead. This feeling was as if someone was holding a gun directly against his head. Is so strong. Zhang Shang's figure gradually receded, the qi in his body had been exhausted, and it would be impossible to recover his qi for a while, and this person didn't know who it was, but judging from the blow just now, this person's methods are not at all. Not low. This gave Zhang Shang the idea of retreating. After all, he might suffer a loss if he was mentally arithmetic or unintentional. And that figure seemed to see Zhang Shang's desire to escape, and the flying knife in his hand flew out instantly. Fast, indescribably fast. Regarding the attack, Zhang Shang has only one feeling, and that is fast. Throwing a flying knife from that figure, carrying the flying knife with a powerful aura and hitting Zhang Shang at a speed that Zhang Shang hadn't reacted to. Okay, fast, knife. Zhang Shang looked down at the flying knife inserted in his chest, and slowly raised his hand, but it seemed that the knife directly shattered Zhang Shang's heart, causing Zhang Shang to fall directly behind him. Boom! There was a heavy landing sound, and Zhang Shang's body fell to the ground. The figure seemed to be very confident of his own sword, and walked towards the fallen Zhang Shang. However, this figure stopped halfway through. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Zhang Shang, who was lying on the ground, pretended to be dead. He thought this person would come, but unexpectedly, he stopped after walking a few steps. At this time, the familiar sense of crisis rose again, and it still came towards Zhang Shang's throat. However, Zhang Shang, who was lying on the ground, estimated the distance between the two. After feeling this sense of crisis, he no longer hesitated, and immediately stood up. He immediately applied force under his feet, and with a muffled noise, Zhang Shang walked directly towards the figure, and his right hand was also directly placed on the gun on his waist. And following Zhang Shang's right hand on the gun, Zhang Shang's whole aura directly surged, letting the figure that had already planned to take a shot in his hand. In an instant, a handful of hidden weapons were sprinkled with his left hand. Zhang Shang had thought of directly resisting these hidden weapons and forcibly broke into the 10-meter range of the figure. Calm, but the bad feeling in his heart made Zhang Shang still obey his instinct and flashed to the side. In the dodging air, he directly drew out the pistol and instantly emptied the 30 rounds of bullets in the magazine, and the figure used the hidden weapon to force Zhang Shang back. In just 1 or 2 breaths, has disappeared from Zhang Shang's sight. The 30 bullets that were emptied all missed, and the violent gunfire sounded, which meant that Zhang Shang had not much time left at this time. As soon as he landed, Zhang Shang, who rolled 2 laps before standing still, looked at all the missed bullets, feeling bored with nowhere, and swearing in his mouth. "Damn, don't let me catch it, or you will definitely regret coming to this world." After quickly clearing the shells and bullets, Zhang Shang came to the woman who was terrified by the 2 men. With his right hand on the neck, the woman fainted. As soon as he mentioned the woman, Zhang Shang walked straight away. Since the shot has been fired, it is impossible to walk around, otherwise there will be so many cameras on that street, it will always be photographed. Zhang Shang mentioned the middle-aged woman, walking through the alleys all the way, climbing several walls in a row, and arrived at the street where the swimming pool was located when the time came to 11:30 in the evening. While Zhang Shang came to the entrance of the swimming pool, the other 3 had already arrived. "Brother Zhang, you are here. Okay." Regarding Yang Bing's words, after Zhang Shang responded in a dull voice, he threw the middle-aged woman in his hand to the ground, sat down on the spot, and meditated. While Yang Bing and the others looked at the scars on Zhang Shang's face, they immediately understood that Zhang Shang had been attacked, so they deliberately asked 1 or 2 more, but when they looked at Zhang Shang's appearance, they all looked at each other and found a place to sit down. Chapter 49, Horrible Dirty Stuff. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and time had come to just over 1 midnight. Yang Bing and the 3 looked at Zhang Shang, who had been meditating since they came back. Zhang Tianxing was finally impatient and spoke to Zhang Shang. "Zhang Shang, how long will it take you?" Zhang Shang looked at the golden qi that filled his body again, and the golden yellow inner qi that was filled freely flowed through his body, and it was stronger than before. The 3rd level of the dragon's golden bell was broken naturally. "Since I came to this world, I haven't practiced very well, but after using the inner energy many times, the 3rd level of the dragon's golden bell was broken open naturally." Listening to Zhang Tianxing's impatient words, Zhang Shang opened his eyes and looked at the 3 of them, all with a calm expression, which made Zhang Shang wonder if the person who attacked him was Luo Xiu, who was pretending to be seriously injured. After all, Luo Xiu didn't know for what purpose, and did not participate in this branch line for pretending to be injured. For Zhang Shang, who already knew that Luo Xiu was pretended to be injured, this behavior was really suspicious, and more people could sneak into him. It also means that someone was staring at him from the beginning, which made Zhang Shang have to suspect that Luo Xiu had a problem. But if Luo Xiu attacked him, Zhang Shang, what good would it do to Luo Xiu? As the situation develops, the situation is getting more and more confusing, which makes Zhang Shang a little bit confused about the world at this time. Zhang Shang has accumulated too many doubts in his heart. From the task to the group of people, it seems that these people all understand, and then have their own clear goals, but Zhang Shang doesn't know anything. This kind of uncomfortable feeling made Zhang Shang want to kill these people directly, but the pressure from the main line is always reminding Zhang Shang that if he makes a shot during this time period, he will definitely be obliterated by the main because of the main line mission. For a moment of joy and survival, Zhang Shang chose the latter. It doesn't matter what other thoughts are, he just doesn't want to die so meaninglessly. "Let's go." Zhang Shang stood up and picked up the middle-aged woman who had been knocked out several times beside her. Zhang Tianxing and the 3 of them saw that they were also the ones who had been caught, and followed Zhang Shang towards the swimming pool. Came to the entrance of the swimming pool, and with the help of light from elsewhere, Zhang Shang and the others could see the scene outside the swimming pool. But the long-abandoned ticket office at the front entrance, and the open door, are like a huge mouth, waiting for Zhang Shang and the others to step in. Looking at this weird scene, everyone understood that if you entered, you might only get out after killing the dirty stuff inside. "Go in." Zhang Shang loosened the collar of his shirt and walked in with Yang Bing. As soon as he entered the door, the light from the outside was blocked, and the golden energy in Zhang Shang's body automatically extended to his eyes, causing his vision to turn around. The temperature was much lower than during the day. Yang Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the cold air that emerged, the faces of the four Zhang Shang became a little ugly. The environment will be affected in this way. Brother Zhang. Yang Bing was still thinking about saying something, but Zhang Shang shook his head. At this time, it is a bit redundant to talk about other things. Now that he has already come in, he will do the task first. It is impossible to shrink back because the dirty stuff is too fierce. Energetic, don't leave the team. If anyone gets separated, don't blame my subordinates for being unsympathetic next time you meet. Yang Bing and the three of them listened to Zhang Shang's words, and after looking at Zhang Shang, they all moved closer to Zhang Shang in silence. As he entered the aisle, the rancid odor that was not so obvious during the day and the odor of deterioration of the pool water became extremely intense at this time. Came all the way to the pool and looked at the water in the pool. The water had turned into a jelly-like viscous at this moment. A layer of light green fluorescence floats on the entire pool surface, which makes the already eerie and terrifying atmosphere directly reach the highest level. In the silent space, there were only the sound of wind coming from nowhere and the sound of four people swallowing. Don't waste time. It was Lin Chong who was speaking. At this time, this person also lost the deep feeling of the past, and he obviously knew what was going on. Leave 3, kill 1, and try to get the dirty stuff out. If we get into the water, I guess we won't be the opponent if we tie one piece together. After Zhang Shang finished speaking, Zhang Tianxing directly twisted the middle-aged woman's neck in his hands. Looked around, then looked at the three Zhang Shang, and seemed to be asking Zhang Shang and them, what about the dirty stuff? Zhang Shang looked at Zhang Tianxing and slapped him intentionally. You threw the corpse in. Yang Bing was obviously helpless to Zhang Tianxing's appearance. Oh, sorry. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhang Tianxing's face. He originally thought that as long as he was by the pool, he could draw out the dirty stuff. Snapped. As the corpse was thrown onto the pool water, as if thrown on some kind of jelly, then the corpse was slowly swallowed. Brother Zhang, why do we seem to be offering sacrifices in this way? Okay. However, at this moment, the wind blew, and a terrible scream suddenly sounded from the pool water. Ah 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 ah. The air above the pond was moved in all directions like ripples. The ear-piercing scream was like a piercing curse. Even if the four people blocked their ears, it was useless. This attack that was different from the physical level made Zhang Shang and the others look directly at the power of the dirt for the first time. Do it! Zhang Shang tried his best to stabilize the brain affected by the scream and shouted loudly. Said so, but at this time they didn't even see the dirt. Where did you read www.yuyuganshu.com move toward? Roar. As Zhang Shang roared up to the sky, all the golden qi in his body exploded, and then it exploded directly in Zhang Shang's body. A huge bell sounded from Zhang Shang's body, cancelling out the magical sound that directly affected the brain's nerves. At this time, the opportunity is not lost. Zhang Shang threw the middle-aged woman in his hand. It's a pity that the dirty things didn't seem to want to possess, instead they fell into the pool water and were swallowed alive by the pool water. The severe pain caused the comatose middle-aged woman to wake up, and the painful pain of erosion of skin and muscle tissue all over her body made the middle-aged woman burst out of last strength from nowhere, and broke free from the jelly pool water. Come out! It's a pity that the momentary eruption was just a useless struggle. The middle-aged woman, whose body and flesh were corroded, was as horrible as dirt at this time, and was swallowed by the pool water again in pain. Throwing out the middle-aged woman, Zhang Shang turned around and walked towards the three of Yang Bing. Boom! The three of them were kicked by Zhang Shang and slipped out. Zhang Shang went all out and took it all the way, and was abruptly picked up by the three of them. Kong Shang, what do you want to do? Zhang Tianxing was angry, and his eyes were even more murderous. Yang Bing's eyes were extremely cold. "Stop talking nonsense, I'm saving you. Exit directly." After that, Zhang Shang fled directly towards the exit aisle, and the three followed Zhang Shang suspiciously. It's a pity that even swallowing the dirty things of the two people seems to have gone mad. Zhang Shang and the four have just entered the aisle, followed by the screams of the dirty things, and the wind poured in directly. A young figure with a hateful face, carrying the pool water directly into the aisle. Chapter 50, Task appears. Listening to the movement behind him, Zhang Shang moved a little faster under his feet, and fled directly towards the doorway in front of him. Boom! With a loud noise, Zhang Shang directly hit a layer of transparent air wall, and the whole person was directly knocked out by the huge reaction force. Zhang Shang, who was rolling several times on the ground, stabilized his body, and a mouthful of blood was spit out. Careless. Perhaps it was a mistake for them to bring 4 people over tonight. This thought flashed across Zhang Shang's brain, and was interrupted by the horrifying sense of horror. The golden gas that had just gathered in the body exploded again, and as Zhang Shang took a deep breath, a large amount of oxygen was inhaled. At this moment, the heart seemed to explode, sending the blood and oxygen in the body to the brain. All the movement around became very clear, and Zhang Shang's reflex nerves were forcibly pulled up. Leaped directly to the side, feeling the yin wind that passed by his ears, Zhang Shang rolled 3 times on the ground and moved away from where he was just now. Is a pistol that was pulled out of his waist. As soon as the gun was started, Zhang Shang, whose aura changed obviously, stepped back again and again. The pistol in his hand was switched to fully automatic, and Zhang Shang was pressed to the end in an instant. The attack of guns is obviously useless. At this time, the dirty things are not known in any state. The attack of guns is just like shooting in the water. It is useless. The main entrance hall of the swimming pool is just that big. Zhang Shang, who was originally the number 1, was bounced back because he hit the air wall and fell at the end. This scene happened. But the dirty thing obviously didn't have the idea of turning around and attacking, but pursued Yang Bing and Lin Chong. And the dirty things that showed up earlier have become extremely dim at this time, but the humidity in the air has become extremely incomparable. Zhang Shang, who had already retreated to the wall, could clearly feel that the moisture in the air was increasing rapidly at this time. It seemed that the dirt wanted to turn this place into a swimming pool. When this idea came out, Zhang Shang knew that he could not delay at this time, otherwise, once the home of the dirty stuff was formed, the 4 of them would absolutely die. Hurry up and throw out the middle-aged woman to let the dirty things be possessed. Yang Bing heard Zhang Shang's call and felt the cold, damp breath behind him. He turned the middle-aged woman in his hand and threw it out. When he threw it out, he kicked the middle-aged woman's belly. Accelerated the speed of the middle-aged woman hitting the dirt, and with this foot, she escaped from the dirt that was close at hand. Yang Bing, who has become a ground gourd, has no time to care about his clothes because of being wet by the water. Boom! Hearing the sound of a heavy object falling behind him, as soon as he stabilized his figure, he immediately looked towards the sound. Everything is gone. Zhang Shang looked at the abnormality that calmed down in the hall. If he guessed correctly, this dirty thing should be possessed. Possessed. Yang Bing didn't see other sights because of the actions just now. It seems to be possessed. Zhang Tianxing was a little scared, not sure. Have you seen my mother? A childish voice came from the middle-aged woman lying on the ground. With the appearance of sound, the originally dim light in the hall turned to dark green. And the middle-aged woman lying on the ground also got up. The 4 of them ignored the change of light and looked at each other. Zhang Shang did not hesitate anymore, he drew his gun and fired directly, with continuous violent gunfire, accompanied by the smell of fireworks and gunpowder at the muzzle. The middle-aged woman was directly headshot, and the upper part of her body was shattered by subsequent bullets. The white that was carried by the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet, the body and blood that was beaten into meat sauce, spilled all over the floor. The dark green light in the hall gradually disappeared with the death of the dirt. When the hall fell into darkness, the sound of someone sitting down caused the remaining 3 people to breathe a sigh of relief, and they all sat slumped on the ground. Zhang Shang held the pistol in his right hand and gently stroked the body of the gun. This kind of action that can only be used to calm his heart when Zhang Shang is extremely nervous, has not appeared for a long time. Since the dirt appeared, the ensuing strong sense of crisis of death was so strong, and the pressure of facing the life and death of the dirt directly made it difficult for Zhang Shang to calm his heart for a long time. The sequelae of forcibly breaking the limit also appeared at this time, making Zhang Shang's muscles and bones tremble crazily, and sweat couldn't stop flowing out of his pores. Zhang Shang, panting, slowly lay flat in the hall. Such a violent gasp, at this moment the silent hall is so obvious. Yang Bing followed the sound, looking at Zhang Shang who was lying on the ground, his eyes flashed. "Brother Zhang, what's the matter with you?" Walked to Zhang Shang in 2 steps, and even reached out his hand towards Zhang Shang's forehead. Boom! Zhang Shang opened his eyes abruptly, and his left hand firmly grasped Yang Bing's hand. "If you dare to test, I will kill you." Yang Bing smiled charmingly and leaned forward, leaning against Zhang Shang, his body that was undoubtedly wet from the pool. Looking at such an abnormal Yang Bing, Zhang Shang grabbed Yang Bing's neck like lightning with his right hand, and threw it away. Yang Bing turned slightly in the air, landed steadily, and said to Zhang Shang, "You seem to be hurt. Roll." Zhang Tianxing and Lin Chong clearly realized that there seemed to be a problem between the two. The two leaned against the wall and looked at each other. Zhang Shang tried his best to control the muscles, opened the dirty things, and the main reminder appeared after death. www.readaloud.com Redemption: the little girl who died by drowning seems to have been saved because of your actions. Earned 50 points. 50 points for a side mission is a huge sum of money, which makes Zhang Shang more enthusiastic about the next side mission. Time passed madly in the weird atmosphere of the 4 people. After Zhang Shang stabilized the sequelae caused by the ultralimit, the sky had begun to light up. This made Zhang Shang suppress the idea of adjusting his state, and it is no longer suitable to stay here for a long time. Got up and looked at Yang Bing and the 3 of them. They were all resting against the wall. Hearing the sound of Zhang Shang getting up, they all opened their eyes and looked at Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang came to the middle-aged woman's body and looked at the shattered upper body, but found nothing. This made the question he found in the movie theater unanswered. "I thought there would be something on the person who was possessed by the dirt as the dirt was killed, but it seemed that there was nothing at this time. If this is the case, why would the female corpse in the cinema deliberately crack open after being killed by the protagonist, as if something had been taken away? In addition, did Yang Bing's move last night want to do it? But what did Yang Bing this woman learn? Tempting myself again and again, do you want to get something from yourself? What could it be? It's okay not to think about it, but there are a lot of problems after thinking about it, which makes Zhang Shang have to stop his thoughts. If you continue to think in this way, Zhang Shang understands that he will fall into a blind spot on a certain issue and ignore many problems." Listening to the footsteps behind him, Zhang Shang walked towards the outside of the hall in silence. When he arrived at the entrance of the street, Zhang Shang looked back at the direction of the swimming pool, and there seemed to be no change. Chapter 51, Clear the Clouds. When Zhang Shang and Yang Bing returned to the warehouse one after another, it was already around 7 o'clock in the morning. Because of the gunshots at night, although I don't know why the military uniforms did not go directly to the swimming pool to check, there were military uniforms patrolling at the exits of the 2 streets next door, which made Zhang Shang and the others circle around before returning to the warehouse. When the door was opened, the warehouse was still the same. Luo Zhu was also lying in a corner. 4 people walked in one after the other, and none of them spoke. Instead, everyone found a place to sit down alone, and the movement of Zhang Sheng and the others brought Luo Xiu back to life. Luo Xiu sat up and looked at a few people. He seemed to notice that the atmosphere was not right, and did not ask. Zhang Sheng sat down against the wall and looked at the people who were sitting apart. He looked at each person. At this moment, these people basically had their own careful thinking, which made Zhang Sheng start to think about the way forward. I don't want to go out alone, but the most basic plan must be in place, or sooner or later I will be pitted by these few ghosts. This allowed Zhang Sheng to sort out all the problems from the time he came to this world to the present. Zhang Sheng moved his body slightly and began to close his eyes and meditate. Lin Fan said at the beginning that the attack on Takeda and the others was probably the dirty thing in the plot, that is to say, if this dirty thing can be found, it should have a side mission on its body. Then there was the female corpse encountered in the movie theater. Judging from the dirty thing in the swimming pool, nothing would appear after being possessed by the body. Then why was there a special cut in the female corpse? Etc. A ray of light flashed across Zhang Sheng's mind, which reminded him of a seemingly unimportant sentence that Lin Fan said. The protagonist of the plot opened his heavenly eyes because he saw something dirty, which means that some things can only be seen by those who have opened the heavenly eyes. Arrive? What can be? The person who needs to open the sky eye deliberately takes the dirty thing out of the attached body after it dies? In other words, something will be formed after the dirty thing is attached to the body and killed by someone, and there is an organization that specializes in recycling these things. All the questions about this question have been clear, but what exactly is formed in the body of the attached body? Zhang Shengxi has been thinking about it, but can't think of the answer to this question. This made Zhang Sheng give up the idea of continuing to think about this question. Instead he began to think about the next question. Yang Bing repeatedly tempted him Zhang Sheng, and every time he personally contacted him, this time he was tentatively asking whether he was injured, which means that Yang Bing has a certain ability that needs to be used when Zhang Sheng is weak. Success. Then what would this ability be? If Zhang Sheng is weak, what can Yang Bing get from him? Moreover, Yang Bing is not so caring about other people. It is just like Zhang Sheng to him. It cannot be a gender issue. At this time, Zhang Tianxing, Lin Chang, and Luo Xiu do not say how strong they are. If it is gender and appearance, Luo repair should be the first thing. Then eliminate these two options, and the rest is strength, but when it comes to strength alone, Zhang Sheng is confident that these four people are not his opponents, but the problem is that Luo Xiu should not be weak. Judging from the fact that he can kill Lin Fan no matter what method he uses, since he can be harmless, it means that his strength will not be bad. And not to mention Lin Chang, this person's hidden strength is unfathomable. If Zhang Sheng is the least able to see in this group, it is Lin Chang. As for Zhang Tianxing, Zhang Sheng can clearly feel that although this person is slick, his strength should be the worst among the five at this time. Then the question is, if Yang Bing determines the target she wants according to her strength, why doesn't she go to get Zhang Tianxing first, and then wait for the opportunity to play with other people, but directly find him Zhang Sheng? In other words, strength is not the only criterion by which Yang Bing, a woman, divides her goals. What would it be? Zhang Sheng focused on thinking whether he had something that Luo Xiu did not have. Martial arts? Yang Bing shouldn't be able to see that Zhang Sheng was right, unless she was a member of the Dragon Tiger Gate world, or she had seen the two martial arts of Zhang Sheng, but this reason was too far-fetched in Zhang Sheng's view. Then there is only one possibility, and that is qi and blood. To say that Zhang Sheng has more than the other three people, it should be the ultimate method, national magic, and the powerful blood brought by the dragon's golden bell and the tiger's iron cloth shirt. This kind of powerful qi and blood produced by training the body is not available to the other three at this time. As far as Luo Xiu is concerned, Zhang Sheng from the foundation of this man can more or less see that this man is learning agile martial arts, that is, he is quick to control the enemy. Lin Chang seems to be on the same path as Luo Xiu, but the hiding is too deep, which makes it difficult for Zhang Shang to judge, but the qi and blood are certain, and Zhang Tianxing does not say anything. That is to say, Yang Bing, this woman has a certain way to detect other people's qi and blood, so as to make sure that Zhang Shang's qi and blood are far superior to others, so she put the target directly on him. Thinking of this, Zhang Shang can basically think of Yang Bing's thoughts. This woman seems to have learned a certain magic method that can deprive or plunder others' blood. This kind of femme fatale, Zhang Shang has decided to find a chance to kill her, otherwise he will capsize in this woman's hands any time. As the saying goes, you are not afraid of the thief, but you are afraid of the thief. Zhang Shang is only a person, it is impossible to always be able to guard against www.readaloud.com. There will always be problems. And Lin Chong has a certain purpose from the beginning. He always provokes right and wrong intentionally or unintentionally. It seems that he doesn't want too many people in the team, but what good is it for him to have fewer people in the team? This made Zhang Shang incomprehensible. Even if Zhang Shang wanted to kill others, he would only take action when he was sure to complete the main task. However, Lin Chong didn't seem to have considered this issue, but hoped from the beginning. There are fewer people in the team. Inner ghost? Is unlikely. If it is an inner ghost, that is to say, he belongs to the filthy camp, but in this case, he should kill other talents by himself. It is impossible for the main to give no reward to the opposing camp. If the inner ghost option is excluded, why does he hope that there will be fewer people? In other words, he also knows the information of this world, and knows how to survive from the main mission? And the fewer people, the more certain rewards he can get? Because there was too little information, Zhang Shang couldn't guess what Lin Chong was after. Thinking about it for a long time, only knowing that he was a problem for everyone else. In addition, Luo Xiu's pretense coincided with the accident that Zhang Shang was attacked by someone last night. All signs were moving in the direction that Luo Xiu was the one who attacked him last night. This made Zhang Shang couldn't help but look at Luo Xiu and decided find a place to solve this question first tonight. Although these problems have been sorted out and Yang Bing's purpose has been figured out, the problems of the cinema and Lin Chong have also been basically determined. This allows Zhang Shang to do other things in the remaining 25 days between the completion of the main mission. There are some eyebrows. Instead of the previous one, just like a headless fly, it can only do things passively. This behavior is the most wrong way in this world where you will die if you are not careful. Chapter 52, Look at Yourself. After Zhang Shang made sure that all the questions in his heart were basically sorted out, he no longer slumbered, but got up and went outside. The extreme use last night caused him to consume a large amount of internal energy, and also caused most of the nutrients in his body to be depleted. Practicing martial arts, naturally it is to refine the qi, and the essence does not appear out of thin air. It is all eaten by Zhang Shang. He eats 8 meals a day, and the meals need to have meat, and one meal is at least 5 catties of meat. At this time, his deep-rooted qi and blood were eaten with a lot of nutrition, otherwise the qi from the dragon's golden bell would not be able to keep up, which would hinder his progress in Zhang Shang's martial arts. So if he doesn't eat a meal, Zhang Shang will feel hungry and panic. This is also a helpless move. If Zhang Shang is a gas refiner, he can naturally swallow the clouds and breathe, but it is a pity that Zhang Shang is not, then naturally. Eat, and eat well. Came to the street, and the sun soon after coming out in the morning was blocked by dark clouds, causing the entire sky to be grey. And this pedestrian street is full of pedestrians, and there are many restaurants on both sides of the street. Zhang Shang deliberately found a steak shop before he walked in. As for why you don't eat other meats, you must eat beef when you practice martial arts. If nothing else, an ordinary person who eats beef all the year round will have better physical fitness than others. The nutrients contained in beef itself are the most valuable meat for Zhang Shang, a lianjiazi who combines inside and outside. Less fat, sufficient nutrition. After eating 10 catties in a hurry, in the eyes of the shop owner looking at the monster, Zhang Shang went directly to the warehouse after checking out. After returning to the warehouse, everyone else was resting. Zhang Shang didn't waste time anymore, returned to his original position and began to meditate. After seeing the power of dirty things, Zhang Shang could no longer handle this survival mission with the mentality he had when he first entered. The dirty stuff in a swimming pool alone is so terrible. It is impossible to imagine a scene of encountering a lot of dirty stuff later, which makes Zhang Shang have to make more preparations before the danger comes. As Zhang Shang condenses, the movement of the outside world is isolated and blurred, while the movement inside the body is amplified. Seeing that the frustration caused by the impact on the air wall has dissipated, and 2 consecutive rough use of gold gas also caused Zhang Shang to discover a problem during this entry. The golden chi from the dragon's golden bell is not the chi in the previous organization limit method. The attributes of the golden chi are more bursting, the power is more powerful, and there is a heavy feeling. This causes Zhang Shang to be rough twice in a row. The golden gas exploded, causing more or less damage to the meridians, muscles, and bones in the body. Looking at the problems in the body, this made Zhang Shang understand that since he has obtained the orthodox martial arts, he can no longer use the secret methods of self-harm or the future in exchange. Otherwise, it keeps accumulating like this, and sooner or later, his Zhang Shang's foundation will be destroyed in his own hands. And the core martial arts of the 2 combined trainings are available. At the very least, I have to exchange for a true orthodox martial arts boxing when I go back this time. Time came to night when Zhang Shang meditated into Ding Zhong. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Shang went out for another meal and bought another set of clothes by the way. The set that I originally wore is already dirty. Although it doesn't matter how others look at it, it is too dirty for Zhang Shang to wear it for more than 20 days. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when I came back, and other people didn't know where they were. I guess they all went to eat. Zhang Shang didn't care about it, but went to the open space behind the warehouse and began to practice his priming skills. Longian Golden Bell Cover and Tiger Roar Iron Cloth are 2 martial arts. The purpose of Longian Golden Bell Cover is to develop an immortal diamond energy. After 6 levels, it can directly open up the odd meridian and 8 channels to stimulate the body protection channel. Gas. This Gang Chi is better than the body shield formed by ordinary practitioners. It can be described as a golden bell bodyguard, indestructible. As soon as the golden bell comes out, the energy within himself will continue, and he will be invincible innately. And the tiger roars the iron cloth shirt. This martial arts is a fierce martial arts with a hard bridge and a hard horse. Will only blindly enhance the physical fitness of the practitioner. If this martial arts is practiced alone, although it will greatly enhance the physical fitness, its brutal practice will cause the practitioner to be very short-lived. From the memory passed by the autonomous god, Zhang Shang could see that this master of martial arts training alone only barely lived to 40 years old, which can be described as extremely short-lived. Therefore, this martial arts can only achieve great success without harming one's own roots only by practicing together with the dragon's golden bell cover and being nourished by the golden aura of the dragon's golden bell cover. And the great achievement of the tiger's iron cloth is the basis for the dragon's golden bell cover to complete the 12 levels. Otherwise, no matter how martial genius you are, after you come to the 11th level, you will be unable to do so due to physical quality. Break through 12 levels and achieve immortal diamond energy. Zhang Shang slowly opened his posture, his feet were 1 foot and 3 inches apart, his legs squatted slightly, buttocks and heels were perpendicular to each other, while the center of gravity of his waist was lowered to form a unity of waist and crotch, his upper body was relaxed, his hands were naturally hanging down on both sides. This is the Iron Mountain weighing in the tiger roaring iron cloth shirt, which belongs to the foundation piles and the standing piles. Pay attention to the solace of the feet and roots, immobile like a mountain. And for half an hour, Zhang Shang moved again, stepping on his right foot 1 foot 3 inches in front of him, bending his right leg forward, straightening the back of his left leg, stepping on the origin with his left foot, turning his waist, and shifting the center of gravity of the body's core strength. Go to the origin of the left foot, make a fist with both hands together, and move forward one up and down. This is the Iron Lock Hung Jong. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com belongs to the moving pile. Pay attention to strength from the ground, driving the whole body to kill with one blow. So half an hour. Zhang Shang moved again. After 3 hours of reciprocating, Zhang Shang finished the set consistently. Finally, Zhang Shang took a long, deep breath, and then slowly spit it out. And after this set of kinetic exercises ended, a large amount of golden qi scattered around his body was swallowed by his muscles and bones, causing Zhang Shang's body's bronze muscles to turn red, and white smoke appeared on the top of his head. A tingling sensation rising from the depths of the bone marrow caused Zhang Shang to sit on the spot and enter Ding. This kind of secondary replacement of the bone marrow, as well as other changes in the muscles and bones, is the biggest difficulty for Zhang Shang, who can only see and cannot move. This is also the reason Zhang Shang has rarely taken the initiative to practice since he learned these two martial arts. The danger of this kind of practice is too great. Once you can't control your mind during this period of time, it will directly lead to the leakage of essence, and finally collapse and die. This is also the reason why the main can practice on his own, and can rely on points for strengthening. The danger of practicing by oneself is uncontrollable, but where the main is strengthened, not to mention there are no side effects, even the experience memory of practicing martial arts, as well as the physical instinct. There are a lot less unnecessary risks. This is why Zhang Shang doesn't want to cultivate on his own. There are better choices to let him go. Instead, he uses the most dangerous way. This kind of mentally handicapped practice, if someone really does it, it's really hard to imagine whether there is something wrong with this person's brain. Zhang Shang can't think of such a powerful thing as the Lord God. What will he do to you? Therefore, this seemingly vigilant approach is actually done only when there is a problem in the brain. Chapter 53, Late Night Temptation. Zhang Shang waited for the change of muscles and bones to cease, and it was a little past midnight when he returned to the warehouse. Looking at the four who had returned, since Zhang Shang had clarified the context, he was no longer the same as before, but went directly to Luo Zhu, who was meditating with a sword. I think the two of us should talk, go outside. Luo Zhu, who closed his eyes and meditated, opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Shang standing in front of him. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he still said with a smile. Okay, lead the way. Zhang Shang and Luo Zhu came to the open space behind the warehouse together. Zhang Shang turned and looked at Luo Zhu behind him, only to see Luo Zhu calmly. Unfortunately, Zhang Shang has never been a bullshit. After he suspected that it was Luo Zhu who attacked him last night, he would naturally fight first before talking. Luo Zhu saw Zhang Shang looking at him, and was about to ask. Zhang Shang did it directly. The distance between the two was no more than 3 meters. At this distance, Zhang Shang stepped directly and grabbed Luo Zhu's neck. Boom! Luo Zhu saw Zhang Shang inexplicably move his hands. Although he was puzzled, he turned the sword with his right hand and directly moved forward and blocked Zhang Shang's grasp with the scabbard. Stepped on the gossip and retreated back. Seeing that he was caught and blocked, Zhang Shang naturally followed, grabbed the gesture with his left hand, and moved towards Luo Zhu's right hand holding the sword. Since this person has a weapon, he must dispose of the weapon first. It's a pity that Luo Zhu knew Zhang Shang's purpose in his heart. Seeing Zhang Shang's left hand went straight to the long sword in his right hand, the long sword in his right hand was swapped to the left, thinking about drawing the sword directly. Zhang Shang saw that Luo Zhu had the intention of drawing the sword, and the grasping gesture changed. He slapped the scabbard with a palm, and pushed the half-drawn long sword into the scabbard again. Even stepped forward with his left foot, and his right leg moved directly towards Luo Zhu's head. The sound of the wind whizzed, and there was the sound of Zhang Shang's trouser legs tearing the air, whizzing. Luo Xiu's right palm facing outwards, he tried to take Zhang Shang's full leg. Unfortunately, at this time Zhang Shang held a heart of killing, and the strength on his legs was so heavy that even a tree as large as a bowl could whip his legs directly. Cut off, let alone this Luo Xiu. Boom! With a muffled sound, Luo Xiu was directly pulled by Zhang Shang with a leg on his right hand, and even pressed with his right hand on his neck, and flew out toward the left. Luo Xiu changed his posture again and again in the air. Finally, Zhang Shang had no choice but to exert too much force on his legs, and he could not adjust his posture at all, and fell to the ground severely. Rolled several times before stopping, raising his head, and looking at Zhang Shang blankly. Zhang Shang, what do you mean by shooting for no reason? Zhang Shang, who was about to chase, heard Luo Xiu's question, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he said viciously. What do you mean? Assaulted me last night, you should understand that today will not be good. Luo Xiu didn't understand who attacked Zhang Shang last night, but he was obviously a scapegoat at this time. Sneak attack you? Luo Xiu doesn't need a sneak attack to deal with you and me. After that, Luo Xiu, who got up, slowly drew out the long sword, and threw the scabbard towards Zhang Shang. Then stepped on the gossip under his feet, and attacked Zhang Shang with his sword. Zhang Shang grabbed the scabbard thrown by Luo Xiu and threw it 7 or 8 meters away. The golden gas flowed through his body extremely quickly, his muscles and bones crackling. Interesting. Zhang Shang looked at Luo Xiu, who was attacking him at high speed. He squatted with his legs slightly staggered. He took a deep breath and stepped forward with his right foot. His big hand was like a python coming out of a hole and approaching Luo Xiu. The long sword grabbed it with a short drink in his mouth. Ball. The weather was accompanied by this short drink. Zhang Shang's big hands at this moment seemed to be turned into flood dragons, a long sword wrapped around Luo Xiu's hand. Let go. Even more wanted to disarm Luo Xiu with nothing. What Zhang Shang didn't expect was that Luo Xiu would abandon his sword, and even flipped his right leg and kicked his heel towards Zhang Shang's temple. Zhang Shang stepped down and sank, avoiding Luo Xiu's leg. However, there was a sword light covered under Luo Xiu's right leg, coming towards Zhang Shang's throat. At this moment, Zhang Shang instinctively used the Teppan bridge, but was still turned away by Jian Feng's right hand. And Luo Xiu looked at Zhang Shang's follow-up actions, and immediately understood Zhang Shang's plan. He didn't wait for Zhang Shang to get stuck with the sword, and said lightly, Guy may no mistake, sit and clutch. At this moment, like a ghost, he drew his sword and retreated, and it made Zhang Shang's sure-to-win catch, unexpectedly missed. Zhang Shang watched Luo Xiu, who had quit 6 or 7 meters and turned into a ghost and phantom, and finally took a serious look at Luo Xiu. This person didn't expect to hide a hand with such a clever posture, and at this speed, Zhang Shang didn't even react. There are so many tricks. Hehe, better ones are yet to come. Luo Xiu said to Zhang Shang sarcastically. Then even murmured words in his mouth, and the whole person surrounding Zhang Shang suddenly turned into a ghostly phantom. Zhang Shang looked at the multiple phantoms around Luo Xiu because of the speed, and couldn't help but admire. This method has gone beyond the scope of general martial arts. The sharp sound of the sword breaking through the air sounded, Zhang Shang turned around to avoid the sword, and even snapped his finger on the sword, knocking Luo Xiu back with this blow. Luo Xiu shot faster and faster, the sword light surrounded Zhang Shang, and it attacked Zhang Shang from all directions. Zhang Shang was at ease from the beginning, and slowly became serious. The Iron Mountain and the weight of the tiger roaring iron cloth shirt had long been used by Zhang Shang, and the two martial arts had already been used by Zhang Shang to the limit of his current realm at this time. Countless shrill sounds enveloped this place, and the cold light of the stars enveloped Zhang Shang's whole body. Zhang Shang's hands had turned into phantoms at this time, and he repeatedly repelled Luo Xiu's attacks on his own eyes and ears. As Luo Xiu's attacks became stronger and stronger, Zhang Shang. The clothes on his body were now tattered, and blood stained Zhang Shang's clothes red. But Zhang Shang, who was surrounded by him, even if the two had been at each other for more than an hour, his breathing was only a little disturbed, and it seemed that the injuries on his body did not affect Zhang Shang. "Are you tickling me?" Facing Zhang Shang's ridicule, Luo Xiu didn't say a word, but kept attacking Zhang Shang. Unfortunately, after an hour of stalemate, Luo Xiu's attack power was already much weaker than before. From the very beginning, he could barely break through Zhang Shang's defense, and by this time he was already unable to break through Zhang Shang's defense. Zhang Shang knew that although Luo Xiu could trap himself for an hour by relying on his speed, the strength of his sword became weaker at this time, which also made Zhang Shang understand that Luo Xiu was about to fail. 10 minutes passed again, and the sound of swords came towards Zhang Shang's eyes. Zhang Shang's eyes flashed, and he knew that the opportunity had arrived. The hands that have been blocking, this time they are not blocking. Instead, they changed their hands, changing their palms into claws, and grabbed the body of the sword directly. At this time, Luo Xiu was trying to draw his sword and retreat. It was too late. Zhang Shang held the sword in his left hand, and used his skillfully. The blade made of pure steel was directly cut off by the waist. Before Luo Xiu retreats, Zhang Shang went directly up to his body, using his left and right hands to stop Luo Xiu and beat Luo Xiu out. Luo Xiu fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Shang thought about killing Luo Xiu directly. But the movement just now made Yang Bing, Zhang Tianxing and Lin Chong all come to the place where they were fighting. Watching Zhang Shang stepping forward, Yang Bing, who had been watching the game for a long time, stopped Zhang Tianxing directly in front of Zhang Shang. Chapter 54, Explain Why. Zhang Shang, you have to think about it. If you kill Luo Xiu, whether you can survive in the hands of the three of us. Hearing Zhang Tianxing's threat, Zhang Shang looked at Zhang Tianxing fiercely and grinned even more. You have to be clear who you are talking to. Stop, needless to say, you are going out this time. Zhang Shang obviously misunderstood me. Luo Xiu slowly got up, shook the dust on his clothes, and straightened out the messed hair, before stopping the tense people. Zhang Shang, you did it to me tonight, wanting to confirm who was the one who schemed you last night, right? Since we both did it, I think you should know that it is not me who did it to you at this time. Is it you? It's not that you have the final say. The speed of the person who conspired against me last night was about the same as you. It's ridiculous that you just want to eliminate your suspicion with just one sentence. Then tell me, how can you believe that I am not the one who conspired against you last night? Hey, it's very simple. Just tell me where you went last night, but don't tell me that you didn't go out last night. The way you acted with me just now doesn't look like a seriously injured person. After Zhang Shang said, he put his hands around his chest, watching Luo Xiu give something to say. Luo Xiu looked at Zhang Shang as if he would not give up unless he gave an explanation tonight. He chuckled, and then said, "Oh, I didn't see you wrong, Zhang Shang. Since you insist on an answer, I will tell you. The injury is true, but it is not a serious injury. The reason why I pretended to be severely injured is that I just want to complete a task alone, a task that may earn a lot of points. But after I went to investigate by myself last night, I discovered that this task cannot be completed by one person. Where is a very powerful dirty thing, which gives me a sense of danger much more than the dirty thing we encountered when we first came in. This made me give up my thoughts of doing it all by myself. I wanted to tell you tonight, but I didn't expect someone to play against Zhang Shang when you go out to do the task. So, did you find a rewarding mission? So you went to investigate last night, hey? Zhang Shang didn't believe Luo Xiu's nonsense. You don't need to do this. Although I am weaker than you, I don't need to sneak attack on you. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. I will take you there tomorrow morning, and you will naturally understand. Also, since you have said everything, don't think about it. The person who attacked you is among us, there is no doubt. Luo Zhiu said, looking upright, holding a sword, walked to the scabbard thrown out by Zhang Sheng, and picked up the scabbard on the ground. Then went back to the warehouse. And Zhang Sheng looked at the three people who were peeping each other, and was deliberately working on it. He would rather kill the mistake than let it go. But with Luo Zhiu's hands, there were a lot of small sword wounds on his body, and his internal energy was exhausted. At this time, he was working, and without knowing the methods of these three people, he could only endure this breath. Humph! Zhang Sheng snorted coldly, and took off the suit and shirt that Luo Zhiu had cut into torn pieces. Shirtlessly walked towards the warehouse. You said, what these two people said is true. As soon as Zhang Sheng went out, he was attacked, and Luo Zhiu pretended to be seriously injured and wanted to complete the task alone. If the two of them didn't fight each other, we finally said it. It is very likely that it will still be kept in the dark. Lin rubbed his chin, and said to Yang Bing and Zhang Tianxing in a face of fear that he was almost sold. I thought Luo Zhiu might be a smarter person, but I didn't expect it to be a dark one. It's really not a person to look like. Zhang Tianxing nodded, obviously agreeing very much with what Lin Chong said at this time. And Yang Bing glanced at Lin Chong and smiled. Why are you still talking about this? It's not too late to know, and there is a task for us to do, isn't it just right? I went back, and I stayed up all night when I came to the task world, really. Yang Bing shook his body and walked towards the warehouse. Lin Chong and Zhang Tianxing looked at each other, and each went back to the warehouse. After Zhang Sheng returned to the warehouse, he and Luo Zhiu sat on the side of the warehouse. There was nothing to say at this time. Since Luo Zhiu said that he was not the one who attacked Zhang Sheng, there are only 3 remaining. Personally, the person on that night was obviously a man. His figure and hand holding a flying knife were all men. This way Yang Bing could be ruled out, and the remaining Zhang Tianxing and Lin Chong were both suspected. If Zhang Tianxing has always been disguised, it can only be said that this man's city is extremely deep, and this Zhang Tianxing also used a knife, and that night that person used a flying knife. As for Lin Chong, this person was directly hostile to him when Zhang Sheng was in the group, but one thing that makes no sense is that if the person who attacked was Lin Chong, after exposing his hostility, he attacked again. What sense? If he really sneaked on, wouldn't it be self-inflicted? It seems that it is not such a brainless person, it should not be such a behavior. And Lin Chong, a person with a deep personality, prefers someone behind the scenes, rather than attacking after exposing himself. If it is Lin Chong sneaking, this is not just telling Zhang Sheng that it is my hand to you, and not someone else. Moreover, Luo Zhiu's remarks only weakened Zhang Sheng's suspicion, and did not dispel Luo Zhiu as the person who attacked. From all aspects, Luo Zhiu has sufficient time to launch this attack by force www. Readaloud.com. But at this time Zhang Shangren has the problem. The mission is currently, and we will wait for the points to be discussed. After all, there are still 24 days of mission time. If you don't know that other people will die. No words for a night. As soon as the morning came, everyone woke up at the same time, the atmosphere became more and more wrong, and everyone began to be very wary of others. I went to dinner and will gather here in an hour. Luo Zhiu got up and said to the rest of the people. Zhang Sheng did not speak to this, but went straight out of the warehouse towards the downtown area. After 8 o'clock, everyone has finished eating and came back, and Luo Zhiu also said to Zhang Sheng and others. Since everyone has eaten well, then come with me and I will take you to the place where I found the task. Drove all the way to the suburbs, along a dilapidated road, they came to the Huifeng crematorium in the suburbs. Getting out of the car, the taxi driver immediately turned around and left here. And Zhang Sheng and others stood on the side of the road and looked at the crematorium within 200 to 300 meters. Even if I stand so far away, the smell of burnt ashes and flesh, which I don't know how many years have been burned. Still blows over my face. That's it, I can be sure that there is a side mission with very rich points. After you get in, you will know it by yourself. Luo Xiu said, and walked towards the crematorium with his head. As the crematorium approached, the pungent smell became heavier and heavier. When he came to the door, there was only an elderly man in the guard booth at the door. Wears reading glasses, sits in the sentry box and reads the newspaper. He is dressed in washed white clothes and has a meticulously combed white hair. What do you do? Chapter 55, Enter the Crematorium. Regarding the uncle's question, before a few people could say anything, Yang Bing went up and said, Master, we are here to retrieve the burnt ashes. Ah! What did you say? Master, we. Before Yang Bing could finish, Zhang Shang strode forward, piercing the glass with his left hand, pinching the old man's neck, and with a crisp sound, the old man was twisted off his neck. What do you do with so much nonsense? Do you think you are here to travel? Yang Bing, who was choked by Zhang Shang, looked at Zhang Shang with a smile, and did not speak any more. Go in, don't waste time. After Zhang Shang finished speaking, he tore open the small door next to him and walked in. The four people behind looked at each other, looking speechless at Zhang Shang's behavior, and then walked into the crematorium. As soon as he stepped through the small door of the crematorium, the temperature dropped sharply. This changed the expressions of Yang Bing, Zhang Tianxing, and Lin Chong. They hadn't forgotten about the swimming pool. Zhang Shang felt the extremely changing temperature difference, and the golden gas in his body began to flow quickly by itself since he stepped into this place, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Along with the flow of golden aura, the cold atmosphere in the crematorium was isolated. The entrance to this crematorium is a cement-paved road leading directly into the crematorium. There are rows of tall trees planted on both sides of the road, so that the road that the Yingmen enters is covered with shade. Zhang Shang walked to the tree, raised his hand and stroked the lines on the trunk. Is this a locust tree? Who would plant a locust tree in a crematorium? The cold atmosphere in the crematorium is so abnormal, it seems that it has something to do with the layout. Zhang Shang was a little puzzled, but stopped his thoughts in his heart and looked in other directions instead. Looking along the concrete road to the two sides, it is about 7 or 80 meters. They are all rows of houses. The outer walls are all connected with pipes, and those pipes extend to the large refrigerator on the extreme side. These houses seem to be morgues, otherwise they would be useless. Listening to the footsteps behind him, Zhang Shang also started to walk inside. I have come to an old 3-story building. The concrete road extending from the door is divided into a 4-way junction here, one leads to the white building, and the other is about 5 or 6 to the white building. A black factory-like place 10 meters away. There is also a big house that looks like an auditorium on the left of the small white building. And that big house is more luxuriously decorated than other places, and it should be used for receiving rich people to cremate corpses. There are also a few houses on the side of the white building, and there are some clothes hanging at the door, which should be the residence of the staff of the crematorium. Zhang Shang looked at the small white building in front of him and the black factory building on the right, and turned to look at Luo Xiu behind him. Where is the task trigger location? I don't know, because I came at night last time, I didn't really see the environment, but it seemed, it was a little different from now, and before I had time to do anything, I felt something coming from nowhere. It's creepy, so. Okay. Zhang Shang listened to Luo Xiu's words, his eyes wrinkled, the environment was different? In other words, the dirt here, the weakest thing, is similar to the one in the swimming pool? Looked up at the sky, the sun was covered by dark clouds at some point, and the sky was grey. Also, although the environment has not really changed, the feeling of danger has changed a lot. The feeling given to me last night was at least twice as dangerous as the current one, so if we want to complete the task safely, it is necessary to find the suspected task trigger point before it gets dark and complete it. Isn't it? You know that there are dirty things here, but you still need to find them separately. Isn't this just for death? Zhang Tianxing's attitude of not wanting to separate obviously changed what Luo Zhu wanted to say when he spoke. It's up to you. Anyway, before dark, I am sure to leave. And next time I will not come over. After all, the evil spirit itself, but it is unpredictable. Next time, whether the difficulty here will increase again. One question. Luo Zhu finished speaking, looking like you choose, made Zhang Tianxing hesitate and irritated. Grass, what's this going on? Regarding Zhang Tianxing's words, Zhang Shang spoke harshly and said coldly. What's the matter? Separate actions don't understand. You. Zhang Tian's face was flushed with star energy. For Zhang Shang, even if he knew in his heart, it was Zhang Shang because they blocked him from killing Luo Zhu. But still anger rose in his heart. Damn, if the situation is not better than the human situation, if I were in Lao Tzu's own territory, I would have told my brother to throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Zhang Tianxing, who was indignant with Zhang Shang in his heart, couldn't help cursing. Since Luo Zhu has said, then we will act separately and find the task trigger point earlier, which is also beneficial to all of us. The dirty stuff is too active at night. If the dirty stuff here is too strong, we are not necessarily opponents at night. Zhang Shang has no intention of cooperating with these people at this time. These people in this world are all harboring evil intentions. It is better to act separately than to act together. Hey, how did you come in? Just as the 5 people were discussing how to act, a few tall and strong men walked out of the white building, all over their faces, and they were wearing dark blue work clothes. The chest of the work clothes has not been cleaned for many days, and under the messy stains, the 5 characters Huifeng Crematorium can be vaguely seen. Looking at the crematorium employees who are different from ordinary people, when Zhang Shang was waiting to catch a few people, a figure went directly towards the 2 of them. Was full of cold when he shot, but a few tricks knocked out the large number of crematorium employees. And this is not Zhang Tianxing, and who is it? Regarding Zhang Shang's anxious Zhang Tianxing, Yu reading www.yunzhi.com can only spread his anger on these 2 crematorium employees. Okay, hurry up and finish dividing, go search the task trigger point. Zhang Shang has had enough of these people's procrastination. At this time, without knowing the strength of the dirt here, Zhang Shang was really in no mood to face the dirt at night. If you meet at night, once you exceed the coping limit, the 5-person team is not allowed to fight here. Forget it, I'll go one step ahead, you can divide it yourself. Zhang Shang pressed another sentence and walked towards the black factory building alone. Choosing this black factory building, which is known to be dangerous at a glance, didn't come here because Zhang Shang thought he was so good. Is just the fork in the road, no matter which direction, it gives Zhang Shang a feeling of extreme danger. This makes Zhang Shang might as well just choose a place that seems dangerous, it's almost the same anyway. As for the crematorium's incineration plant, Zhang Shang is more familiar than ordinary people. When performing the mission, he stayed in the crematorium for a period of time. This made Zhang Shang understand at this time that if it is necessary to say that other places may be different due to changes in the world, or there may be changes in the layout. But the incineration room where the incinerator is located will definitely not change much. I don't know why. Although this world has different place names, there are many similarities between the customs and Zhang Shang's original world. So this also made Zhang Shang choose to burn the factory instead of other places that seem to be innocuous. All the way to the door of the incineration plant, the black roller door was opened to the limit at this time, and inside the door, the light of the incandescent lamp made the light inside the factory dim. Chapter 56, Incineration Plant. There is no crematorium staff guarding at the door. This is normal. A crematorium will not come here to steal things even if a thief is mentally ill. is the place where people's corpses are incinerated, and there is psychological pressure, not to mention the sense of death brought by years of incineration of corpses. People unconsciously stay away from here. Zhang Shang looked at the door that opened. The strong sense of danger made Zhang Shang involuntarily nervous. This is not because Zhang Shang's psychological quality is not good enough, but a kind of instinctive sense of fear that comes from life's natural enemies. Zhang Shang is expert in loosening the collar of the newly bought suit shirt. The gold gas in his body is flowing rapidly, his muscles and bones are also beginning to tighten, and he is in the best state of being able to do it at any time. Stepped forward and headed towards the gate, and finally Zhang Shang's figure went deep into the factory building and disappeared. Walking in a secluded aisle, the dim lights made the atmosphere more terrifying, and the smell of burnt corpses in the nose and the smell of ashes that made people feel grey, made Zhang Shang have a kind of himself as if walking on the road to Jiu. Quiet, silent. The footsteps produced by the contact of the solace of the leather shoes with the masonry ground can be heard far away in this secluded environment. Who? I don't know where the wind is blowing. It blew past Zhang Shang's ears. There was a vague voice in the wind, but when Zhang Shang listened to it, it disappeared. Zhang Shang stopped, remembering the wind that blew past his ears just now. This wind? It should be the incineration room in front. The difference in temperature caused the air to flow. This also made Zhang Shang understand that the incineration room he was looking for should be coming soon. And as Zhang Shang walked along the direction of the wind, he finally saw the room closed by an iron door at the end of the aisle. And on the door of the room, there are 3 big red characters: Incineration Room. The scarlet letter gave Zhang Shang a weird feeling, as if it were not written by red paint, but by bright red blood. Zhang Shang came to the door, with his feet pressed hard, his body was raised 1 meter above the ground, and his fingers slammed on the big red letters. A layer of red paint was buckled by Zhang Shang and rubbed it between his fingers. Zhang Shang was very familiar with the dried blood. It was not this kind of touch. It also confirmed that the big red characters were written with paint, not blood. From the moment he came in, this place was full of weirdness. Although Zhang Shang understood that this incineration plant was a big culprit, he was not too worried. The self-confidence in himself makes Zhang Shang believe that he is alone against the dirty stuff, even if he is not an opponent, but there is no chance of escape. Squeak! The iron gate was slowly opened by Zhang Shang. This gate was heavier than Zhang Shang had imagined. Ordinary people want to push away, at least 2 people must work together. As soon as he entered the door, a heat wave hit his face. The temperature difference between the outside and inside of the door was too much. After Zhang Shang opened the door, a hot wind carrying huge heat was formed. Feeling the temperature in the burning room, Zhang Shang estimated that it was at least 60 degrees Celsius in his heart, and he looked inside. What you see is a huge incinerator. There are 3 incinerators on the front of the door. Even if the 3 incinerators are closed at this time, heat waves are transmitted from the incinerator in the house. The temperature inside this incinerator can reach at least thousands of degrees, and only at this temperature can the flesh and bones on the corpse be burned to ashes. Zhang Shang started slowly and walked towards the only thing in the room except the incinerator. Coming to this table, Zhang Shang looked at the black tabletop, put his hand on it, and flicked his hand across the table. A sensation of warmth passed from the table, which made Zhang Shang's hand that was about to raise, pause. This table? Stretched out his right hand to grasp the corner of the table, and gently broke it. 1 corner of the table was broken off, looking at the color inside the wood at the fracture. It turns out that this table is not dirty like this, but the whole table is made of ebony wood. A crematorium burner is so rich that he can use such a large piece of ebony wood to make a table? At this moment, Zhang Shang suddenly thought of the 2 rows of locust trees at the entrance of the crematorium. Regarding the locust tree legend, Zhang Shang has also heard some rumors more or less. It is said that the locust tree nourishes the soul, which is good for dirty things, and the black wood is also the same. These seem to have been arranged deliberately by someone. Are they arranged like this in the crematorium to suppress evil? Zhang Shang knew that there were dirty things in this world, but he didn't find anything restraining the dirty things, nor did he see any Taoist priests or wizards. I thought for a while, but didn't think of any useful information. At most, someone in this crematorium did these things for peace of mind. After all, working in this kind of place will always cause a lot of psychological pressure over the years. Looked back in other directions, and found nothing. There was a hanger on the wall at the door, and a piece of clothing was hung on the hanger. After removing these, the incinerator was left. But the incinerator at this time is obviously working, otherwise the incinerator is usually closed when there is no corpse to burn. Coming to the incinerator, the sense of danger that had always been present rose rapidly in Zhang Shang's heart, and it was so strong that it almost made Zhang Shang's heart twitch, causing Zhang Shang to stop. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Gazing at the incinerator, Zhang Shang knew in his heart that the trigger point of this mission was definitely here. Such a strong sense of danger had only appeared when the middle-aged man next to young Master Li did his work. This is a dangerous warning that is almost mortal. Zhang Shang looked at the incinerator with a heavy face, and slowly began to retreat one step at a time. When I came in just now, the sense of danger has not changed. This almost suffocating sense of danger seems to have appeared after I broke the corner of the dark wooden table. Zhang Shang speculated in his heart the reason for the change in the sense of danger, and he kept walking under his feet. He waited until he slowly retreated to the door, and immediately turned and ran straight towards the path. As he quickly left the incineration room, the suffocating sense of danger gradually weakened. After it changed back to the sense of danger, it didn't change. Waiting for Zhang Shang to come outside and stopped, only to find that the shirt he was wearing under his suit had long been wet with sweat. The sweat on his face, the breeze blowing, a cool sensation, made Zhang Shang's feeling of boredom lessened a lot. The filth inside is too oppressive. It is impossible to kill it. Thinking of the almost mortal danger warning, Zhang Shang had no idea whether he could complete the task after it was triggered. Zhang Shang turned around and looked at the door. The door that opened from the hole was like a big mouth in a blood basin. But then I think about it. Once the trigger point of such a dangerous task is completed, the points obtained must be a huge sum of money. This makes the greed in Zhang Shang's heart grow wild like weeds, and can no longer be restrained. In order to ensure that he could escape immediately if something went wrong after the trigger, Zhang Shang walked towards the periphery of the incineration plant. Chapter 57, Task Trigger Opportunity. Walking outside the incineration plant, Zhang Shang watched the grass on the ground not growing, even the exposed ground was brown. I don't know if it is because of the perennial incinerator work or the poisonous gas produced by the burning of corpses that makes the black factory building all around bald. Only 10 meters away is there a row of extremely vigorous locust trees, which surrounds the whole plant on 3 sides. Zhang Shang looked at the ground under his feet, couldn't help but squat down and grabbed a handful of soil, put it to his nose and smelled it. An extremely weakened stench radiated from the handful of brown soil in his hand. Toxic. Zhang Shang threw away the mud in his hands shook with air, and all the remaining mud was cleaned up. After throwing a few times with his foot, the color of the land became darker as he went down, slowly changing from brown to black, and a strong stench came, making Zhang Shang's face change. As the fishy odor increased, Zhang Shang discovered that the fishy odor was not the smell of a certain toxin, but the accumulation of human blood over the years, so as to soak the soil and change after it deteriorated. And the poison that Zhang Shang was aware of was the chemical reaction between human blood that had accumulated for a long time and something. Looked up and looked around. At least 20 meters around the factory building was covered with land of this color. It is hard to imagine how many human blood had been poured into such a large location to become like this. In order to verify his own thoughts, Zhang Shang bypassed the back of the factory building and came to the other side, with the same layout as the other side. If you have to say anything has changed, it is from this side that one of the houses that is suspected to be a staff dormitory is a bit close to here. After investigating, Zhang Shang didn't find anything redundant. He could only walk towards the house that was in quick contact with the brown soil. Came to the house and glanced at the ground. The house was only 3 to 4 meters away from the brown land around the factory. Such obvious land changes, how did they hide those who came to spark the corpse? Etc. It seems that Zhang Shang didn't notice the change of the land when he first entered the black factory building, and most people came to this crematorium only once. Even if they came again, it would be a long time later. Blind eye method? No, maybe it's sight deception. Zhang Shang glanced at the locust trees on both sides of the concrete road, and then at the black factory building at the end of the concrete road. This is because of the conflicting color changes that make people overlook certain things. That's how it is. This can also explain the obvious land change, but even his Zhang Shang automatically ignored the reason when he entered the black factory building for the first time. The layout of this crematorium has been arranged by a professional who is proficient in a certain technology. Is this person the instructor who caused the changes in the land? Some of the clues I found arrived here, and they were abruptly broken. They became puzzles that made Zhang Shang puzzled. Fortunately, Zhang Shang didn't come here to decipher, and he couldn't confirm it. Just confirm it. Walking to the main entrance of this house, there are a lot of oil stains at the door, and there are some kitchen utensils, so that Zhang Shang understands what the house is for. Even followed Zhang Shang pushing the door and entering, which also shows that this house is where the staff of this crematorium cooks. Looking at the facilities in the kitchen, the stainless steel chopping board, and a large stove next to it, 3 gas tanks are on the side, and there are 5 bags of flour on the shelf by the window. In the corner are some vegetables and the like, which seem to be delivered this morning. Zhang Shang went out of the kitchen, thinking about the sense of danger coming from the incinerator, and for a while had no idea what to do next. If it were to be released directly and head-on, it is estimated that this will only be possible after Zhang Shanglong breaks the 6 levels of the Golden Bell. At this time, it is just death. The filth of the incinerator hasn't appeared yet, but there are signs of waking up so that Zhang Shang can feel that he is bound to die. If it is released from the front, it is purely that the sheep enters the tiger's mouth and seeks his own way of death. Zhang Shang stood at the kitchen door and pondered for a moment. In silence, he turned back to the kitchen and moved the 5 bags of flour outside the kitchen. Coming to the pile of flour bags, Zhang Shang knew when he moved them out just now that these bags are only about 100 kilograms per bag, and they are not very heavy. With his legs apart, his lower body squatted slightly, Zhang Shang lifted the flour bag and put it on his shoulder, and then threw the remaining 4 bags of flour on his shoulder, and then walked towards the black factory building. Carrying 5 bags of flour, he returned to the door of the black factory building. He glanced at the dim door, and Zhang Shang walked in directly. Something seems to have begun to change in the dim aisle. A constant breeze has been blowing through Zhang Shang's ears, mixed with a cold sensation, blowing towards Zhang Shang's body, and then being exhausted by the extremely fast-flowing golden air in the body. Open. It stands to reason that even if the door of the incineration room was opened by Zhang Shang at this time, the airflow in the aisle should be hot, but at this time Zhang Shang can clearly feel a cold feeling deep into the bone marrow as the wind blows. Pass it on to yourself. There are some unreal murmurs, accompanied by these whines ringing in the aisle. Zhang Shang shielded the sound in his ears, covered his head and hurried. As he approached the incineration room www.readaloud.com, the sense of danger began to slowly change again. When he came to the door of the incineration room, Zhang Shang did not go in, but put down the 5 bags of flour he had brought, and then walked out of the factory. He wanted to get the remaining 3 gas tanks. Although Zhang Shang knew that these 5 bags of flour should be enough, but in order to ensure that there would be no accidents, he decided to get the gas tank together. Zhang Shang returned to the kitchen, picked up the gas tank in both hands, walked toward the factory building, and entered the door, but for 10 meters or so, Zhang Shang put down the gas tank in his hand. Then he walked inside, turned a bend, and looked at the incineration room with the door wide open. Zhang Shang hesitated, but decided to put the remaining 2 gas tanks in it, and later he would go back and put the gas tank at the door. "Bring here." Brought the gas tank to the door and took a deep breath. A muffled noise exploded in Zhang Shang's body, causing Zhang Shang to be shaken all over, and then he walked in with the gas tank. In order to prevent accidents, but also to prevent the first escape in the event of an accident, Zhang Shang directly turned on the ultra limit. The surrounding airflow, as well as all the subtle movements, are all sorted and collected by the brain in the ultra-limit state at this time. And the sense of danger coming from the incinerator was also super extremely amplified, causing Zhang Shang's breathing to pause. For about 10 seconds, Zhang Shang was relieved from the extreme horror aura. Instinctively swallowed, Zhang Shang put down the gas tank in his hand expressionlessly, turned back to the door, picked up 2 bags of flour, and placed them next to the gas tank. Then he came to the door outside, took the gas cans left here back to the incineration room, put it at the door, and glanced at the 2 big iron doors in the incineration room. Zhang Shang came to the door and looked carefully at the big iron door and the junction of the door frame. Chapter 58, Real Men Never Look Back at the Explosion. Looking at the link between the iron door and the door frame, Zhang Shang grabbed one side of the iron door, his feet turned into a semicircle, his waist became one, he lowered his center of gravity, and he let out a low drink in his mouth. Drink! As the feet rooted in the earth draw on the earth, a strong force rises from the waist, all the muscles and bones are tense, and there are countless crackling sounds in the body. And under Zhang Shang's brute force, the iron door groaned. Finally, with the sound of the lock breaking at the link between the iron door and the door frame, the entire iron door was violently taken down by Zhang Shang. The other iron door was also taken down by Zhang Shang's old tricks. He brought 2 iron doors worth about 200 to 300 jin. Zhang Shang had one hand in one hand, and he didn't feel heavy at all. Coming to a place about 10 meters away from the incineration room, Zhang Shang put down a door, grabbed one side of the iron door with both hands, squatted down at his waist, raised the iron door above his head, and screamed. There was a harsh sound, and Zhang Shang directly inserted the iron gate on the floor of the brick aisle. After Zhang Shang had inserted the other door, Zhang Shang got through the gap on the edge of the iron door. Everything that should be prepared is ready, now is the time to verify my own ideas. After this stage is completed, either the task will be triggered or the dirt will be chased into the sky. Zhang Shang did not hesitate about this, he directly controlled his instinct, ignoring the sense of danger coming from the incinerator, and separated the 3 gas tanks on the side of the incinerator. He even lifted a bag of flour toward the incinerator, throwing away in the air. Then he tossed 3 bags in a row, leaving the last bag. Looking at the space covered by the flour, Zhang Shang raised his hand and waved away the flour that blocked his sight, and came to the front opening of the incinerator. I just ignored the heat insulation layer on the handle of the lid, which would be extremely hot, and pulled open the lid of the stove. The fierce flame, the scorching temperature passed from the mouth of the furnace, and the reflection of the incineration room was bright red. The flour floating in the air opened with the opening of the stove, and a slight burnt smell passed into Zhang Shang's nose, making him understand that there was no time. Quickly retreated under his feet, and when he retreated to the door, the flour bag he held in his hand was directly spilled out by Zhang Shang. Boom! Thousands of degrees of high temperature in the stove. When he touched the flour sprinkled by Zhang Shang with skill, a flame rose up instantly, and the flour floating in the air became the deadliest combustible at this time. Wow! The flame rising from the furnace mouth directly ignited the flour floating in the air. The huge fire wave swept the entire incineration room, and the strong wind pressure blew the thick flour layer on the ground a second time. Rumbling! At this moment, the incineration room turned into a sea of flames, and a violent explosion occurred, causing Zhang Shang, who had just passed the iron gate, to stagger. Boom 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 boom. There were 3 loud noises in a row, and the explosion of the gas tank was a dust explosion created by Zhang Shang using flour, adding the most critical fire. As a former scavenger, Zhang Shang might not know how to be an ordinary person, but if you let him make weapons, he can rely on things around him to make weapons of destruction that he can't understand at all. And this dust explosion is to use the extremely high temperature of the incinerator to achieve a powder explosion. If it is in other places, there is no possibility of success at all, but the success rate of the incineration room is magnified by environmental factors. This is also the reason why Zhang Shangming is familiar with the layout of the crematorium and chose the incineration room. Even if you run into dirty things, there is one way to do it. Zhang Shang, who ran wildly for his life in the aisle, listened to the loud noise coming from behind, and knew that his plan was absolutely successful. With the help of dust explosions and gas tanks to blow up the incinerator, he could directly link the natural gas under the incinerator. The pipeline was blasted out, and the entire incineration plant was blasted directly by the large amount of natural gas supplied to the incinerator. This is the way that Zhang Shang thought of after learning that he simply released the dirty things. He couldn't survive, but he was greedy and unwilling to give up the huge reward of this task. That is to directly blow up the entire incineration plant, and this also provides Zhang Shang with time to gather everyone, instead of as previously thought, after triggering the task, one person has to face the dirty directly. The powerful ability brought by entering the extreme limit was used by Zhang Shang to the limit at this time. Every step down can make a footprint on the floor of the aisle paved with masonry, and the whole person can span a distance of more than 2 meters in one step. Madly fled towards the outside of the factory. Fled to the door, the entire ground began to vibrate, and with the vibration, a huge flame directly blasted through the incineration plant rose. Countless steel shards and huge shock waves swept from behind. Zhang Shang was swept up by the huge shock wave, and he threw directly into the air, throwing more than 10 meters in a row, and fell to the ground severely. Zhang Shang twisted his waist in the air to protect his vitals. As soon as he landed, he stood up and swallowed the blood that had reached his mouth, and fled towards the gate of the crematorium. The violent explosion in the incineration plant also caused Yang Bing and others who went to investigate elsewhere to hear the sound. Watching Zhang Shang fleeing towards the outside of the crematorium without looking back, no matter what happened, he immediately followed Zhang Shang and fled towards the outside of the crematorium. As the incineration plant was blasted, the entire sky was covered with black clouds, and the wind was strong. I don't know if it was something that was ignited by the explosion, or what was released from the destruction of the incinerator. The incomparable black smoke went straight from the incineration plant to the sky. There was a chill that made Zhang Shang feel that his whole body www.readaloud.com was about to be frozen from where the horrible breath came from the incineration plant. Along with this cold feeling, the environment of the entire crematorium began to change rapidly. The locust trees on both sides of the cement road, the branches of the locust trees on both sides of the concrete road, which seemed to be covered with dusty leaves earlier, changed directly to black at this time. Looking at such a scene, it made Zhang Shang a few minutes faster at his feet, and such a terrifying aura made Zhang Shang no longer thinking about whether the side mission could be completed. Escape is important at this time, side missions are no longer important. Zhang Shang took the lead, slammed open the fence at the gate, and flew towards the path. And Yang Bing and others came to the door only when Zhang Shang had no trace of escaping. They looked at the fence that had been smashed directly at the door, and they had understood that something major had happened, otherwise Zhang Shang would not have escaped. Zhang Shang galloped on the road, looked back at the direction of the crematorium, looked at the strangeness in the sky, and knew in his heart that they had definitely caused a catastrophe this time. At this time, the task reminder of the main sounded in Zhang Shang's ear. Good and evil are rewarded, because of your mistakes and collisions, you have destroyed an originally stable ghost domain. And countless evil spirits have come out, and you will also pay the price for your lawlessness. Get the main task reward and increase by 50%. Zhang Shang listened to the sound of the main in his ear, and his heart sank directly to the bottom. Although Zhang Shang in the last world encountered this kind of side quests that directly increase the rewards of the main quests, the difficulty will also be greatly improved. But at that time Zhang Shang did not conceal Yushiu and Xiaowu, and he didn't notice anything wrong. But at this time, he encountered this kind of task again, which made Zhang Shang instantly understand the cause and effect. It was the main task of the survival task. With the support of this branch, I am afraid that the difficulty coefficient will increase greatly. Chapter 59, Powerful Side Effects. The twitching of his muscles and bones caused Zhang Shang to release the powerful abilities brought by the ultralimit after escaping from the crematorium. Although the blessing of martial arts allowed Zhang Shang to maintain the ultralimit for a long time, it took him from the arrangement to the escape. Too much time, and Zhang Shang has reached the limit at this time. The whole person rammed into the woods on the side of the road and hit a big tree with one head. The pain of the collision was not comparable to the pain of the muscles and bones caused by exiting the limit at this time. Zhang Shang fell to the side of the big tree, his whole face facing the ground. A closer look, you can see that Zhang Shang's muscles and bones are trembling violently, and the suit he wears has been wet from the inside out with sweat. Although Zhang Shang tried his best to control the face against the ground, the facial features were still unnaturally twisted together under instinct. This kind of side effect surpasses ordinary people's imagination. It is as if the body is full of neurotoxins at this time. It is so intense that Zhang Shangdu's instinctive twitching pain, like a tide, wave after wave. Before he learned the orthodox martial arts, Zhang Shang only felt that the extreme martial arts was just like that, but as he got the orthodox martial arts from the main god, the horror of the extreme martial arts was slowly revealed, allowing him to learn the orthodox martial arts. Zhang Shang can continue to break the limiter. This secret method, which is beyond ordinary magic methods, is undoubtedly powerful, but the side effects brought by it are also vividly displayed at this time. How much martial arts did the organization use to create this secret method? The intense pain from within the physical body made Zhang Shang only divert his attention, in exchange for a little bit weakening of the pain. As he broadened his knowledge, he learned to learn orthodox martial arts, and Zhang Shang had already understood that the super limit of the organization was not only available to people with incomplete martial arts, but whether it was orthodox martial arts or incomplete martial arts. Works. This powerful secret method beyond imagination has surpassed what Zhang Shang has seen and heard. His whole body felt like being eroded and bitten by thousands of insects, and it continued to continue, and it crazily interfered with Zhang Shang's mind, which was finally taken away. Sug. Hu. An extremely heavy breathing sounded from Zhang Shang's mouth and nose. The internal organs were already painful and unconscious at this time. Only this heavy breathing could make Zhang Shang feel alive in the increasing pain. The heart is like a knife twisting, and the lungs are like pouring water. This intense pain that can kill ordinary people has caused Zhang Shang to have an illusion in his subconsciousness at this time. Zhang Shang tried his best to control the crazily twitching muscles of his arms. Under his support, his whole body turned over. The big tendons and muscles all over his body seemed to be cramped and pulled out, even the bone marrow inside the bones. Give Zhang Shang an illusion of boiling. Under this extreme pain, time seemed to be stretched. Zhang Shang opened his eyes wide and looked at the sky. The time that had passed quickly in the past was like a snail tortoise crawling at this time, without any passing by. And Zhang Shang can only barely control his mind in this state to prevent his mind from collapsing due to pain. As the side effects brought by the ultralimit weakened, time began to pass faster, the sky slowly turned dark, and the pain of heartache also slowly disappeared. Zhang Shang was lying stiff in the mud, looking at the darkness above the sky. Dark clouds. Papa 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 papa. Crackling. The raindrops grew from small to large, but in an instant, it turned into a downpour, and the cold raindrops fell on Zhang Shang's face and body. Let Zhang Shang's extremely abnormal body temperature slowly drop. Feeling the raindrops on his face, Zhang Shang smiled, slowly raised his right hand, and held it towards the sky. A stronger force than before was conducted from the bones of the arm, and Zhang Shang shook it fiercely towards the sky, causing the raindrops that fell crazily to explode in an instant, and then was followed by heavy rain. Submerged. And as Zhang Shang raised his hand to make a fist toward the sky, countless heat flows from the bones and internal organs inside the originally stiff body. The nutrients accumulated in Zhang Shang's body were crazily transformed into countless heat currents, and finally the heat flow filled Zhang Shang's whole body. After Zhang Shang felt the swelling of his muscles and bones to the limit, all the heat flow went towards the golden gas that had been trying his best to restore the body's condition. Feeling the changes in martial arts in his body, Zhang Shang controlled his mind and entered a state of concentration. There were many internal injuries that didn't exist in the subtle parts of the body. Such internal injuries, if you don't have a certain microscopic vision, even a martial artist would not be able to discover them, and these injuries are called hidden injuries. If you count the injuries to the internal muscles and bones of the body, it can only be said that there are too many hairs. These are the damage caused by the super limit forcibly breaking the limiter, just like an ordinary car forcibly installing the engine of a sports car, and the parts are removed several times. Loss, and Zhang Shang's state at this time, can be said to be the same. Zhang Shang decided not to use the ultra-limit earlier, fearing that the foundation will be completely worn out, and the Lord God will be unable to repair it, thus cutting off his own future. But life is not as good as it is. How can everything be as you wish? This kind of thing also happened in a small notebook, but in reality Zhang Shang didn't think that this kind of thing would happen. After all, the world is unpredictable. Unless he masters peerless force, otherwise the so-called control of fate is just a joke, self-deception. Looking at the injuries of the muscles and bones in the body, reading www.yuyuganshu.com, Zhang Shang found that the countless red lines from the whole body were simultaneously repairing the injuries in the body when they merged with the golden energy, but the speed was not satisfactory, and the repair progress was almost imperceptible. This also made Zhang Shang have to focus on the red silk thread. Looking at the countless red filamentous lines in the microscopic view, they converge from all directions towards the golden gas circulating in the body. The red silk thread that is so dense that it makes people sick, like an iron worm, densely swarms from the bones of the whole body towards the golden gas, and the golden gas that flows through the whole body, end to end, is endless. Zhang still doesn't know why the martial arts society has changed so much, but after investigating the source of the red silk thread, Zhang Shang understood the source. I don't know why, and the inside of the body has not been affected for a long time. Refining, so that the remaining essence is stimulated. The reason for exceeding the limit. Although I don't understand or have guesses in my heart, I can't confirm it, but now that everything is changing in a good direction, there is nothing to worry about. Watching the red silk thread in the body disappear, and the golden energy circulating throughout the body has already grown in a circle, and the speed is getting faster and faster, and finally fell into a static flow. Seeing the state of the body not changing, Zhang Shang withdrew from the concentration, the heavy rain continued, and the thick thunder and lightning in the sky shuttled continuously among the dark clouds. And there was a trace of dirty water similar to oil in the rain around Zhang Shang, washed down by the rain from Zhang Shang, and flowed elsewhere. Zhang Shang's state at this time can be described as suffering from all the suffering. The pain in front of him almost broke down, but at this time, after the suffering, his martial arts has improved. Chapter 60, First Signs. After lying on the ground for about 10 minutes, Zhang Shang slowly got up, moved his fists and feet, his body was unusually relaxed. There is no numbness caused by intense pain. It seems that when a large amount of essence was transformed, it made up for the loss of the body, but it was Zhang Shang's extreme hunger at this time. And Zhang Shang's body shape that had turned toward Mr. Muscle in the past has also changed back to the earliest state of being full of tendons. There is a saying in martial arts, that the feet are strong and the body is strong, and the fullness will overflow. That is to say, the amount of essence can affect a person's body shape, and the human body will have an upper limit on the essence in the current martial arts state, and after reaching the upper limit, the essence will directly overflow. If you are a martial artist, with the help of martial arts, you can refine the energy through martial arts, thereby promoting the state of martial arts, but if you are an ordinary person, you will feel energetic and have no way to vent. After Zhang Shang understood the origin of the red silk thread, he also understood the reason for the change in his body shape. Although the essence of the 8 meals a day has been passively refined by the dragon's golden bell, there are still a lot of them. The essence of Zhang Shang remained in the body, causing Zhang Shang's body shape to change toward a muscular man. And today, this large amount of retained essence was suddenly transformed, which also prompted Zhang Shang's body shape to return to its previous strong appearance. The change in body shape is not worth mentioning to Zhang Shang, but the improvement in strength is real. Compared with before, Zhang Shang can clearly feel the changes in his muscles and bones. The heavy rain continued to fall. Zhang Shang walked out of the woods under the heavy rain. Looked around, under the influence of heavy rain and dark night, his vision became extremely bad, even Zhang Shang could only see the surrounding area for a dozen meters. Apart from the sound of heavy rain and wind, and the occasional thunder and lightning on this road that has been in disrepair for a long time, there is nothing else. Zhang Shang reluctantly recalled the way he had taken, and walked in the opposite direction. On the road, Zhang Shang walked alone in the dark, watching the torrential rain, which made Zhang Shang relax the heart that he had been holding since he came to this world. The journey of pursuing force is lonely after all, and this loneliness can make Zhang Shangjing calm down. From the time he can remember, he started to learn people quickly under the training of the organization. He enjoys this loneliness so much. Perhaps this loneliness it is a torment for others, but for Zhang Shang, it is rare. The change in martial arts inside the body, under Zhang Shang's mind, finally brought the final finishing touch. Flowing to the still golden gas at high speed, it rushed into the bones of the whole body madly, and the black iron patterns on the bones began to gradually become clearer and more numerous. The large grey tendons are also turning grey and black, and the muscle fibers of the whole body's muscle tissue are also slowly transitioning from red to iron at the same time. Tiger Roar Iron Cloth, the third level. This Tiger Roaring Iron Cloth is a crazy process of physical training, but every time Zhang Shang uses the extreme limit, it will cause a lot of damage to the body's tissues, and it also provides an excellent training environment for the Tiger Roaring Iron Cloth. It's a pity that the price is a bit heavy. On Zhang Shang, who was standing still on the road, a strong heartbeat sounded slowly. Brush! Zhang Shang opened his eyes fiercely, stepped forward with his right foot, and took the grasping gesture with his left and right hands, claw-like, grabbing into the air in front of him. The claws are so fierce that the air is ripping and howling, and in the darkness, the claws are heavy. But in 1 3/4, all his hands were beaten, and then Zhang Shang's steps changed, his left leg pulled out like a steel whip, the leg of the suit trousers and the left leg tore the air, sweeping the continuous rainstorm in the air for a short period of time. Neutral. As soon as his left leg landed, Zhang Shang's waist turned, his right leg kicked out like a giant python, and then the two legs swept back and forth. Each leg is extremely strong, even the raindrops carried by the trouser legs seem to have become hidden weapons. Generally, in the end, there was a combination of fists and legs, the sleeves and trousers, and the sound of fists and feet. For a while on this road, the sound of Zhang Shang's legs and fists overwhelmed the sound of heavy rain. Comes from the organizational limit method. At this time, Zhang Shang squeezed the martial arts of the national martial arts. In the last second, the martial arts was transformed into a palm, and the fist palms revealed the grasping of the national martial arts. The strength of martial arts lies in the mastery of what one has learned, and also in constant practice at all times. It has been a long time for Zhang Shang to practice what he has learned so sweaty throughout his life, so that Zhang Shang practiced faster and faster. After 3 consecutive games, Zhang Shang gave up after estimating the time. Walked along the road all the way, and finally arrived in the city after Zhang Shang estimated that he had walked for more than an hour, and then used all the money he had soaked, and ate almost 15 catties of beef in a row. A strong sense of hunger was suppressed. Then Zhang Shang found a suit shop, bought a set of clothes, took the gift umbrella, and walked all the way towards the warehouse. When he came to the outside of the warehouse and looked around, Zhang Shang walked in. Luo Zhu, Yang Bing and Lin Chong are all there, but Zhang Tianxing is gone. Zhang Shang stood at the door and looked around for a week before he asked. Zhang Tianxing is dead. Since he is not there, he must either die or go to dinner, but since all 3 of them are there, the probability of death should be greater. When Zhang Shang came back, it was obvious that the 3 people in the warehouse had already noticed www.readaloud.com at this time. They heard Zhang Shang's inquiry. Died. Yang Bing replied in an angry voice. After that, he didn't speak. Zhang Shang looked at the 3 people's depravity, which was also a joy. Luo Zhu, I have completed the task. You have also received notification from the Lord God if you want to come. The 3 of them didn't know where they were assigned when Zhang Shang exploded. Even when they finally fled, they only saw Yang Bing and Lin Chong in a quick glance. But for this Luo Zhu, he didn't see a figure. This made Zhang Shang know that Luo Zhu was hiding evil intentions, and he could also see the behavior of this person. Of course, after all, we are doing tasks together. Is it normal for us to receive notifications when you complete the task? Only? How did you accomplish your mission? I also went to investigate the incineration plant before. There is no good place there. Hey, how did you finish it? Didn't you see? Boom, it's done. Zhang Shang's cynicism made Luo Zhu a little embarrassed for a while. Zhang Shang was like this, naturally deliberate. From today's explosion of the incineration plant to escape, although he was fleeing for his life, it does not mean that Zhang Shang had become blind. With such a big movement, Luo Zhu was nowhere to be seen. Explain that this person has been trying to let them face danger from the beginning, and he is taking advantage of the fisherman's profit. How can Zhang Shang still be kind to Luo Zhu? Today's changes in the crematorium, as well as the terrifying aura, Zhang Shang still remembered his purpose, not to mention that in order to complete the task, the ultralimit sequelae exceeded the limit, which made Zhang Shang a good experience of torture. And Luo Zhu looked at Zhang Shang, who was aggressive as soon as he walked in, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking.